Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Dunkeswell Raceway. You join us here for round number 6 of the Dunkeswell Kart Club in 2026. And as you can see by the sign on the gantry, it is also the Southwest Champs here today at Dunkeswell. And we will be crowning those Southwest Champions a little bit later on in the finals. Before we get there, though, we've got a bit of racing to do. And, of course, 2 rounds of heats for each of our classes out here racing today, then into some pre-finals, and then into those finals later on. The chaps behind the scenes at Alpha Live have so kindly brought you these pictures here today, and of course you'll be able to watch those 2 rounds of heats and the pre-finals absolutely free here on the Alpha Live channel, but you will need that SlipStream Pass to watch the finals later on, so make sure you invest in that today, because you're not going to want to miss the racing coming on later this afternoon. And of course when we do crown those Southwest champions and they're able to use that SW plate going forward here at Dunkeswell Raceway, what a treat. We've got quite a few drivers, actually, to be fair, here today, who are trying to defend their Southwest championship from last year. They were victorious in 2025, and they have returned here for round number 6 to defend that plate and see if they can keep that plate on the kart, well, into the rest of this season and into next season as well, before they have to defend it once again. But here, the schedule anyway, 8 different classes racing across this bumper schedule. And as you can see, it's lovely weather here at Dunkeswell Raceway today. Lovely blue skies. And we're sort of coming to the end of summer, aren't we, really? It's those nice, crisp mornings at the moment. They've got that lovely smell as well here in the United Kingdom. But of course, we're going to lose that in about a month or 2, and it'll be so cold. We certainly won't see anyone on the dummy grid in shorts in a few months. I'll give you that much. Anyway, I'll run through the schedule in a moment. For now, we've got drivers out on circuit. We're about ready for our first heat of the day, which is our Bambino class. So then, throughout the day, 8 classes, as I say. We've got Bambinos, Micromaxes, Intermaxes, Junior Rotaxes. Then we've got the 100cc, our retro karts, the pre-2Ks and the pre-95s. I'm looking forward to those later on. Then we've also got Senior Rotaxes, Rotax 177s, and our Formula Blues as well. So more retro karting. So if you're a fan of retro karts, you've come to the right place here today, ladies and gentlemen. As I say, we're kicking it off with our Bambino class, our youngest drivers racing on the bill today, all with ages in the single digits. So the racing we're going to see here is always epic between these young drivers, because they usually have no fear, which is very exciting for me in the commentary box. But I can imagine their parents and guardians standing trackside are usually ripping their hair out. But either way, they've decided to stick them in a kart, and we're going to enjoy them going racing out here today. Some of the talent you'll see, not well across all of the classes here today, but in the Bambinos especially as well. Like I say, single-age drivers here, and some of the racing you see in this class is epic. Right, before they go to a start then, let me actually find you this grid. It is Eli Parkhouse who starts on pole position for this first heat of the day on the number 24. The number 22 alongside him is Harry Foley. Xavier Meek, who was very speedy out of round number 5 last time out, starts on row 2 with Reggie Love, and then it's Eddie Zimbler and Archie Rice who round out the grid. 6 drivers on the grid here today for Bambinos, and they are underway in racing already then. Let's go out here for the first time at round 6 for the Dunkeswell Kart Club and our Southwest Championships in 2026. Already, our top 5 breaking away a little bit here from Archie Rice. As have we reshuffled at all in the order? No, drivers staying as they were off of the grid. A little look up the inside there from Reggie Love. That doesn't turn into a move just yet for Reggie. We continue on nose to tail down the back stretch and down towards this hairpin. Opportunistic overtaking move, that hairpin, but no one able to grab it here on the first lap. You can see Xavier Meek trying some different lines to Harry Foley ahead of him, just to see where he can find that bit of extra time and see if he can make a move. Well, he needs to. Eli Parkhouse has found a nice exit through those last couple of corners and started to put a couple of kart lengths on the rest of this pack. Down towards the start-finish line again. So I can see on the timing it says false start. And you can see in the top left-hand side of your screen that the timing had stopped momentarily there, but we are definitely continuing on, and yes, it has now updated. We didn't go to a false start in the end. It is green flag racing conditions, don't worry, there it is updated. In the top left-hand side of your screen, we are green flag racing here at Dunkeswell. Parkhouse leads us onto the second lap then. with Foley, Meek and Love in tow. These three absolutely nose to tail, but it is at the moment Harry Foley the one feeling the pressure. Eddie Zimbler had gone with this pack over the first lap and a bit, just starting to slip off from these four. As he's maybe just made a little mistake through the first few corners and has lost that bit of time. He was right in the toe through the first lap, and he's just dropped off, as I say. So Parkhouse continues to lead us then down through to the end of lap number 2. And now, well, I did say it was Harry Foley the one under pressure, but he actually seems to have scampered off now from Xavier Meek. Meek and Love still absolutely nose to tail, but now about the same gap between between Meek and Foley as it is then between Foley and Parkhouse. On to lap number 3 we go then. Fantastic that you're all in the live chat joining us here this morning. Thank you so much for joining us here on the live stream as we go side by side for third place there in the background. Reggie Love's trying to get it done, but he's on the outside line here, heading into the following left-hander. Doesn't matter, he's got it done. Round the outside goes Reggie Love. Before they even really got into the braking zone there, he had confidently fired his way through. I say that, he's just got a contact warning, so maybe a little bit too enthusiastically from Reggie Love, but it's only a warning for the moment, Reggie. Don't worry. So he's into third place now. Xavier Meek's got some work to do, and he's trying to fight back, isn't he? Trying some different lines once again. But I think now, maybe Love and Meek just need to settle in a little bit, work together here to try and close back up to Foley and Parkhouse. Foley is closing the distance here to Parkhouse, as it looked as though Meek and Love were going side by side in the background yet again. Yes, they are. Looks up the inside, does Xavier Meek, but isn't going to get the re-overtake done there into the final S's. Onto a new lap we go then. So I'm going to look through all of your live chats. Hello, good morning everyone. Hello to Santiago Simeone. I can see you in the live chat, mate. Good morning. Well, half race distance through this first race already then. 7 minutes plus 1 lap for all of these heats. And for the pre-finals, of course, later on this afternoon. And let me extend the time ever so slightly into the finals later on. 10 minutes plus 1 lap for those finals at the end of the day. And like I say, you're going to need to purchase that SlipStream Pass to view that. But it's not only for that, don't worry, there is so much content being produced by Alpha Live. It is insane. So that SlipStream Pass, well worth the money, I can tell you that much, as there is so much racing to consume. If you're a racing fan, especially of club racing, kart racing and all that kind of stuff, get yourself involved because it is well worth it. These two are still squabbling. We look away from them for a brief moment, we look back and they are nose to tail, side by side, once again. Still looking for it is Xavier Meek, but can't quite find that third place back once again. Harry Foley does now have the fastest lap, and is now nose to tail from Eli Parkhouse. But it's tough to know which battle to look here between these two sets of pairs. As good morning, B. Dory. You've asked for a shout out and then a shot out. I assume that still meant shout out. Good morning, B. Dory. 2.5 minutes to go in this one. Ooh, a little bit wide there for Reggie Love. A little bit wide. Slight mistake, but thankfully for him, hasn't amounted to too much there for Xavier Meek. Couldn't slingshot his way by. And again, it seems as though Xavier's just able to get a decent exit from some corners, but not quite enough to get those moves done. And again, he has to slot back in behind. 2 minutes left to go. Head on to a new lap of the race. How do those distances change? Well, these two are as close as ever, aren't they, at the front? Less than 0.2 of a second now between those two. And then this following pair have dropped now 3 seconds behind your race leaders, as they continue to squabble it out amongst each other. Eddie Zimbler's now dropped around 5 seconds off the back of this battle for third place now. And then Archie Rice a little bit further back from that. But you're going to see those kind of gaps in Bambino racing. Of course, these drivers, again, single digit in age, all of these drivers. It's going to be varying experience levels across a field. And good to see the drivers getting stuck in, getting involved, and continuing to improve. That's the main thing when you're a young driver like this. You're learning so much every time you're out on the circuit. We've got to make sure that you continue to learn and you continue to find time. That's the goal. Well, finding time, that's been an easy one for Harry Foley in this race. Finding the lead, less simple. 1 minute left to go here. Onto a new lap we go, and that is a nice exit this time from Harry Foley, though. He will draw alongside here as they head onto a new lap of the race. Down into T1 we go. Up the inside goes Harry Foley. Lovely racing room given there by both drivers. There's a little check over the shoulder now from Eli Parkhouse. For the first time in this race, he's looking at the back of another driver. So they're now closing up to Archie Rice as well. So not only has this leading battle started to kick off, they're having to try and find their way past a slightly slower back marker here. Up and under goes to 22, now on the outside line here for the left-hander. Is given the room by Archie. That was nicely done there by Archie. Room given to the race leaders. Through and on they go. So Foley's got the move done then. You can see already now about a kart length forming between Harry Foley and Eli Parkhouse. So yeah, they pretty much bang on the same pace really of a 103.5. Foley ever so slightly faster, but look up the inside goes Parkhouse. That was cheeky. Very cheeky from Eli Parkhouse. I didn't even see that one coming. Lovely exit off of that long right-hander. Down the back straight they went, and he used that to his advantage. Slipped on through, and he's ended up blocking Harry Foley going into the final S's as well. That's worked perfectly for Eli Parkhouse. Sends it round the outside, gets it stopped, gets it done. Clean move from Parkhouse, but Foley got balked through the corner. Lost that momentum, and now he's got some work to do here over the final lap. Checks over the shoulder once again does Parkhouse, but he's got a couple of kart lengths gap here. Few more corners for Foley to find that time. But like I say, he's got work to do. I'm not quite sure there's enough time here for Harry Foley. Sadly for him, he has been on a charge from this race so far. Fastest lap of the race, as we say. About a tenth and a half overall quicker than Parkhouse, but with moves like that, they are deserving of a race victory, and that's exactly what's going to happen here for Eli Parkhouse. Into the final couple of corners we go, and it will be your pole sitter who converts it into race victory here at the first race of the day. But it certainly wasn't that simple. I think if you looked on the live timing for that one, you would have thought it was quite the dull race. Anything but here at the Dunkeswell Kart Club. And that's again the benefit of having the live streaming, because like I say, you look on the live timing, you can see that the grid positions are exactly the same as the finishing positions in that one. But my goodness, was there a lot of racing. Foley and Parkhouse switching places. Meekin loves switching places. Great little battles going on there, and Meek able to find his way back through. Parkhouse able to find his way back through as well. Lovely move there through the final couple of corners. And as I say, Eli Parkhouse takes the first win of the weekend there in Bambino Heat number 1. Here's your final results then. Eli Parkhouse from Harry Foley and Xavier Meek. Then Reggie Love, followed by Eddie Zimbler and Archie Rice. First race of the day done and dusted then. Bambino Heat number 1 is done. I think drivers are already out on circuit then for Heat 1 in Micromax. Right then, Micromax getting ready to go. I can hear karts in the background. Are they already out? Well, I'm very confused. There's drivers waiting in the dummy grid. They are waiting to head out on circuit. I don't know where I could hear those kart engines from. Maybe it's people in the paddock. Anyway, Micromaxes are getting ready to go, nonetheless. And yeah, very exciting first race of the day, that in Bambinos. That was great. I really enjoyed that. That's going to be some good battling throughout the day there from our youngest drivers. Well, for this one, we get slightly older. Still some pretty young drivers in this one here in Micromax. And we do have a 14 kart strong field. At least we should. 2 drivers not setting a time in qualifying earlier on. So hopefully Grace Roberts and Jackson Haynes do join us for this first heat of the day. They'll be starting at the back of the grid for this one. At the front though, it's Arlo Gamble. He's joined with Sebastian Crawford on the front row. Johnny Butterfield and Callum Gain are on row 2. Rio Pocock and Oscar Taylor. Rio Pocock, sorry. Rio, have I forgotten that? It's clearly been too long since I commentated over you. I'll remember, don't worry. As I say, behind him is Oliver Daniels and Ralph Ewart. They're on row number 4. Otley Simpson and Charlie Lakey are on row 5. That rounds up the top 10. They're then followed by William Ewer and Aya Stolpirstis. Then Grace Roberts and Jackson Haynes, as we say, on the back row of the grid. That's 14 drivers, at least we hope, taking to the start in this one. I've got to say, I'm going to be keeping an eye out on Otley Simpson. She was very impressive last round at round number 5. Of course, was leading a race at one point, ended up spinning out at the final corner, but then came back through to good things later on in the round in the following heats and pre-finals. So she's an interesting one to watch from a little bit further down the pack in this one, but it will be Gamble and Crawford who lead us to the flag then for heat number 1 in Micromax here at the Southwest Champs. Down to the first couple of corners we go then, a couple of drivers breaking formation as we head down into that first corner. The driver who immediately broke free seems to have actually maybe lost a place or two as they come through the first few corners. Callum Gain, that was on the 31, has been swamped just a little bit. I think actually only one position lost in the end for Callum, so it was a good initial start, but that outside line into T1 not quite working as well. Gamble and Crawford already starting to break away there at the sharp end of the field, and there's squabbles going on up and down the order. Pocock has made up 2 places, I think, off that start, up into P3. At least from where they crossed the line. Yeah, he was indeed 5th on the grid for this one. So 2 places gained straight off the start for Pocock, but at the moment, he seems to be a bit of a cork in the bottle, doesn't he, as Gamble and Crawford continue to try and scamper off at the front. On to lap number 2 we go, and look at this. Straight out the toe comes Crawford. Will pull along side by side, and up the inside goes Sebastian Crawford into the lead. Up and under will try Arlo Gamble, and he will pull back to the inside line. Side by side we continue to run, but no, able to chop across is Sebastian Crawford. And on to lap number 2, and it's our second different leader of this race so far. Well, if Gamble and Crawford battle like that, it won't be too difficult for Pocock, Butterfield, Daniels, and all of that lot behind to keep in check with them. Let's see what Sebastian Crawford's pace is like now that he's been unleashed, and now only has fresh air ahead of him to crack on and find ultimate time. Do these two work together and just drag along with each other? Do they decide to fight, or do we see Sebastian Crawford build out a bit of a gap on his own? Not too long to find out, of course. 7 minutes plus 1 lap, these heats. So everything comes at you pretty thick and fast in these. You can't be waiting around because those opportunities will go missing. Got to be grabbing those opportunities with both hands. We might see that here from the 72. Gamble looks up the inside. He saw him testing the waters there as he had a little think about the inside line. Checks over the shoulder again, though, trying to work out what kind of time they have to the likes of Pocock, Butterfield and Daniels. But I think those 3 might start to become a little bit more focused on each other soon enough. I don't think they've quite got the pace of those 2 ahead at the moment. About a tenth of a second off they were on the last lap from Arlo Gamble, but Gamble was a further tenth of a second off of Sebastian Crawford. Behind Daniels, there is Callum Game and Ralph Ewer now battling for position. That was after Ralph Ewer got past Otley Simpson on the last lap. And Simpson now locking horns with Oscar Taylor as they head on to a new lap of the race. And Taylor's actually got through before they've crossed the timing beam there. So Oscar Taylor now past Otley Simpson as well. Sorry, Otley, if I've given the first commentator's curse of the day there. One to watch, and she's falling back, sadly, at the moment. Well, here is that squabble for 3rd place. Pocock still at the sharp end of it, I think, especially with it being teammates nose to tail at the front end of this trio. Maybe just downing the weapons for the moment and seeing if they can work together to close up to the top 2. For the moment, it's not looking so good, though. A little bit slower on the last lap once again by nearly 3/10 of a second on the last lap. I say 3/10 of a second as if it's some massive chasm. Look at this, though. Nope. What was I saying about downing the weapons? I think they might have been picked up again, ladies and gentlemen. Looking for this. This is Johnny Butterfield, Pocock's teammate, here looking for the position, and Pocock's defending. Pocock's defending down into the first corner. He does hold on to the place. But that's a statement of intent, isn't it, here from Johnny Butterfield? Right, we are losing time. We're not catching the top 2 here. We're losing time. I need to get past you, Rio. And, well, I think Rio knows it as well. Rio knows I can't keep pace with the leaders here. 3rd place, best I'm going to get in this race. Well, I might as well defend it. And he is defending. Down through sector number 2 is Pocock. I think Oliver Daniels, strapped for the moment, is sit back and watch the fireworks. You can't sit back for too long. Ralph Ewer, as we say, he got past Otley Simpson. Now has been pressing on. Now past Callum Gain as well. So Ralph Ewer's on some good pace in this race, isn't he? Yeah, there we go. Faster than this entire group ahead. Okay, not quite as fast as these two at the sharp end. faster than the group of 3 ahead of him. So Ewer's got some work to do here. He can potentially get stuck in. As we saw there, Crawford and Gamble, they were getting stuck in as well. New fastest lap for Arlo Gamble. And maybe is this the turning point of the race when he gained 1 and a bit tenths on the last lap, and well, he has 1 and a bit tenths to find on this lap, so potential for the leading battle to kick off as well here with just less than 2 minutes to go. Teammates still locking horns there for 3rd place, as although it looks like Arlo Gamble's faster on the last lap, bit of space between them now as they head on to a new lap, so no opportunities here for Arlo. I think he's shown now he's got the pace to do something about it. You never know if Crawford and Gamble start locking horns, then that's largy-bargy for a lap or so between Pocock and Butterfield might come to bite them. And here they are on your screens once again. Oliver Daniels still the one sitting back and watching this, but Pocock hasn't had to be too defensive over the last lap or so now. Again, they've sort of gone back into nose to tail and synchronised checking over the shoulders there for the 2 Origin teammates. Staying nose to tail now, aren't they? No opportunities here for Johnny Butterfield. And that gap continuing to increase to the leaders now. Crawford finding the fastest lap again on the last lap. 53.09 now, that quickest lap of the race. Versus 53.14 for Gamble, and everyone else 53.2s, 53.3s, 53.4s, and 53.5s. It's another fastest lap for Sebastian Crawford. Issue for him is Arlo Gamble's pretty much matched it on that last lap. 53.06 for Crawford, 53.07 for Gamble. It is very much a 2-horse race here in the first race of the day for Micromax. And look at this, Butterfield is still all over the back of Pocock here. Pocock just sort of half defending then into the hairpin. It was a relatively nice exit there for Butterfield, but I think Pocock knew he couldn't quite do anything with it, had to slot back in. And now, as we say, 2-horse race for the lead. And, well, if it wasn't true prior, very much Rio Pocock thinking 3rd is the lofty heights in this one. Let's defend. Well, on to the last lap we go then. Clock has hit 0. There's 1 more lap to go. 1,032 metres of this Dunkeswell Raceway circuit to enjoy. 10 corners for these drivers to contend with as well. Lead battle continues, 4 tenths between them though as they head on to the final lap, so I think it will need a valiant effort here from Gamble to gain the position. In that squabble behind though for 3rd, I think that is much more likely to potentially draw out a change of position. They do go side by side there into the hairpin, I do believe, as Butterfield was looking for it on Rio Pocock. These 2 carry on though down into sector number 3, and I think Crawford might have just about sorted this one out here. Found some great pace over the last couple of laps. Just about keeping Gamble behind as Pocock's made a mistake. Pocock's made a mistake. Butterfield getting the up and under, but can't slot back in. He can't get the exit. It will be Sebastian Crawford who takes the win in the first race of the day here in Micromax. Great job from the Alpha Live crew behind the scenes there. That was a difficult one to follow. Some great battles there, right at the sharp end of the order. And we managed to keep an eye on both of them. Crawford takes the win overall. Arlo Gamble ending up finishing about half a second behind Crawford by the time they got to the checkered flag there. But Gamble very much kept Crawford on his toes throughout that race. There wasn't a point there where Crawford, I don't think, felt under pressure. There was, of course, that moment when we thought maybe the pendulum would swing back the way of Arlo Gamble in that one. He found the fastest lap at one point, closed right back up to the tail of Crawford. I think maybe that gave Sebastian the push that he needed to find a bit of extra time and once again extend the gap at the lead. Crawford wins from Gamble, and Pocock does hold on to his top 3 finish. A masterclass of defending there from Rio Pocock to kick off his day. I think he'll be hoping for a little bit more in the following heats though. Hopefully he can find that little bit of extra pace that allows him to get stuck in the leading battle. Johnny Butterfield, his teammate, just off of the podium there in P4. Oliver Daniels having to defend there from Ralph Ewer through the final couple of laps. Great pace from Ralph Ewer. Look out for him in the following races later today. Callum Gain, Oscar Taylor, Otley Simpson and William Ewer there round out your top 10. Then followed by Jackson Haynes, Charlie Lakey and Ias Storm-Pierstis. That is the final runner there. 13 drivers there in the order, so it seems as though I think 1 driver who didn't make it to qualifying also not making out for the first race. That's a real shame. But there we go then. We are done and dusted for Micromax. Up next is heat number 1 for Inter Rotax. Oh well, if the racing continues like that, my voice isn't gonna last for today. That was really good, really great race there in our Micromax class, and we get a little bit older and well, maybe a little bit wiser again here for this one. Into Rotax out on circuit, and it's Alfie Phillipson who is on pole position for this one. Maximilian Eberhardt alongside him on the front row. Jack Daniels and Ethan Manzi are on row 2. As this field is very spread out. See if we have to go around again. Lucas Gray and Ethan Laidlaw on row 3. Marley Fisher and Thomas Riscoria on row 4. Then it's Arthur Kaiser and Joshua Canaston Wade. Tobias Hunt and Eli Owen. Then Aurelia Simpson, Lenny Dorrington, Ethan Coupland, Edison Burrows, Zane Williams, Noah Hammond, Morgan Weston, Harrison Parkin and Roman Takata. 21 drivers taking to the start. And they have sorted themselves out by the time they get into the tram lines. Side by side there, the two Coles Racing teammates squabbling for the lead early on. And it is a sea of Coles Racing drivers at the sharp end of the order. Little mistake there for Eberhardt, but he does get it done. Up the inside goes the 161. There was just a little bit of a wiggle there from the rear end of the kart, wasn't there, from Eberhardt, as he chucked on the anchors, trying to find a way through on his teammate of Alfie Phillipson. But he is through. So Alfie's down into second place. Then Eberhardt takes the lead early on. That was bold stuff from Eberhardt. Had to get it done, and he did early on. Continues to be a Coles Racing 1, 2, 3 at the sharp end. There was another Coles Racing driver around 6th or 7th, I believe. Oh no, they are still there. 5th place it is for the 81 of Marley Fisher. So 2 places gain at the start for Marley Fisher as well. Up the inside goes Alfie Phillipson though. He's not waiting around. He's not letting Maximilian Eberhardt lead for any longer than he needs to. But Eberhardt straight back past. Straight back through. Well, these two early on trading places here. If you ever thought that there was going to be any working together at the sharp end here between the Coles drivers, well, you were sadly mistaken. Well, maybe happily mistaken, because this is going to be a great battle. Eberhardt and Phillipson there, Manzi right with them as well. And then still not too far back to Jack Daniels, Marley Fisher, Lucas Gray, Ethan Laidlaw, Joshua Canaston Wade, Arthur Kaiser and Eli Owen. Actually top 10 at the moment. No real gaps opening up in the field, are there? Through the last couple of corners we go, as that was a bit of a wallop there front to rear, wasn't it? Phillipson into the back of Eberhardt. You saw him there get a little bit wobbly there through the mid part of the corner. Doesn't look as though it's caused a drop nose for Alfie Phillipson, so I think he's got away unscathed there, luckily for him. There's another little bit of a argy-bargy between these two. Well, frustration there from Maximilian Eberhardt. I think he feels that was a little bit too aggressive from Alfie Phillipson. Well, as we say, these three drivers are adorned in the same colours. That doesn't mean they're going to treat each other any differently to anyone else in this field. Phillipson sends one, bit of contact front to rear, then a bit of contact side to side. I think that was the straw that broke the camel's back there for Maximilian Eberhardt, and he just gave him a bit of a hip check heading through the following right. And you can see that has frustrated Phillipson, again gesturing from him as well. This could become rather feisty, ladies and gentlemen, between these two. Let's see if it boils over. This is only the first heat of the day for these two drivers, and already hand gestures left, right and centre. Well, an interesting start to this one. Let's see if it settles down. I mean, if Eberhardt can find the pace here to drive away, I think that'll save everyone's blushes in this one. Equally, on the flip side, if Phillipson can find a way through and pull away himself, that's exactly what he'll be hoping to do. Ethan Manzi, sorry. Still right there in 3rd place. I think the gap has opened up a little bit more now, back to 4th, after these two haven't been side by side for a couple of laps now. Good battle pack a little bit further down as well here. Well picked up by the camera ops there at Dunkeswell Raceway. That's Lucas Gray who's leading that squabble. That's Gray, Laidlaw, Canaston Wade and Kaiser. Those four all in a line. But these three struggling to take my eyes off these three. We're going to have to, though. Great moves going on. 45's up the inside. That's Canaston Wade. Still side by side on the exit, though, with Ethan Laidlaw. Arthur Kaiser there looking to stick his nose in as well. I think now that is Canaston Wade getting the move done. It is. Into 7th place he goes then. That relegates the Cosmic Kart one position back. Ethan Laidlaw down into P8. And yeah, well, he's still got Arthur Kaiser hot on his heels as well. Less than 3 minutes left to go in this one then. We are well and truly over half race distance here in your 3rd race of the day. Yeah, these four absolutely nose to tail. Nice exit though. Up the inside for the lead. We've got to turn our attention back to this. Up the inside goes Philipson again. Abrahart with the classic up and under. This has happened a few times now between these drivers, and that is the opportunity for Ethan Manzi. Manzi grabs that opportunity with both hands, and Manzi dives through, but it isn't going to work. It isn't going to work. Well, there you go. He goes up the inside for the left-hander, but clearly they were still side by side for the right. And Philipson holds that inside line and holds second place. Understandable there for the camera ops. There's so much battling going on here. I do not know where to look. Lucas Gray still leading that next battle a little bit further back. I think we saw Kaiser making a move earlier on in that lap on Ethan Laidlaw. So it's all kicking off here in Inter Rotax. Still a Coles Racing 1, 2, 3 though. 2 minutes left to go. And I don't think these two are done, are they? I don't think they're done here. What is Alfie Philipson got up his sleeve? Well, for the moment, it is still Maximilian Abrahart with that fastest lap of the race. Only 400ths quicker than the fastest lap for Alfie, and then only a further 300ths quicker to the fastest lap of Ethan Manzi. So these three be inseparable at the sharp end, and they find themselves about 3 to 400ths quicker than the rest of the field, who are still trying to chase them down. Having a couple of contact warnings in this one. Of course, we saw that one for Philipson earlier on. Morgan Weston's got himself 2 in this one so far, and 1 each for Zane Williams and Edison Burrows. On to lap number 8 now. And fastest in this pack on the last lap was actually Ethan Manzi. Again, we're talking about hundredths of a second difference here, ladies and gentlemen, but still, as they say at Tesco, every little helps. And well, Alfie Philipson needs to find those little few extra bits and bobs if he wants to get this race win away here in the first race of the day. And given that little scuffle earlier on, I think even just to have the bragging rights in the awning going into race number 2 will be a massive mental assistance for whichever driver gets it. These three will know each other well off track, and well, they're very much getting to know each other on track as well, aren't they? Here today at round number 6 at the Dunkeswell Kart Club. All fair in love and war though. And as we say, it's been a long time since we've seen these two make contact now. It's been good racing so far. There's been nip and tuck. But Philipson not able to get it just yet. He's gone for it this time though. Into the left, down through turn 3, into 4 we go then, down the back straight, up and under. We'll try Abrahart, but I don't think he's got the run. He's still looking, but he gets sent to the outside line by Philipson. I think Ethan Manzi sitting back and waiting for things to boil over here. Philipson's got the lead properly for the first time in a while in this race, and a great time to do it, Alfie. The time has hit 0. Perfect time to do it. He's gone a little bit wide there through that long sweeping right-hander. I think that's given him just a good enough exit here to stay ahead of Abrahart. On to the final lap we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Abrahart's got a nice exit. Final lap board is shown. Doesn't go for it. Not into the first corner. Actually, maybe a little bit of sideways moment there for Abrahart, but has that slingshotted him through on the exit. Doesn't matter. Philipson covers the inside line. Onto the back straight we go then. Philipson, not quite as good of an exit. Will he leave the open inside line? No, to the outside goes Abrahart. It just goes a little bit too wide there on the mid-corner. Doesn't make it work. He's trying everything here at the moment, is Maximilian. He's got the fastest lap of the race. Currently, Alfie Philipson keeping him behind. Round the final sweeping right-hander we go here. It's got to be a good exit for Abrahart. It's not going to be. I think he's already accepted this race is gone. Alfie Philipson rounds the final couple of corners, and Alfie Philipson will win the first race of the day. They are not happy with each other though. Not at all. Abrahart, hand gesture down the back straight. Philipson, hand gesture down the front straight. Not happy with each other at all. There's going to be a bit of discussion in the awning, I think they're down at Coles after that one. But either way, it was a Coles 1, 2, 3. So, as a general statement, the awning should be very happy and very proud of themselves, because they've done a fantastic job there in the first race today into Rotax. But as I say, there might just be a little bit of further discussion as to how the drivers treat each other. Either way, 1, 2, 3 for Coles Racing. Philipson from Abrahart and Manzi, Jack Daniels and Marley Fisher are the drivers who round out the top 5. Lucas Gray and Joshua Canaston Wade are just behind them, followed by Arthur Kaiser, Eli Owen and Thomas Rascoria. That's your top 10. They will follow by Ethan Laidlaw, Edison Burrows, Lenny Dorrington and Morgan Weston. They're your top 14. Then it was Ethan Coupland, Aurelia Simpson, Zane Williams, then Tobias Hunt, Roman Takata Harrison Parkin and Noah Hammond. Looks as though we lost Noah Hammond in that one, sadly. So our first DNF of the race, or of the day even. That's a real shame for Noah Hammond. But there we go, 3 races is that now, done and dusted. We are flying through this order here. And there's only 2 more before we go to our marshals and officials lunch break. Of course, we're going to cap off the action before that break with our retro karts. But before that, it's a bumper grid of junior road taxis. Right then, well, if the action wasn't exciting enough already, we've got 33, yes, 33 junior road taxis hitting the track all at once. This is going to be interesting. There's the 37. Are they a little bit slow off of the mark? Well, either way. Let's have a look through the grid, because I don't have enough time. Elijah West from Blake Southern is your front row. Aidan Hammond and Jesse Whitmore. Then it's Cash Harris, Alfred Matthews, Cody Longdon, Karthik Kameta, Aidan Clark, Jack Bromham, Archie Cannon, Pip Palmer, Max Douthwaite, Ethan Hunt, Charlie White, Jack Brown, Lucas Carter-White, Travis Dolby, Nicolo Pozzi, Elsie Bonning, Jaden Shearing, Daniel Wisnauskas, Louis Hasby, Neve Allen, Dexter Leaks, Aaron Maidman, Harley Edwards, Elijah Lewis, Mia Haxby, Riley Allen Hunt, Louis Marchant, George Flaxton and Eli Mann. Those are your 33 drivers on the grid. Easy for me to say. Let's go racing here once again. To the tram lines we go, and 2x2 to the first couple of corners. Sweeping straight round the outside. That was lovely for the driver on the outside of your screen, as there is contact further back though. One driver finds himself facing the wrong way. I thought that was the 1-2-3, but I think Max was too high up to be involved in that. I'll double check who that was as they come to the end of the first lap of the race. That was absolutely brilliant though from Blake Southern. Round the outside of Elijah West, their aggressive stuff through the first corner. Southern takes the early lead. It is rather chaotic further down the order though. Good racing room being given though between the juniors, which you sometimes aren't able to say, but they're racing well already here on the first lap here at the Dunkeswell Kart Club. And already we're settling into some great squabbles. There you go, Southern confirmed as your leader there, heading on to lap number 2. Aggressive stuff from him there to grab the lead early on, but Elijah West, fastest in qualifying by only 1/100th of a second. So I have a sneaking suspicion these two are going to have a great battle. Well, just as I say that, no they won't, because Aidan Hammond's going to get stuck in. Hammond's up the inside there through turn 4. Nicely done from Aidan, and now Jesse Whitmore's on the scene as well. So just as quickly as I'm thinking Elijah West might start to launch a re-attack here on Blake Southern, he's actually seemingly slipping back. So through the final couple of corners we go, then on to lap number 3 of this race. And it is Aidan Hammond with the fastest lap of the race as well. Elijah West, his pace is way off. 48.2 versus a 47.5 for Hammond ahead, which is surprising because West is nose to tail with Hammond at the moment. Oh dear, 97 has a rotation down at the first corner. That was Mia Haxby. Haxby was battling with Max Douthwaite there into the first corner, so whether there was contact or whether Mia just ended up having a rotation on her own, either way, that's dropped her right to the back of the order. Looks as though we've lost 2 drivers on that first lap as well. Jack Brown and Dexter Leaks have not made it round lap number 1. So it was chaotic in the background. I thought we'd made it through, but no, a couple of drivers falling by the wayside early on in this one then. Still 4.5 minutes left to go. Lots of reshuffling up and down the order, but we keep our eyes firmly fixed on this leading battle. Was that a bit of front-to-rear contact there? I just looked up as they were going through to corner exit, as this is all kicking off. Look at this. West is round the outside here. Back into second for Elijah West. No, diving back up the inside goes Aidan Hammond. That was a bit of a wallop there from Elijah West. Maybe felt that Aidan Hammond broke a little bit too early there for the left. But Aidan consolidating his second place then. After, for a moment, what looked like he might grab the lead away from Blake Southern. Southern's dealt with the pressure very nicely there. He stays in check. Alfred Matthews. Where's Alfred Matthews come from? He's up 2 in this one. From 6th on the grid is Alfred. He's now into 4th. He's in the middle of this battle. Up 3 places, though, is Karthik Kameta. Karthik Kameta now getting involved as well on the number 95. Lightning McQueen spec for Karthik Kameta. So Carthek's just got past Jesse Whitmore on that last lap. Cash Harris is 7th, Aidan Clark now 8th. What happened to our drivers from the sharp end of the order? First, second, third, fourth, fifth. Oh, fair enough. No, fair enough. Everyone has stayed around the sharp end, to be fair. Everyone who was in the top 10 started in the top 10, apart from Pit Palmer and Ethan Hunt, 9th and 10th, started 12th and 14th, respectively. They're still running absolutely nose to tail. We've pretty much got the entirety of the top 10, maybe even further here, all in one trade. And well, Blake Souther knows he maybe doesn't have the optimum pace here at the sharp end of the order. It's now Elijah West who's found the lap time again, 46.8. And well, Blake Souther, I think, thinking, oh, up the inside. That was so late from Aidan Hammond, incredibly late. How did Blake Souther see him there? I thought that was going to be monstrous contact between the two, but somehow room given there by Blake Souther. And he's going to feel aggrieved from that one. That was so late from Aidan Hammond, but either way, Hammond's into the lead, and that might just cause the chain reaction that blows this leading battle up here. So then, onto a new lap we go. It's Alfred Matthews in second, isn't it? Yes, so it's Hammond from Matthews from West. Southern settled there in 4th place, and he has now closed up back up to the back. So we are a leading train of 4 once again. He checks over the shoulder. Alfred Matthews is now defending. So we've now got the drivers from P3 and P6 on the grid in 1st and 2nd. Matthews looking to consolidate now at the moment. All the drivers were a little bit slower on that last lap, understandably so, with how things changed. The pole sitter, still there in 3rd place at the moment. Oh, no, I tell a lie, he's not in 3rd place. Blake Souther's through. He was when we looked away from him, but Souther's made a cheeky move, so into 3rd place. Once again goes Blake Souther. He's trying to find his way back to the front, as he has been for pretty much all of this race. Up the inside he goes. Late move into turn 1 there for Blake Souther. That was nicely done though. Door was open and he dove straight through it. Elijah West trying to do something similar. He is finding himself on the outside line. There's the inside line though for the right. Aggressive stuff. Back through he goes. Point forward from Alfred Matthews. He's like, right, let's not let these two get too far away. Let's work together here and close back up. 1 minute still left to go. And well, with the battle that they've just re-entered back in, that is allowing for the likes of Whitmore, Cometa, Harris, Clark, all to close back up again. As oh dear, what's happened to Pit Palmer? That's all changed. Pit Palmer's down into 20th place. Oh dear. Max Doubtway down 10 in this one as well, so a few drivers falling by the wayside, but yeah, Pit Palmer was on a great race. Had gained 5, I think, up into 4 it was, from 12th to 8th. Now down into P20, that's a real shame for Pit. But off we go then. Southern versus Hammond, I think, here for the race win, and well, it depends on how early they decide to squabble as to whether West, Matthews, and well, the rest of them can get involved as well. Down through the final couple of corners we go then. Time is going to hit 0, so this will be on to the final lap of the race here from Aidan Hammond. Does he have enough of a gap here to not need to worry about Blake Souther? It's Elijah West, though, who gets another fastest lap of the race. Again, there's about a kart length here between Hammond and Souther, and then about a kart length between Souther and West. It might just be one of those races where we needed that one extra lap. Checks over the shoulder. Once again, synchronised head shaking there from our top 2. So they both try and work out whether they need to defend as all. I was going to say, no, they both don't need to, but Blake Souther nearly proved me wrong there. I think he knew that was his only opportunity to try and just slam his way up the inside, but Hammond had enough. Was able to hang around the outside, and he will lead us down into the final S's. Through goes Aidan Hammond, and it was a bold move to get into the lead, and that has got him the race victory in heat number 1. Aidan Hammond is victorious ahead of Blake Souther. I think Souther will be feeling a little bit of grief there from that move from Aidan Hammond. It was bold from Aidan Hammond, I think, to say the least, and I think there was only no contact because of Blake Souther's fantastic awareness of the situation, was able to bail out and give the room to Aidan Hammond. But either way, Hammond got the move done, and Hammond takes the win out there on circuit. Blake Souther has to settle from 2nd place, and your pole sitter having to settle for P3. Well, here are your final results then from that, what were we there? 5th race of the day? No, 4th race of the day. 4th race of the day so far there for Junior Road Tax. Oh no, 1st race of the day for Junior Road Tax. 4th race of the day for us as a whole here at Dunkeswell Raceway. Right, Hammond wins from Southern and West, then your top 3. They would have followed by Alfred Matthews, Jesse Whitmore, Cash Harris, Aidan Clark, Karthik Kameta, Cody Longdon and Ethan Hunt, your top 10. They were then followed by Archie Cannon, Jaden Shearing, Nicola Pozzi and Charlie White. They're your top 14. Behind them were Lucas Carter-White, Daniel Wisnauskas, Elsie Bonning, then Neve Allen, Travis Dolby, Pip Palmer. There rounds out your top 20. Elijah Lewis, Aaron Maidman, Eli Mann, Riley Allen Hunt, Harley Edwards, Louis Haxby and Mia Haxby, the 2 Haxbys there, 26th and 27th. And then Max Douthwaite rounded out the order. To the issues there for Douthwaite, finished a lap down. I didn't finish at all. I'm checking now on the live timing. Right then, we're about ready for our last race before the break as the 1-2-1 gets pushed out. Oh, that's why Max Douthwaite didn't make it to the end of the race there. He has to have the long walk back to the pit lane. Right then, we're about ready to go. Oh, I can get my words out, John. Come on, one more race before the lunch break. And it is our Retro 100cc's out next. Well then, as you can see, plenty more people in the pit lane for this next race than we're used to. And that's because these drivers don't have the luxuries that we've just seen in the previous classes of clutches and push-button electric starts. What is all this nonsense? These drivers are going to pick the car up and they're going to chuck it back down on the floor. And that's going to make it go. Basically, yeah, so without the lack of clutch, these direct drive karts, you've got to, if you've never seen them before, you've got to sort of pick up the rear axle and sort of dump it down and give it a proper push forward, kick-start the engine into life. And some drivers, you can see, I think are planning on doing it on their own, which, fair play, that's bold, because I've seen plenty of clips where drivers try and do it on their own and, well, the kart sort of drives away from them. And they're stood there thinking, oh no, that's going to cost a lot of money when it ends up hitting something, inevitably. As now we see, there you go. You see a couple of drivers giving that push themselves and hopping in. A couple of the other drivers having that little bit of assistance for the push to get them out and ready. Well, we've got 2 classes, or 2 championships, I guess you could say, out and racing here today. We have our pre-95s and our pre-2Ks. Trying to find their grid for this one. There we go. So I've got everyone mixed in on my grid on my screen in terms of laptop. I hope they are mixed in on the grid as well. So we shall see. I'm trying to spot if the different colours are... No, they seem to be pretty mixed in. So that's nice. Let me run you through the grid then quickly. It is Tyler Whedon from the pre-95s on pole position. Very close. 200s. Less. 1.5 hundredths between him and Liam Hamling, who is your top pre-2K driver. Then Mitchell McLeod, your O-plate, is alongside Matt Martin. Oh dear, race is already over for the number 12. Tom Longfield and Jay Goodwin are on row 3. There's Thomas Hadley, Peter Griffin, Richard Plummer, Matt Parker, Owen Potter, Ian Turner, Stuart Guest, Cliff McLeod, Will Barnes, Matthew Dobson, Billy Thomas, Nino Piccoli, Edward Moore, Richard Puddle, Duncan McLeod, Martin Brackenry and Cameron Ross. We're off and racing, and as you can see, by the plumes of smoke being kicked up here at Dunkeswell Raceway, Retro Karts returning to this legendary track. The SW-plated driver looking to retain his crown. Because that's a fair point. I can't see that on my grid, but I do know that is Tyler Whedon. Is it updated? No, on the live time it still says the number 53, but I'm 99% sure that is Tyler Whedon at the front, your pole sitter, who is rocking that SW plate. Let's see if it shows it on the entry list. But on they go then, listen to the roar, the screaming of these old, reeded engines. Oh no, that looks like a seized engine, sadly, for the number 17. Out of the race they go, that's Tom Longfield, out after only 1 lap. And of course we already saw one driver had peeled off to the side before they even got this race underway. But it is Whedon from McLeod from Hamling here at the sharp end. So it is Tyler Whedon, your defending Southwest champion. Down to the hairpin we go then, end of the back straight. And for the moment, Whedon holding on. Mitch McLeod on the O plate though, so we've got the SW plate and the O plate at the sharp end, I think proving why they've earned those plates earlier this year or into previous years. Yellow flags, of course, that's for our stricken kart down there at the final corner. Drivers up and out, drivers all okay, and thankfully they didn't collide with any track furniture when that engine decided it didn't want to engine anymore. Matt Parker, the new fastest lap of the race, comes from the number 67 up into P6 and P10 on the grid as well. Your biggest mover though, up 12 places, is Martin Brackenbury. That's not surprising. Brackenbury is a quick peddler in these karts, and well, he's up 12 places, 22nd to 10th. I think something must have gone wrong in the qualifying session earlier on. I don't think that's a fair and unfair assumption to make. Yeah, we would expect to see Brackenbury a little bit higher up than he is. These three still nose to tail as all. Sorry, I've missed Hamling make that move there as I was too busy looking at my other screen. So McLeod down to P3, Hamling to second, Hamling to first, up the inside he goes into T1. New fastest lap of the race for Liam Hamling. And an attempt to pull back alongside there for Tyler Whedon, but not going to work this time. So Liam Hamling finds the lead of the race then. It's been an honour to commentate over this championship. Of course, both at, where have I commentated before? Rye House, I've commentated over these guys, and Forest Edge, I've commentated over this championship as well. Always fantastic to be involved. The smells, the noise, the racing is epic in these retro karts, and it's so fantastic. There's so many people wanting to keep them alive because they need to be kept alive. They are just brilliant. These karts truly have a soul. They really do. They really do. And it's fantastic to see them still racing like they do. Onto a new lap of the race we do go, and it is still Liam Hamling in the lead of this one. Still with that fastest lap as well. Here is Matt Parker. We said he got through the traffic well. And, well, now he's all over the back of Peter Griffin. No, he hasn't. Busted his way out of a cartoon. That is a different Peter Griffin there in P5. I can imagine Peter was probably around before Family Guy as well. That must have been really annoying when you realise that someone has randomly chosen your name for now a really recognisable character. That's really annoying, Peter. Unfortunate. For the moment, I don't think that's in his head. I think he's currently focused on the fact that Matt Parker is all over his rear bumper. Look at this, though, change of pace. McLeod finds the fastest lap. He does clobber that curb, though, down at T1. That's lost him that bit of exit speed and lost him the opportunity, at least on this lap. Tyler Whelan is... Oh, where's McLeod gone? Where's McLeod gone? I think he's pulled over. He has. Or was that him? Was that him slightly further back? Nope, there he is. McLeod is off and out of the race. That's a real shame. The O-plate is gone. So, Mitchell McLeod, son of Duncan McLeod, I believe, is out of the race. That's a real shame for Mitchell. As we say, he just got the fastest lap of the race. I think that shows you how temperamental these karts can be at the best of times. You just find the fastest lap, and within about 2 corners, the kart goes, no thank you. Don't want to race anymore. I'll wait until the next one. Thanks. There you see, confirming your time on the left-hand side of your screen. Mitchell dropping down the order. So Hamling and Whedon still in the top 2. That promotes Matt Martin into a podium position in this one. And for the moment, actually, fair play, sorry, to Peter Griffin. Peter Griffin is actually the one hounding the back of Matt Martin now. He's gained a second to Matt Parker now in P4, so potential for a Griffin podium in this first race. Whedon all over the back of Hamling, though. This is the battle we've got to keep our eyes on here. Whedon is looking like he's on the hunt. For the back, Richard Plummer, Ian Turner, Martin Brackenbury, they're in 8th place now. Thomas Hadley, Owen Potter, actually top 10 at the moment. Matthew Dobson, Duncan McLeod, they were very close together going on to the last lap. They're battling over P11. And same story as well for Will Barnes and Jade Goodwin, battling over 13th place. To be fair, similar story for Stuart Guess and Billy Thomas. Well, both those battles did amount to something on the last lap. Duncan McLeod is through on Matthew Dobson. Jade Goodwin is through on Will Barnes. And look at this, Tyler Whedon is through on Liam Hamling. Change for the race lead once again. So Liam Hamling found that pace sort of mid part of the race, didn't he? That's where he was able to really turn up the wick and pressed on, getting past both the 2 ahead of him, McLeod and Whedon. Well, Whedon's been there right on Hamling's tail ever since that moment, and finally he's able to grab the lead back. Let's see if Hamling has a response to that. Well, the response is almost immediate there. It is going to be immediate. Up the inside into turn 3 goes Liam Hamling. Nicely done. But up and under, we'll try Tyler Whedon. Take a little bit of front to rear contact, but nothing major. As they headed through the corner exit there, and they've got to be a bit careful here. Matt Martin and Peter Griffin are not that far behind. Next time around, we will go on to the final lap of the race. So, 1,000 metres to go then. Well, 1,032 to be exact. And on we go to it. One more lap of racing here at Dunkeswell. And Liam Hamling, oh, little look up the inside there from Whedon, but he wasn't close enough. The Southwest champion from 2025. He's trying to retain it, but Liam Hamling is doing his best to steal it away. Down the back straight we go then, defending the inside line, switch back up the inside. Little clobber of the curb though from the SW plate of Tyler Whedon. That was almost perfection there from Tyler Whedon to sell the dummy and get the inside line back. That little touch of the curb though sees him lose the place once more. And they're going to run potentially almost side by side down the back straight. Up the inside, he looks for it, does Whedon, but not able to get it. Hamling rounds the final couple of corners and Liam Hamling wins the first race of the day here in our 100cc class. Fantastic. Awesome racing. Awesome noise. These karts have a special place in my heart. They are awesome. Awesome machines. And brilliant to have so many drivers out there and racing in these fantastic machines. Well, that was cheeky. Piccoli nearly stole that place away there at the line. That was very close. We've seen Piccoli and Thomas right to the checkered flag. Well, there we go then. First race of the day for our 100cc retros is done and dusted. Liam Hamling takes the win ahead of Tyler Whedon and Matt Martin. They're your top 3. Sadly, a couple of drivers falling by the wayside there with mechanical issues, but that's what we come to expect in Formula A racing. Peter Griffin, Matt Parker, they're just off of the podium in the top 5. They'll followed by Ian Turner, Martin Brackenbury, Richard Plummer, Thomas Hadley and Duncan McLeod. Brackenbury, your biggest mover then. How many was it in the end? 15 places in the end for Martin Brackenbury. Outside of the top 10, Owen Potter, Jay Goodwin, Matthew Dobson and Will Barnes. They're your top 14. Behind them, 15th place backwards was Stuart Guess, Billy Thomas, Nino Piccoli, and then Mitchell McLeod and Tom Longfield not making it to the checkered flag, sadly, in their first race of the day. Well, there you go then. First 5 races of the day are done and dusted, but we're not even through our first round of heats. I don't think my voice is going to make it to the end of the day here, ladies and gentlemen. There are so many races still left to come here at Dunkeswell. Oh my goodness. Well, we're about ready for our lunch break. We've got 3 more of the first round of heats to come after the lunch break, and that should start at around midday. So we're going to go to around an hour's lunch break now, and we'll be back, as I say, for those last races in the first round of heats, then our heat 2s, then our pre-finals, and then you'll need to jump onto the SlipStream Pass for all the finals at the end of the day. But from all of us here at Alpha Live, all of us here at Dunkeswell Raceway, for the moment it is to the lunch break. We'll see you in around 1 hour's time.
SlipStream, the way to watch all the best club karting live and on demand. It takes just 1 minute to become a channel member and get your virtual SlipStream Pass. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel and follow the prompts. Using an iPhone? Do this via Safari to avoid paying an extra fee. Channel members get early access to the Bump Draft podcast, as well as 7 days exclusive access to the event finals. Plus, they also get priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership and you can cancel at any time. Join SlipStream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport.
That's Andrew.
That's Henry.
That's Piers.
We do the Bump Draft podcast every single month on Alpha Live for our SlipStream members, where you can watch us talk about all things karting. And as a member, you also get the SlipStream tune-up as well, where we talk to some of the best drivers and people in karting about how to get better at karting, how to improve, how to enjoy it more. Make sure that you are a member if you want to enjoy live finals and also some other bits and pieces as well. That's Andrew.
That's Henry.
That's Piers.
We do the Bump Draft podcast every single month on Alpha Live for our SlipStream members, where you can watch us talk about all things karting. And as a member, you also get the SlipStream tune-up as well, where we talk to some of the best drivers and people in karting about how to get better at karting, how to improve, how to enjoy it more. Make sure that you are a member if you want to enjoy live finals and also some other bits and pieces as well.
SlipStream, the way to watch all the best club karting live and on demand. It takes just 1 minute to become a channel member and get your virtual SlipStream Pass. Hit the join button on our YouTube channel and follow the prompts. Using an iPhone? Do this via Safari to avoid paying an extra fee. Channel members get early access to the Bump Draft podcast, as well as 7 days exclusive access to the event finals. Plus, they also get priority chats read live by our commentators, so you can show your support for your favourite drivers. It's a rolling 30-day membership and you can cancel at any time. Join SlipStream today to enjoy live club karting and help promote the grassroots of our sport.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Dunkeswell Kart Club. You join us here once again for round number 6, and of course, the Southwest Champs in 2026. We've got senior road taxis coming up next, as shown by the graphic on your screens. And while these drivers have been waiting around for a little while this morning, I imagine they probably got to the track nice and early to get themselves set up and ready to go. But now almost hitting midday here on Sunday. And finally, we will see senior road taxis heading out onto the circuit, as was mentioned there on that lovely little advert there from Alpha Live, with some lovely graphics, I must say. Of course, to clarify, you are more than welcome to join us for the rest of this first round of heats, the second round of heats, and then the pre-finals here on the public live stream. But the finals later on, where we do decide who is crowned Southwest Champion for 2026 in each class, that will be via the SlipStream Pass. So make sure you grab that over on the Alpha Live YouTube channel prior to the finals this afternoon if you don't want to miss out. Don't worry though, you just have to wait about a week or so to view them publicly. But if you do want to watch them live, purchase that pass ASAP because, well, I mean, given the racing we've already had this morning, you are not going to want to miss it. As we say then, 5 classes have already given us their first heat of the day this morning, and we've got 3 more coming up for their first round of heats. We've got so many more races here coming today. We've done 5 already, and I think I counted before we went into the lunch break that there were 27 still to go. My voice is not going to last this afternoon, but we're going to have fun along the way anyway. Let's see how we go. 20 senior road tax drivers, I believe, are about to hit the track in anger for the first time this weekend, and there are a number of names on the list. Well, the one I very much recognise, 2 that I know are proven race winners, not only in seniors, but as they've come up and through the motorsport ladder. Jack West is on pole position in this one. I remember commentating over him back at Wilton Mill a few years ago now. I think that was back in the juniors, if I'm not mistaken. But as we know, he's made that ascension up into the seniors now, and Jack, a very quick peddler. Ollie Wise it is that joins him on the front row. Will Swales and Charles Green on row 2. Of course, Charles Green, proven in NKC, proven down at the Forest Edge Kart Club as well. The known race winner is Charles there from the second row of the grid. Maxim Smith and Jarek Metters on row 3. Jarek Metters, of course, multiple race winner in Super 1 there from the third row of the grid. He's followed by Kai Pepperell and Dylan Brearley. Then it's Lucy Lovell and Jonas Jandasauskas who round up the top 10 there, followed by Jacob Felton and Cian Downer, George Isgrove and Luke Evans, and it's Ralph Molyneux, Rudy Winslow Morton, Archie Bowen, Adam Mallins, Izzy Lawton and Jamie Rowe. 20 drivers on the grid then for this one. And well, in qualifying, the entire grid was separated by 1.4 seconds. This is going to be interesting, folks. To the flag we go then. 2 by 2 to the lights, and senior road taxis are underway for the first time here at round number 6 at the Dunkeswell Kart Club. Side by side for the race lead. Looks as though they've been able to muscle their way there. Charles Green there getting shoved one way then the other. That nearly collects Jarek Metters. Metters avoids the grass, slots back in. I don't think he's lost a place, but equally I don't think he's gained one. So I think out of that situation, he'll be relatively pleased with that. Stays in 5th position, does Jarek. Still high pressure at the front. Wiles and Swales still going with Jack West at the sharp end. as they all funnel their way down into the last few corners for the first time in this race. 7 minutes plus 1 lap still for all these first round of heats. Same again for the second round of heats and the pre-finals. Will only be the finals when we extend that time. 10 minutes plus 1 lap for those finals. But we don't need too much time in these heats for moves to get done. Up the inside, change for the race lead, but a potential change yet again. Ollie Wise gets through, but here comes Charles Green as well. Green's up the inside now, Jack West. Jack West slipping to third, potentially fourth, potentially fifth here. Will Swales now getting stuck in as well. Metters up the inside of both of them. Lovely move from Jarek Metters. Saw the opportunity there and went for it. Metters to third. Already the seniors hotting up then. I mean, I was sort of hoping I could maybe be a bit more relaxed for the early part of the afternoon, but if the seniors are going to race like this, this is going to be quite the afternoon of racing here to crown the Southwest champs. So onto a new lap of the race we go once again then. It is Ollie Wise in the lead of the race. Charles Green there in second place. Nope, make that the lead. Up the inside he goes. But immediate re-overtake there from Ollie Wise. Metters is going to try and get the good exit there. Who else is there getting stuck in? It's of course your pole sitter. Up the inside he goes. But back through goes Jack West then. He's trying to hang it around the outside here of Jarek Metters as well, but that might see him lose the place once more. The 10 of Maxime Smith is getting stuck in there as well. He's made up a couple of places earlier on this lap. And look at this, we've still basically got the entirety of the field here in one big train. And we're not too distant from half race distance here. On to lap 4 we go. Still Wise in the lead somehow. Green still second, Metters still third, but that did not sum up that previous lap at all. Plenty of switching around. But they all settle back into place then. It is Will Swales who's still just ahead of Jack West there, as they look to close back down the gap to your race leaders. Maxime Smith going with them, the Coles Racing outfit. And Kai Pepperell hot on his heels. Dylan Brearley with them as well. So Pepperell, Brearley and Lovell all where they were from the race start. But biggest mover is Jarek Metters at the moment. 3 places gained from 6th on the grid. The drivers finesse their way through the last couple of corners once again. Such a tough set of corners, that, especially when you're trying to go side by side through it. Because of course that exit matters hugely, not only down to turn 1, but all the way through this first part of the next lap. There's a cheeky move, there's that Coles on Coles action there, side by side. But the 10's going to lose out from that. Maxime Smith looked up the inside there, got shuffled wide and then dropped back. So a nice attempt from Maxime. He's got himself a contact warning for that as well. He's got one, Luke Evans has got one, Lucy Lovell has got one, and George Isgrove has got 2. That was 2 within about 30 seconds of each other though, earlier on in this race. A potential first lap shenanigans in and around George Isgrove. The Origin karts there getting stuck in a little bit further down this leading group. There's that Lucy Lovell potentially on the 116. We'll double check that as they come on through. Either way, they're all squabbling down into turn 1 once again. Pepperell and Swales going with them as well. I think it was Lucy Lovell as here they are. Yep, the 116, it is indeed. Lovell making her way through this pack. This is all at the bottom end of the top 10, that little group there. And Lovell's made that move stick. That's nice from her. So that was to keep ahead actually of Maxime Smith, and it is I think it's the 97 of Will Swales who's ahead of them if I'm not mistaken, which would put him in 5th. So I think Kai Pepperell maybe has dropped back in that group, or we'll see. They're going to come over the timing line once again. I think Pepperell's just there, slightly further behind them. No, it is Swales. Oh, there we go. I need a trip to Specsavers. It was Pepperell who was there in 5th all along. Swales it was who's dropped back. So Pepperell 5th, Lovell 6th, Smith 7th, and Swales in 8th place. But these drivers are well and truly scampered on clear, haven't we? We've now got 4 at the front, so it was initially a little breakaway of 3. Wise, Green and Metters. Well, West has gone, don't think you're leaving me behind, are you boys? He's rejoined this quartet now at the sharp end. And well, first driver to dispatch is Jarek Metters, of course, maybe racing a little bit further up than he should be on pace alone, given that P6 on the grid. But as I said before we went into racing action, Jarek, proven race winner in Super 1. So he's not exactly an unknown force at this sort of area of the field. At the moment, it does seem as though Wise and Green are just slipping away as there you go. Didn't take long, did it? Through goes Jack West. So West gets the move done then on Jarek Metters down through turn 4. Through the back straight they go. Was looking back up the inside there was Jarek Metters, but not working out this time. And I think better idea now with about a minute to go is settle in behind Jack West here. He was on pole position for this race. He's clearly got the pace here at Dunkers. Let's see if they can work together, pressing on to these last couple of laps of the race. Wise and Green still as they were. Gap stayed identical there. 39 hundredths of a second it was previously, and it stays that going on to this penultimate lap of the race. Gap back to Jack West, opened up ever so slightly. Of course, this is going to be his first lap in that bit of clear air there in third place. Let's see what they can do. He's certainly not dropping Jarek Metters at the moment, and visibly anyway, it doesn't seem like that gap to Charles Green ahead is closing fast enough. Oh, I said it was the penultimate lap. We might just eke out another one here, to be honest. 10 seconds on the clock still as they head into the final couple of corners. No, we will. It'll be 2 laps from now. As, oh dear, I've just spotted black flag a minute ago for Lucy Lovell. The 116 issued a black flag. Well, that is not often that you see the black flag used in owner karting. Now, I can see on the tick list 1 contact warning prior to that black flag, but I can't see anything further. So I'm unable to give you any further information on that from here in the commentary box. But either way, Lucy Lovell will be parking it up at the end of this lap. Race over for Lucy Lovell. That's a real shame. Oh, here goes Ollie Wise, still leading Charles Green, and it is Ollie Wise still with the fastest lap of the race in this one. Down to the final couple of corners we go, and on to the final 1,032 metres of this race. There is Lucy, trailing the back of Maxine Smith as she has been for quite a long period in this race now. Hopefully she'll peel into the pits. I think she might not have, to be honest, and it's the last lap now anyway. She'll be disqualified from the race when she comes across the line. Real shame though for Lucy, because of course it is your amalgamation of the points scored in race number 1 and race number 2 that set up your starting position for the pre-final. So if something goes wrong across either of the 2 heats, I mean a DSQ, you effectively finish at the back, if not even worse, and that then combined with whatever score it is in Heat 2, Lucy will have her work cut out for her, sadly, in that pre-final. But Ollie Wise, on the other hand, certainly won't. Win in Heat number 1 for Ollie Wise, and a fastest lap as well by half a tenth. Charles Green, second in that first race of the day, gaining those 2 positions. And your pole sitter, Jack West, slipping to third, but it all kicked off in that sort of mid part of the race. But I still think third is good points for him, not only for the championship, but also for the grids for the pre-final later on this afternoon. So I think Jack's still going to be relatively happy with that one. The 9th seeded driver there in the UK is Jack West. Further down your order then, Jarek Metters and Kai Pepperell, they in top 5. Followed by Maxine Smith and Lucy Lovell, but of course Lovell with that black flag, she will not finish in that 7th place. Everyone behind her will gain that position. Will Swales, then Jacob Felton, Dylan Brearley, and then it'll be Luke Evans, who then round out the top 10. They're followed by George Isgrove, Cian Downer, and Rudy Winstow Morton. They're your top 14 on screen. They were followed by Archie Bowen, Izzy Lawton, Ralph Molyneux, Adam Malins, and then Jonas Jonasauskas are only DNF from that race. That's a shame there for Jonas. A good pedaler in those senior Rotax karts, so hopefully we see him back to full strength in race number 2 later on this afternoon. Right then, 2 more races in our first round of heats, ladies and gentlemen. Up next is your Rotax 177s. Right then, no, we don't miss a beat here at Dunkeswell. Straight out onto the circuit come our 177s, and fittingly there are 7 177s. There we go. Braden Hill, it is on pole position for this one. About 3.5 tenths quicker. In second place of George Walker in qualifying yesterday. Jamie Salter and Carl Adey are on row 2. Or a day. Sorry, Carl, if I pronounce that incorrectly, let me know. Paul Sims and Tim Allen are on row 3. And Cole Edwards, your defending SW Plate champion, didn't set a time. And actually, I can't see him there on the cameras. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where is our 7th driver? Cole Edwards signed up for the weekend clearly, not setting a time in qualifying yesterday, and looks as though not here today as well. Well, that will open the floodgates then. Someone else is going to take home today's SW plate and become Southwest champion in 2026 in 177s, but who will it be? You might just get an inkling in this one. Into the trail lines we go then. 2x2 to the lights. We're off and racing here for the first time in your 177s. Braden Hill immediately chopping across to take the lead. George Walker files in second place, but already he's hunting that race win. Braden Hill has to defend ever so slightly there through into turns 3 and turns 4. And out we go onto the back straight now. Jamie Salter looking to go with them. Already they're starting to drop. Paul Sims, Carl Ady and Dibbs Allen, sorry. Again, really need that trip to Specsavers today. 1 minute in already in this one, or almost. To the end of lap number 1 we go then. And while George Walker was hounding the rear bumper of Braden Hill in the early part of that lap, it seems as though now Braden Hill settling into pace, not feeling the need to defend so much, and now can maybe start to stretch his legs that little bit more. Those clouds looking a little bit menacing there off to the left-hand side of shot there on that previous camera. It was bright blue skies earlier this morning when we opened up the live stream for you all, but externally clouded over. Oh, that looks a bit nicer actually from that camera. Well, fair enough. Ignore me. That looks actually really lovely. I'm chatting absolute rubbish. Oh, I thought I saw a big dark cloud, but no, it's actually it's a lovely day at Dunkeswell, isn't it? And even the planes flying overhead, so you make it look even more picturesque to prove me wrong. Not a paid actor, I promise. Right, nearly 2 minutes into this race now. Braden Hill is still leading the way. Yeah, he's started to gap George Walker that bit more, isn't he now? Fastest lap, 48.2. 48.4 for Walker as there's a move for 4th place. Carl Ady, that is, getting back through. It is indeed on his CRG chassis. So 80 back through to 4th then. Paul Sims dropping to P5. And the field just pulling away now from Dibbs Allen. A couple of seconds now back. There he is, just in the background of your shot in P6 in this one. So 6/10 still only the gap between Braden Hill and George Walker at the sharp end, but it does seem as though, let me say, as they're settling into that rhythm in this first race of the day, that Braden Hill just has that little bit of extra pace here over the Chase's drivers. Jamie Salter being left in a little bit of no man's land at the moment now. Carl Ady looking to pull away from Paul Sims. Can he close back up to Jamie Salter, or does Jamie Salter have that little bit of extra pace to stay there in that no man's land and consolidate a rather quiet P3? Of course, Jamie Salter, it's been good to see him out and racing in the Super 1 series. I don't remember if he was there when I covered, because I only done 1 round this year of Super 1. I don't remember if he was there this year. He certainly did a couple of rounds that I did out last year in 2025, did Jamie. And Jamie was always a quick peddler. But for the moment, Braden Hill and George Walker seemingly having the pace over him as there's more planes doing laps around there. Very picturesque day here today at Dunkeswell. And yeah, well, everyone's got their shades on. They should have told me, shouldn't they? Bright, sunny here at Dunkeswell, and thank goodness for the driver's sake that it seems to have cooled down a little bit here in the UK now. I think sort of highs are around 20 degrees, 21 degrees here at Dunks today, if I'm not mistaken. So a little bit of a respite from what it's been for the last couple of months. Being a racing driver in the last couple of months has also meant that you're a sauna enthusiast in your race suit. Some sweaty race suits, to say the least. I've seen a couple of drivers opting for having a couple of suits to go and using one for a session and then using a different one for a following session, just to give the suit a bit of a break as well and not feel the need to, or not have to, put a rather soggy suit back on. Never an enjoyable experience. I think anyone who's done any particular karting or motorsport racing has had that experience at some point in the past, and it's not a fun one. Well, my overarching point there, after I went on quite a tangent, was that it's bloody lovely. It's lovely here today at Dunkeswell. And everyone enjoying the sunshine while we can. Of course, we're now going to press on towards September and October. The nights will start drawing in, and we'll all start complaining about how cold it's getting. I'm sure we're British. We love to complain. 2.5 minutes left to go in this race then, and indeed gaps have opened out a little bit in this one. We've got drivers on some very decent pace around this circuit, and actually the field spread is not far at all. It's only 2 seconds in terms of overall lap time between your fastest and your slowest in this session so far. The issue is there seems to be about 3 or 4 tenths of a second difference between each driver in this one. So they're all just a little bit slower than the next driver, and they're all just slowly opening up the gaps. So for the moment, betting man's choice might be Braden Hill for the final later on today, but you never know how things could play out. Motorsport is not that simple. And as always, there's plenty of things out of Braden's control, and you never know how things play out. How the cookie may crumble, as they say. A minute and a half still left to go then. Also, hello to everyone who's in the live chat still. Hello, hello. Oh, cheers, Jensen Hookie. Just as I was saying about it being like, it's nice and warm, but it's not too crazy. You've only got to rub it in. Nice and warm here in Portugal right now. Hee hee hee. Thanks, Jensen. Well, I'm not jealous at all, mate. Not jealous at all. Well, you could be at Dunkeswell, so who's jealous now, Jensen? Who's jealous now? Cheers for the amazing commentary at Rotax Festival, mate. Not a problem at all, Jensen. Not a problem at all. It's my pleasure. And honoured to be bringing the soundtrack once again here for round 6 for the Dunkeswell Kart Club. And today, of course, our Southwest champs. I meant to say as well, a big well done to Oscar Churches back at round number 5. Of course, winning that Rotax E10 final that has sent Oscar to the Rotax Grand Finals later this year. So, funny enough, Jensen, you're in Portugal right now. Well, Oscar will be joining you in a few months' time. There is Paul Sims, still there in a bit of no man's land there in 5th place, as he's going to head on to another lap of the race. You can see that old-style nose on his one. What's that, 3 generations to go, is it, of Nassau panel, that one? I would say, because we sort of went from that one into the sort of hot dog, a lot of people like to call it, the hot dog Nassau panel, and then sort of into that more new age Nassau panel that we have now. And of course, specifically those Rotax carts having the, what would you call them, the fins, the slits, as seen there. Thank you to Stuart, my fantastic producer there. Cuts over to the race leader, and the 32 gives us a perfect example of that brand new NASA panel. It's been introduced in the last 2 years, I want to say. I think it was 2 years ago. So these were introduced for the start of the 2025 season. I might be wrong. It might have been 2026. My memory is escaping me at the moment. Either way, they're very new. And either way, Braden Hill is still 2.5 seconds out in the lead of this race. He, of course, had to have that little bit of defensive work on the first couple of laps. But after that, hasn't really looked back since. Interesting, gents, and I like that. We will call it the Cheese Grater Nassau. That's good, that. I've not heard that one before. Cheese Grater Nassau is going to win this first race. Oh, the Nassau panel. It looks lovely. And Braden Hill far ahead of the rest of the field. Braden Hill, fastest lap. And your winner in the first heat of the day there in Rotax 177s. Sadly, I'm sure sadly for all the drivers involved as well, more of a demonstration run, that one, sadly, for the 177s. With all the drivers just opening up those gaps throughout that one, but hopefully the likes of George Walker, Jamie Salter, and the rest of them can find a little bit more pace through into heat number 2, or maybe find that little bit extra in the setup and just dial it in perfectly, and maybe give Braden Hill a bit of a run for his money later on in the day. There you go then, final results. Braden Hill from George Walker, Jamie Salter from Carl Ady, or Aday, sorry Carl if I'm getting that wrong, Paul Sims and Tim Allen round out the order. Well then, 177's done for their first heat of the day. Then we've got one more for our first round of heats. And if you like retro karting, you're going to thoroughly enjoy today's racing action. Up next, I believe, is our Formula Blues. Right then, well, can you tell that there's more retro karts kicking into gear with the plumes of smoke there filling the air as these karts get ready to head on out? And there is the green flag. Perfect timing, sir. Thank you very much. Well, I'm going to struggle to give you a grid for this one because I do not have it. So, yeah, my grid that I've got on my sheet here is 6 TX numbers. So that works really well. I'm going to see if I can get up the entry list very quickly. Maybe we can try and pick out who is who. Senior Blue, that's what we'll look at. Right. Drivers heading around then for our first Formula Blue race of the day. Oh, they just updated. I've heard in my ear that potentially they've just updated the grid. I'm going to try and go back to that now then. Okay, maybe not, maybe not. Anyway, we're going to go for a race start here in Formula Blues, are we? Are we? They're very spaced out at the front of the order. Yeah, I thought it might be a false start, that one. Our leaders were way in front of the rest of the order. And the carts adorned with planetkarting.com will go round again. False start for our first attempts there for Formula Blues. Oh yeah, I see it. It has updated with names now. I assume that's because we've had the drivers come through past the timing line. Well, the 131 there in the sort of green and whitey grey colours is Max Günther. The all-black card alongside him, I believe, is Nigel Vickery. I believe we then have the 22 and the 26 on the following road. That is James Dawkins and Mitchell Carpenter. We should then have the likes of Mark Ellis, Alex Fortune, Anthony Lee, Phil Waters, Hannah Dawkins, Tom Parker, Jeff Ellis, Joey Foster, Stuart Gray, Mike Bell, Kevin O'Neill, Ron Shawn and Russell O'Neill. 17 drivers, I believe, we got in this, and of course, if I'm not mistaken, 2 junior blues as well. Well then, second attempt at the start. Do we get it underway this time? I think we're good to go. We're underway in racing then. Formula Blues head down to the first couple of corners, side by side. And round the outside is going to try Nigel Vickery. It's worked for some previous classes. Does it work for him? There's almost a bit of side-pod to side-pod contact, and no. Answer is no, it does not work out for Nigel Vickery. Vickery ends up losing second place. Was that Dawkins that slipped on by? I believe it was. And Mitchell Carpenter, the one actually losing positions, into the lead. What a move! Through goes the 20... I'm just trying to find out if it's the 22 or the 26. I think it's the 22. As they continue on to the end of the first lap. Lovely manoeuvres there on this first lap of racing then. So as we head to the end of it, it is indeed the 22 that you see there on your screens. James Dawkins with a fantastic start. Siding his way on through, past Nigel Vickery and past Max Günther. It's Dawkins from Günther from Vickery, then Lee, Parker, Carpenter, Gray, Ellis, Foster and Dawkins, your top 10. There is the 63 of Tom Parker, just outside, oh, just inside, I should say, of the top 5. He's got Mitchell Carpenter for company. Of course, Carpenter losing those 2 spaces on the first lap. He might be feeling a tad aggrieved after that, and he'll be wanting to find his way back through. As there's a little move in the background, cheeky manoeuvre up the inside potentially. They're still running side by side on the corner exit, and driver having to take to the inside curb. Was that not Mitchell Carpenter that had to take to the inside curb? It was. And Carpenter was right on the back of Tom Parker, but ends up losing out to the O-plate of Stuart Gray. Stuart Gray was up 8 places already. So that is the 9th place gained in this race so far for Stuart Gray, and we've just gone on to the 3rd lap. Danny Elson and Harley Drake, your 2 junior blues in this one. As there's up the inside again, that's the O-plate of Stuart Gray. Gray makes it work, the 67 follows him through. Was it 67 or 66? I could have sworn that was the 67. But I haven't got the 67 on my time, so... it wasn't, it was the 62, that's why, John. I really need that trip to Specsavers, don't I, ladies and gentlemen? So that was Stuart Gray then, had already got past Anthony Lee. Now gets past Tom Parker, and Anthony Lee follows him through. Oh, Anthony Lee, no, that's not gone back through, that's now the 63, that is Tom Parker. So that is Stuart Gray now getting past Tom Parker, so no, it was actually them squabbling with other drivers around. It was Nigel Vickery, of course, at the number 11. Oh, well, I'm all over the place in this race, aren't I, ladies and gentlemen, so far for these Formula Blues. Either way, no matter what squabbling's going on further down here, James Dawkins is well off into the lead. From 4th on the grid, he's now 2.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field. There was the flashing past of his helmet. And the only driver bar one into the 49s. The only driver to join him is, of course, that O-plate of Stuart Gray. Up 12 places now in this race is Stuart Gray. Joint biggest mover with Danny Elson. Both have gained 12 so far in this race. Mightily impressive. And there is Mitchell Carpenter. He has got Mike Bell for company now in the number 4. As Mike Bell has not found a way through. It's Danny Elson who's now right behind him. So actually Elson getting through on Mike Bell. Very impressive from the young driver. And there goes Danny Elson now at the inside of Mitchell Carpenter. Fair play to Danny Elson. Some great moves there. And he's through. It's all late up the inside there for the number 4. Mike Bell very late on the brakes, but is able to get his car pretty much sideways. Despite the car being entirely sideways, he found his way on by and past Mitchell Carpenter then. A constant changing position here in this Formula Blue race. This has been great so far. Still 2.5 minutes left to go. And once again, just like the pre-95s and the pre-2Ks, these karts sound brilliant. Much more screamy than our current day, say, junior and senior Rotaxes. And of course, Formula Blue, because they're water-cooled. There goes the 66. Sneaking on by, that's Joey Foster then, getting past Anthony Lee. So into the top 5 goes Joey Foster. Tom Parker, I think a little bit too far away. 1.5 seconds up the road. There's Tom Parker, that might be a challenging one to catch back up. Stuart Gray, fastest lap of the race on the last lap. 48.9, and here he comes. All over the back of Max Günther. Your pole sitter is now under a lot of pressure. Out of the final corner they go, immediately pulls to the inside line. There was 300ths between them as they crossed the line, but there was nothing between them as they came down into turn 1. But Stuart Gray had that inside line, and Stuart Gray now has 2nd place. Nicely done there from Stuart. It's been a great run through the order in this one. That makes it 13 positions gained. Danny Elson, though, has now gained 15. Wow, fair play to the young driver. And Harley Drake not taking anything away from him. Our other junior has gained 9 in this one as well. Sadly, biggest loser in this one is Mark Ellis, down 10 places. So something's gone wrong earlier in this race for Mark. Same can be said as well for Phil Waters, also down 10. One minute left to go then, as Stuart Gray pretty much matches the pace of James Dawkins. Personal best of James Dawkins on the last lap. First lap down in the 48. The first driver to join Stuart Gray in the 48. And with a 5-second gap that James has at the sharp end, I don't think he'll be challenged in this one. Side-by-side action there. Aggressive from the 15, but Russell O'Neill makes it work. And finds his way through on Jeff Ellis, so that's O'Neill into the top 10. Nigel Vickery's there with them as well, who again is another driver who's fared. Unfortunately in this one, he is also down 10 places in this race. About 25 seconds to go then as James Dawkins crosses the line. It'll be 2 more laps of this race to come. And look by the distance that Stuart Gray has already gapped Max Günther as well. I think Günther is going to be fine there in 3rd though to bring home some very nice points. There's Nigel Vickery now slipping behind Harley Drake, the junior as well, so he's now down 11. Here's Nigel Vickery, that's a real shame. Used to running at the front is Nigel, so I wonder why he's slipping back in this one. Hopefully an issue that he can get resolved, ready for race 2 and then the pre-finals and finals later on today. Well, actually, these ones, I know we had one that was Heat 3 later on, and it is Formula Blue. So Heat 1, Heat 2, Heat 3, and then the final for Formula Blues later on today. James Dawkins starts our final lap of their first heat now, though. So, final kilometre or so to cover. And there is your race leader. I forgot what he even looked like, to be honest. It's been so long since we looked at the race leader. He's been high and dry for a while now, off and clear of the rest of the field here for Formula Blues. It's looking like it will be maximum points for the 22 here from race number 1. Sets up a great rest of the day. It's been lovely to commentate on the Formula Blues across lots of different places this year. I think a couple of times in UK Kart Series and maybe one further afield as well, but thumbs up from James Dawkins. He's got this one in the bag. To the line he goes. Dawkins wins your first heat of the day in Formula Blue. A calm and considered drive there from James Hawkins after getting out the blocks quickly early. All of those positions made up in the opening stages, and then was able to just scamper off and clear, winning by over 7 seconds by the time they got to the checkered flag. I think Stuart Gray just lifting off a little bit, managing the pace and taking home a second position. It was Max Günther who rounded out the podium in that one. Tom Parker and Joey Foster rounding out the top 5. They were followed by Danny Elson, then your top novice there, gaining, well, what was that in the end? 16 places. Wow, 16 positions gained. 13 gained from Stuart Gray, 10 gained for Mike Bell. Very impressive. Anthony Lee in 8th, Russell O'Neill 9th, Mitchell Carpenter in 10th, then followed by Jeff Ellis. Harley Drake, your other junior there in P12, and then the rest of our drivers who didn't have quite such ideal races. Nigel Vickery in 13th, then Hannah Dawkins, Alex Fortune, wasn't such great fortune, sadly for Alex. Phil Waters, following Ron Sean, Mark Ellis, and Kevin O'Neill there rounds out the order. Does look as though we had everyone make it to the checkered flag though, which is a positive in Formula Blue. Positive in Formula Blue, I must say. Right then, that is all our first round of heats done and dusted. Well, we'll move straight on to our second round of heats. Why don't we? It's Bambinos who are coming up next. Right then, our youngest drivers getting ready to go once more here at Dunkeswell. And the Bambino race earlier was an interesting one to say the least. Parkhouse versus Foley and Meek versus Love, and I think we might just see that again here in our second round of heats. Because of course, the grids for our second round of heats are the same as our grids for the first round of heats, because the grids of both are set by the results in the qualifying session, whereas for the pre-finals, the grids of those will be set by the results for the drivers in the first and second heats. So that means we've had 8 races so far today. We've got 8 more to go here for our second round of heats. Then we'll have 8 pre-finals, and then we'll have 8 finals. But don't forget, you're only able to get access to those finals with the SlipStream Pass. So make sure you get that purchased ASAP. Of course you can do it, but once we've gone live you can do it whenever. It's totally up to you, but I'd get it done sooner rather than later so that you're set and ready to transition over to the stream once we kick off the finals. Oh, sorry Rhubarb Racing, I missed your comment of Formula Blue. Jensen, I thought Formula Blue isn't retro. Is it? I don't know. I feel like it seems retro. It's been around for ages, so I guess that's kind of why I'm calling it retro. But I guess it's not, because they're still racing in the national championship, aren't they? So I guess so are F100. So I don't know. When do we class it as being retro? That's a good question, Jensen. I don't know. They've been around for ages, but it's not as though. I don't know, honestly. You've really made me think about that one, Jensen, now, and I don't know. I've always just called them retro because they've been around for so long, but maybe not the right thing to call them. Anyway, yes, Rhubarb Racing, indeed. It was answered by someone else in the chat, an old 2-stroke class indeed, water-cooled. We move on, though, to our Bambinos, and they head on for their second race of the day. Of course, grid the same as it was for the first race. Parkhouse, Foley, Meek, Love, Simbler, and Rice. The 6 on the grid for this one. Looks as though it stayed as it was from the grid start. And as we were used to, getting stuck in already there is the 13. Reggie Love already muscling his way back past. So that was Eddie Zimbler trying to get through. And Reggie saying, not a chance, Eddie, am I letting you through this early on? Get back behind me. And that's exactly what the number 7 has to do. We did see early on in that first race that the top 5 sort of broke away. Then we sort of split into 4, and then we sort of split into the 2 pairs at the front later on into the race. with Parkhouse battling Foley, and of course Meek battling Love, but might not be the same in this one. A slightly poor exit, it seems like, for Harry Foley. Drawing side by side there was the 37, so that ended up balking Xavier Meek a bit. I think Reggie Love has gotten through, hasn't he? Yes. So Reggie Love keeps Zimbler behind, and well, that was well worth that bit of defence there, Reggie, because that meant you were then in prime position to make up the place from Xavier Meek later on in that lap. So nicely done. I just saw one of the parents or guardians there just, I wouldn't say running, but moving swiftly from one side of the circuit to the other. So hopefully we've not had anyone park up. I can still see our 5 in this camera shot. And Archie Rice should be a little bit further back on the left-hand side of your screen, heading down that back straight. Couldn't quite spot him, but hopefully all okay for Archie as well. Eddie Zimbler just that little bit off of our top 4 still. The number 7 just slipping back as he did in the first race. That's a bit of interesting defence there from Eli Parkhouse. Does he think that the drivers behind are much closer than they really are? As now he checks over the shoulder, I think maybe he'll realise actually he's got quite a few kart lengths here back to Harry Foley. 0.6 of a second to be exact. So yeah, Parkhouse has got room to work with here. There's no need to be doing those big weaves down the back straight, but I say that, it's actually Xavier Meek who's just got the fastest lap of the race. So fair play to Xavier. 103.4, we've got a 0.6 for Love, a 0.8 for Foley, and a 0.7 for Parkhouse. And well, now Parkhouse very much does need to defend, as he does there down at the end of the back straight. And thank goodness that Foley and Love's karts are different colours, otherwise I would not be able to tell those two apart. There's Foley in the green and black, and Love then in the trailing sort of a dark brown, or sort of like a dark red and a black. Obviously on the orange frame, that's probably the easiest bit to spot out of that one. And there you go, Harry Foley now takes the fastest lap, so it was Xavier Meek momentarily. It's now Harry Foley as he closes back up to the rear bumper of Eli Parkhouse. And Parkhouse we saw in that first race, of course, squabbling it out with Harry Foley, but then was able to just find that little bit late on in the race and was able to just draw that little bit clear, despite Harry Foley's attempts earlier on in that race. It was a great squabble between the two of them, and it's been awesome to see in this one Reggie Love and Xavier Meek very much staying with these two out at the sharp end. And now we are well and truly past half race distance in this one. Into the final couple of corners we go then. Foley, let's see if he can find that same pace he did on the last lap on this one. Pulls to the inside again, does Eli Parkhouse. He's putting the personal best, but still a couple of tenths slower than Foley once again. Foley does nearly match his own personal best. So Foley has one thing on his mind and one thing only, and that is getting past Eli Parkhouse. Onto the back straight we go once again, and yeah, Parkhouse really feeling the need to defend now. Issue for these two, like I said, unlike last race, they're not on their own here in the battle for the lead. Reggie Love and Xavier Meek are within striking distance. And if they stumble over each other here in this final part of the race, well, Love or Meek could pick up a cheeky couple of extra positions and potentially a win for themselves this weekend. Through they snake through the S's once again. This will be on to lap number 6 now of this race as they're closing up to our back marker of Archie Rice, which again, just like in race number 1, just seemed to happen in that way once Foley and Parkhouse were just starting to do battles when they came up to the back of Archie Rice. Thankfully Archie was very well aware of his surroundings and gave a lot of racing room to our race leaders, and I hope that will happen again when they do close into him here. 1 minute and 15 seconds left to go. We'll just about sneak out a couple more laps, I think, after this one. fair play to Reggie Love. Not only has he closed back up to the back of these two, fastest lap on the last lap for Reggie Love, a 102.99. First driver into the 102s in this race. So we saw Eli Parkhouse turn it on in the dying moments of race number 1. Well, it seems like it's Reggie Love's turn to do the same. Issue for him, like we say, is he's got 2 cards to get past rather than just one. Difficult section here to catch Archie Rice. Which side will they go? It will be to the inside line. They've just sort of caught him on the exit. So actually that's worked out quite well for our 3 at the front. Doesn't turn into an overtaking opportunity for either of them, but maybe will do on the exit here. As you can hear, shouting and screaming from the spectators there off to driver's left, as they see the fans adorning the grandstand, cheering on their favourite drivers and wishing on all of these youngsters. Remember, single-digit ages, all of the drivers out in this Bambino field. And it doesn't matter how young and relatively inexperienced they are, they're putting on a quality show for us today here at the Southwest Champs here at Dunkeswell. Reggie Love has that fastest lap, but at the moment he's sort of waiting in the wings here, hoping that Foley might go for a bit of a do-or-die move here on Parkhouse, and Love can just side on past both of them. Timer has hit 0, though. It's now or never for Harry Foley. Through onto the final couple of laps we go. Also, final couple of laps. Final lap it is. Parkhouse to the inside line here. Foley to the outside line. Won't get any sort of overlap though. We'll try the switchback, but again, hasn't carried quite enough speed in to make that one work. Will he look up the inside? Not this time. The opportunities for Foley are beginning to dwindle. Parkhouse remains defensive. And again, aggressive checks over the shoulder from Parkhouse. It's great to see, because you only see those kind of checking over the shoulder in Bambinos and into cadets as well. Of course, driver coaches always try and drum that out of drivers as they get that little bit older. Focus ahead, because as we know, where you look is usually where you go. But despite Parkhouse's aggressive checking over the shoulders here on this final lap, he hasn't gone backwards. He's held on very nicely. He's been driving beautifully in this race, and despite charges from both Foley and Love, I think Parkhouse is going to make it 2 from 2 here in the Bambino class. Through the final couple of corners they go, and barring a very nice exit here for Foley, it is a nice exit. To the line they go. It will be Parkhouse by 8 thousandths of a second. Parkhouse wins the second race of the day. So a pretty similar order there in your second race for Bambinos, but actually a very different race in terms of how it played out on your screens. As we say then, Parkhouse takes his second win of the day. Harry Foley in P2 with Reggie Love in third place. Bit of a gap then back to the rest of the order. Xavier Meek a further 3 seconds back. He was then followed by Eddie Zimbler. Archie Rice rounding out the order there of 6 drivers. Well, there we go then. Bambinos, their heats are done. Next time we'll see them out is for the pre-finals. Pre-finals will still be 7 minutes plus 1 lap, so not massively different, but of course the grid for those will be very different. Right then, up next is heat number 2 for our Micromax drivers. There we can see our Micromax drivers getting ready to go, and maybe just getting final bit of tips and discussions from dads and mechanics and the like. As you can still see, to be fair, that heat haze there that was at the bottom of your screen, it's still pretty warm here at Dunkeswell Raceway. I said it was only sort of low 20s here today, but clearly some heat emanating from the track surface with that little bit of a heat haze. Right, Micromax's back out onto the circuit. It was a good little race in the first race between Sebastian Crawford and Arlo Gamble. Of course, Crawford taking the spoils in the end, despite that attempt to battle from Arlo Gamble. Just couldn't quite get back through. Well, Gamble was pole for race 1, so he's back to pole here for race number 2, and Crawford will have to fight his way through once again. Johnny Butterfield, Callum Gaynor on row 2, Rio Pocock and Oscar Taylor row 3. See if Pocock can be as defensively masterful as he was in the first race. Oliver Daniels, Ralph Ewer, Otley Simpson and Charlie Lakey, your top 10. They're followed by William Ewer, Iostor Pieces and Jackson Haynes. Also, Ralph Ewer definitely one to watch in this one. He cut his way through the order really nicely in that first race. Had some really good pace. So the 53. Want to watch in this one as well. Well, the Dan Holland Racing driver will lead us to the lights, being pushed towards them by 2 Origin drivers. To the lights we go, though. We are on the race and racing once again here in Micromax. Heat 2 down into the first couple of corners. Side-by-side action there between the 2 Origin drivers as they do slot into position. Crawford's lost out here. Crawford has lost out. Butterfield through into second place. Crawford is able to keep Rio Pocock behind. Callum Gain, I think just like in the first start, has lost out a little himself as well. So Pocock's into P4 then. Callum Gain's, I think, still 1 behind him. There he is. Gain's down to 5th. Oscar Taylor, Oliver Daniels, Ralph Ewer all going with them as well. So, Crawford's got work to do, hasn't he? It was unlike in race number 1, where Crawford and Gamble were at the sharp end early on and then pressed on ahead of the rest of the field. Not so easy in this one. Before he can even launch an attack on Arlo Gamble, he's got to get past Johnny Butterfield, and Butterfield wants the race lead himself. Nope, he's not going to have a chance to get it, is he? A sniff at the inside line there from Sebastian Crawford, but it wasn't late enough. It was almost one of those classic crashes where second place goes for the lead, just as third place goes for second, and obviously 2 moves can't happen at the same corner. But thankfully they both had enough time to just about back out of that one. So, top 3 pressing on, unlike the top 2 we had in race number 1. Rio Pocock finding himself in a bit of no man's land there. Now, we saw in the first race that the Orange drivers didn't exactly work together, and that bit of a mistake there from Johnny Butterfield. He's going to lose him second place here. Crawford gets the inside line into turn 1, and Crawford gets second place. Butterfield will try and go up and under. Won't work, though. He's got it. Crawford into second place. Nicely read there from Crawford, of course. Butterfield collided with the apex curb there, that little bit too hard through the left, through the final S's. And that just saw him have the kart get a bit unsettled. Couldn't carry the speed quite as well, and Crawford was able to use that to his advantage. And now it's Crawford's turn to launch his attack on your race leader. Arlo Gamble has got 4.5 minutes here to hold on. As we say, unlike in race 1, the 2 Origin drivers are joining the party as well here at the sharp end. Can they hang on, is the question. Good exit once again from Sebastian Crawford. He's going to go for it. He is going to go for it. Up the inside he goes. Through on Arlo Gamble. Crawford takes the lead and the fastest lap. Lovely racing so far, not only in this one, but throughout the day so far for Sebastian Crawford. He has been brilliant. And well, he opens up the airflow into his radiator, heading down the back straight. As he now gets into that bit of fresh air, he can cool down the engine that little bit more and manage the gap at the front. Drops his head down though, does Arlo Gamble. He wants the lead back, and of course, that win was so tantalisingly close in heat number 1 earlier on today. He wanted to get at least one under the belt before they go into the final later on this afternoon, or mentally you've got to say the advantage will be with Crawford. But Gamble's in a tough place now. Like I've said plenty of times in this race already, top 2 were clear in race 1, even if it was only by a couple of seconds. They didn't need to worry about the drivers behind. Well, that's not the case in this one for Arlo Gamble. He's very much having to think about Johnny Butterfield. Rio Pocock can't quite keep in touching distance with these 2 at the moment, but he's benefiting from the fact that Oliver Daniels is that bit further back, and then it's a further half a second, then back to the likes of Ralph Ewer, Callum Gain, Oscar Taylor, and the rest of the drivers in behind. Yeah, if anything, Crawford's continuing to just extend that slight gap out of the sharp end on Arlo Gamble. Crawford just seems to have the measure of the rest of the drivers behind the wheel of these Micromax karts, sorry. But interesting, Arlo Gamble now takes the fastest lap back. Okay, sadly it was only by 0.02 of a second, sadly for the neutrals anyway. But that does mean that Arlo maybe has something up his sleeve here for the final couple of minutes. Let's see what he can do. 2 minutes left to go on the clock. And let's see if he can turn his attention from defending from Johnny Butterfield to attacking Sebastian Crawford. Because you know what they say, the best form of defence is attack. Through the final couple of corners we go yet again then. These three absolutely line astern. Will the other driver think about it? All does. Johnny had a think, and makes sense. New fastest lap of the race with Johnny Butterfield. I saw they had the good exit off the final corner, but that clearly continuing the whole lap. Butterfield finding some great pace here. Synchronised checking over the shoulders yet again, and a point forward for Arlo Gamble. Basically saying to Johnny Butterfield, please don't overtake me, come on, we can both get Sebastian Crawford ahead. And well, the timing screens would have to agree with Arlo. They've both been quicker than Sebastian over the last lap. I'm not sure if they have been over this one though, that gap stayed pretty much identical between the two of them, if not, has opened up that little bit. So Arlo Gamble needs to find consistent faster pace, which for the moment he's not doing, and that might cause Johnny Butterfield to say, come on then, I'm coming past. Again, he thinks about it into turn one, but maybe feels he just isn't quite close enough. The gap did open ever so slightly there to 0.3 of a second now between Crawford and Gamble. As Gamble looked up the inside, that's going to scupper his exit. Will Butterfield go for it though? The answer is no. Butterfield has to wait once again. We're closing in towards the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. Opportunities dwindling for these two. So towards the final lap we go then. Who's it going to be? Crawford has been, well, not comfortable, but he hasn't lost out for the lead since getting it. Last lap ball is out. And yeah, look at that. Gamble having to defend then. I think Crawford can drive his line on this lap and be relatively unhindered here. I'm saying that though as I'm watching a move up the inside from Arlo Gamble. Immediately proving me wrong. Thank you, Arlo. But he can't find a way through. Well, he's shown his hand now. He's trying to defend from Butterfield and also trying to find a way past Crawford. Bit of front to rear contact there, and that might mean the move from behind. It is Butterfield, super no contact. Up and over the back goes Gamble. Gamble's up and over the rear tyres there. He apologises to Butterfield, but the race is gone for both of them. They drop down the order, and it will be an unhindered run to the line for Sebastian Crawford. Question is, how's that changed it behind? Because Pocock and Daniels were battling over fourth place. Well, Crawford's going to come through to win the race. He won't have seen what's happened behind him, but he wins. How does it end up behind? They're side by side to the line. Pocock's second, Daniels is third, Gamble is fourth, Ralph Ewer is fifth, and Johnny Butterfield is sixth. What a shame there. Butterfield move up the inside, had it done, but ran wide. And that was where Arlo Gamble saw that opportunity, and I would have done exactly the same. Racing incident through and through, that one in my opinion. Tried to cut back to that inside line, they made contact between the two tyres, and up and over the back went Arlo Gamble. So Crawford, Pocock and Daniels your top three. They're not what we were expecting there going into the final lap. Followed by Arlo Gamble and Ralph Ewer, your top five. Then Johnny Butterfield, Callum Gain, Oscar Taylor, Jackson Haynes, William Ewer, Otley Simpson, Aya Storm Pierces and Charlie Lakey. All drivers finishing the race in that one, which is always positive. Micromax then, interesting end to the race in that one. Let's see how we go for the next one. Intermax is up next. Well, we've had a bit of time to relax and maybe calm down a tad since our first heat in Intermax. And it will be the two Coles drivers back on the front row again for this one. Alfie Phillipson and Maximilian Abrahart. They came to blows on a couple of occasions in that first heat. To be fair to them, they did settle into it once we got a few minutes in, but I can imagine there might have been a discussion between them. Let's see how we go into this one then. Phillipson and Abrahart on the front row. It's then Jack Daniels and Ethan Mancy who are on row 2, because Gray and Ethan Lade are on row 3, and Marley Fisher and Thomas Rascoria on row 4. Have I got it wrong? Is that an L and not an I? It is an L. So it's Thomas Roscola. Sorry, Thomas. Arthur Kaiser and Joshua Canaston-Wade round up the top 10. They're followed by Tobias Hunt, Eli Owen, Aurelia Simpson, Lenny Dorrington, Ethan Coupland, Edison Burrows, Zane Williams, Noah Hammond, Morgan Weston, Harrison Parkin, and Roman Takata. 21 drivers on the grid for this one. Fantastic to see the Intermax field so strong here at the Dunkeswell Kart Club. Right then, a few gaps in the field as we run 2x2 to the line. Hopefully they'll close up as we go to the green flag. We're racing here once again at Dunks, and we do go to green flag. Yes, indeed, into the first corner we go. And Alfie Phillipson will squabble with Ethan Manzi. Hold on a second, where's Maximilian Aberhart on my timing? He's not there. Maximilian Aberhart is not on my timing. Is he there? There are 3 Coles racing drivers near the front. Is it the ones I'm looking for, though? Is Aberhart still there in second place? Or maybe it's a transponder issue. Maybe he's not continued. Which would be very odd. But wouldn't be all too surprising. It wouldn't be out of the question. It certainly wouldn't be out of the question. So on to a new lap we go then. And I can confirm your order is Phillipson, Manzi, Daniels, Fisher, Laidlaw, Gray, Kaiser, Canaston-Wade, Owen and Roscola, your top 10. And yeah, top 3, or sorry, 3 Coles drivers at the front, but no, none of them are Maximilian Aberhart. That would be a real shame if Maximilian Aberhart isn't racing for the rest of the day. I'm going to see if I can go and double check that. See if there was anything at the end of the first race that I've missed. Yes, there is. Maximilian Aberhart was disqualified for abusive language, behaviour or assault. Wow, okay. Well, that makes a lot of sense then. I said at the end of race number 1 that they weren't very happy with each other, and clearly something has gone down in Parc Ferme at the end of the race. And, well, they've been disqualified from that race. And that would lead me to believe they've been disqualified from the event, given that Maximilian is not in this race. Well, that's big for the class throughout the entire day, because, of course, Max was right up near the sharp end. That's also a good picture of Maximilian Aberhart in total. To be disqualified from an event for that particular reason is the best of offences. Oh, dear. Well, we're down to 20 drivers, then, it seems, for the rest of the day here in Inter Rotax. And well, you never like seeing that kind of thing on the results screen. That's a shame. That's a real shame. Well, we'll keep enjoying the racing that's going on our screens anyway, and there's still plenty of Coles drivers to cheer on out there if you're so inclined. There is the number 3 of Alfie Phillipson, gapping the rest of the field now. Almost a second clear as we head on through onto lap number 4 of this race. It's Jack Daniels and Ethan Manzi who are then squabbling over 2nd and 3rd. And this is your battle from 4th place backwards. It's now headed up by the 126 of Ethan Laidlaw, as there's a bit of loading there into the hairpin at the end of the straight there. I think as the 45 of Joshua Canaston-Wade is trying to find a way through here. The 87 of Lucas Gray. As no, of course, this isn't for 4th. This is for 5th, headed up by Laidlaw. Marley Fisher has escaped clear of this group. There he is. So Marley Fisher, our 3rd Coles driver out of the top 4, is trying to close back up to the likes of Daniels and Manzi. This looks like a great scrap here for 5th place. Lucas Gray still all over the back here of Ethan Laidlaw. Laidlaw having to defend hard, and you can see Joshua Canaston-Wade getting a little bit frustrated. That's the 2nd or 3rd little bump or barge we've had front to rear between himself and the 126 of Ethan. No, it's not 87, is it? Lucas Gray. Laidlaw is on the Cosmic Kart at the front of this group. Down towards start-finish line we go once again, towards the timing line. It's now, what is it, 6 drivers in this group. We've got Laidlaw, Gray, Canaston-Wade, Kaiser, Owen and Simpson. And really not that far back to Lenny Dorrington as well, just outside the top 10. Surprised to see Ethan Coupland down in 16th place in this race. I think Coupland maybe has moved up from Micro Max to into Rotax for this season potentially. So I wonder Ethan being right at the sharp end back at the Forest Edge Kart Club as oh dear, that's a bit of contact once again there. And that's about the third and fourth bit of contact I've seen there between Canaston Wade and Gray. I think Gray would have fair reason at the end of this race for being a little bit frustrated with Joshua Canaston Wade, as that contact was a little bit more egregious. So he's already got 2 contact warnings that have come through. Let's see if he gets anything more serious for that one. Well, for the moment, either way, he's got the place. He's through to 6th, and well, that's helped Kaiser and Owen as well, as they both gain a position. Sadly for Lucas Gray, he's down to P9. Here is your battle for 2nd place, back on your screens as well. Jack Daniels still remaining firm, keeping ahead of Ethan Manzi at the moment. And Jack Daniels, I think, doing pretty well in the championship here as well. I'll find that down here. 2026 standings, yes, Jack Daniels is indeed in the lead of the championship. I've done my notes far too small, which as we know from earlier shenanigans in this live stream is pretty silly because I can't seem to see anything. He is 45 points ahead of Jack Brown in 2nd place in the championship, and I don't think Jack has joined us here today, so Jack Daniels' championship gap is only going to extend here. But great to have a few drivers who maybe you wouldn't usually have here at the Dunkeswell Kart Club as well, joining us here for round number 6, being reeled in by the potential of the SW plate to use going forward, until you have to try and retain it next year in 2027. Good to have drivers getting more experience in, potentially practicing future championships at this circuit as well, and just getting those lap times in, because the only way you improve is through that experience, and the only way you get that experience is through practicing, both in practice conditions and in race conditions as well. Race conditions are invaluable for driver development, and these drivers all continuing to develop. Of course, the next jump they'll make is into junior Rotax, often regarded as one of the most challenging jumps between in all of motorsport, not even just in karting, and this Intermax class was sort of put in place to try and help with that jump and try and make it a little bit less severe. It's as though Laidlaw's lost out of position earlier on in this lap, so Canaston Wade is through on Laidlaw now. Who it is then ahead of them? Is it Marley Fisher? It is Marley Fisher, so this group has closed up to Marley Fisher. Despite the fact that they've been battling, gap has closed to Fisher, so potential for a top 3 here for Joshua Canaston, oh sorry, top 4, sorry, for Joshua Canaston Wade. As on to the final lap goes Alfie Phillipson. So he's going to finish this race probably pretty much 3 seconds clear of the rest of the order here. Daniels still ahead of Manzi, there they are, 2nd and 3rd position. And then it's Marley Fisher, as we say, who's been caught by Canaston Wade, Laidlaw, Kaiser, Eli Owens in that group as well, so it's Lucas Gray, Otley Simpson, massive squabble of drivers. Well, there we go then. There was Phillipson heading around the last few corners now. Your battle for 4th place still raging on. Yeah, that's 4th all the way down to 10th place in that train. Wow. Here's Alfie Phillipson then. Of course, no Maximilian Abrahart. And that means no battle in this race really for Alfie Phillipson. He wins by pretty much 3 seconds by the time he gets to the line and sees that checkered flag. It will be 3 seconds ahead of Jack Daniels and Ethan Manzi. Amazing squabbling pack there from 4th place all the way down to P10. And there were some manoeuvres going on in the pack, but none at the sharp end. Marley Fisher did hold on ahead of Joshua Canaston Wade in that round out your top 5 there in Inter Rotax. Arthur Kaiser just behind in P6, followed by Ethan Laidlaw, Eli Owen, Lucas Gray and Aurelia Simpson. They're your top 10. They were then followed by Lenny Dorrington, Edison Burrows, Noah Hammond and Ethan Coupland there in 14th place. As I say, Ethan Coupland, remember him being at the sharp end back at the Forest Edge Kart Club, so see if we can find a little bit more pace later on this afternoon. He was followed by Morgan Weston, St Williams, Thomas Rascola, Roman Takata, Harrison Parkin and Tobias Hunt. Well, there we go then, into Rotax, done and dusted for their 2nd heat of the day then. We'll see them back up for their pre-final a little bit later on. Up next, though, it is heat number 2 for Junior Rotax. Right then, straight out on circuit coming our Junior Rotax drivers, and some very aggressive waving of the green flag there by our marshal. Fantastic job as always. All the Orange Army out here at Dunkeswell Raceway. Massive thank you to them all. I know it's the cliche, but we literally couldn't go racing without them. So a big thank you to everyone behind the scenes, and of course everyone behind the scenes at the Dunkeswell Kart Club as well that gets this show on the road and make sure everyone's in the right place at the right time, make sure the timing's all working perfectly, make sure the circuit is perfect as well. So a big shout out to everyone. Elijah West starts this one on pole position with Blake Southern alongside him. I saw Jensen Hookie in the live chat saying Blake Southern was his pick in Junior Rotax. Well, he didn't get race number 1 victory. Let's see if he can get race number 2. Aidan Hammond and Jesse Whitmore on row 2. Then it's Cash Harris and Alfred Matthews, Cody Longdon, Karthik Kometa, Aidan Clark, Jack Bromham, Archie Cannon, Pete Palmer, Max Douthwaite, Ethan Hunt, Tully White, Jack Brown, Lucas Carter-White, Travis Dolby, Nicolo Pozzi, Elsie Fonning. That's your top 20. I don't think I have a chance for the rest of the 13. 33 drivers take to the start. And we're racing here at Dunkeswell Kart Club once again. A little bit of argy-bargy that time. And thankfully no one spun around. Just sidepod to sidepod contact there through those first couple of corners, but for the moment anyway, all drivers living to fight another day. Down into the first big braking zone of the circuit, then down through into the hairpin at the end of that back straight. Does seem as though, oh dear, it's not gone well down at the hairpin. 5 drivers were off there down at the hairpin. That was a little bit further down the order. That was Charlie White, Travis Dolby, Elsie Bonnet. Oh no, it wasn't, sorry, no, that was further down. Ignore me, it was not those drivers. To the end of that number 1 we go. I'll tell you who it was when we see who goes tumbling down the order. One of those is Elijah West. 8 places lost on the first lap for Elijah West. An abysmal start for your pole sitter. But Blake Southern takes the race lead, and Elijah West has work to do. There he is. He's just got past Alfred Matthews, I've just seen there. So Matthews now having to defend from those drivers around him. This is the bottom end of the top 10, just branching out outside of the top 10. So West is through. Yellow flags again down at the hairpin. More calamities on lap number 2. So there are Southern and Hammond out ahead. Harris looking to go with them. See if he can stick with them in this one. 5.5 minutes still left to go. So there it is confirmed. Alfred Matthews losing out to Elijah West, and Elijah West right onto the rear bumper already of Karthik Kometa. Down the back straight we go once again then. Oh dear, someone has pulled over to the side. They're down at the hairpin. We saw it was yellow flags, and that is Dexter Leaks, sadly out of the race, the number 99. Won't be making it to the checkered flag in this one. Let alone the checkered flag, he hasn't made it to lap number 2. On to the end of lap number 2, I should say. On to lap number 4 we go now, and it is Aidan Hammond with the fastest lap of the race. And yeah, Blake Southern knows it. He checks over the shoulder down into T1. He's got some work to do here to keep Aidan Hammond behind. Old hotshot Hammond is trying to find his way past. But he's already making Blake Southern work for it, isn't he? He's trying to point forward here to Southern, say, don't defend. I want to work with you. Let's go on ahead. But Southern doesn't listen. Southern continues to defend through sector number 2. And I think that'll mean now Hammond will go, okay, right, if that's what you want to do then, I'm going to have to send a cheeky move. I think they were pulling away from the rest of the order, but if they lock horns and go into battle like maybe they are doing now, they're only going to lose time to those drivers behind. It was Elijah West with the fastest lap, and it's now Karthik Kometa. So it is our 2 drivers at the back of our leading train who are fastest at the moment. Which again does not help the plans of Aidan Hammond. Because if this all concertinas up, as again, look, he's trying to point forward. He's saying, no, Blake, stop defending. I'm not going to overtake you. Keep going. Blake's still sort of half defensive. Doesn't really know if he can trust Aidan Hammond here. Well, I guess we'll soon find out whether he can. On to a new lap we go. Synchronised head dipping now. Synchronised human DRS from our third and fourth place driver, Cash Harris and Jesse Whitmore. First time today we've seen that. Karthik Kometa's got past Aidan Clark and Elijah West now. So it's 6th place goes Karthik. As now it's turn of Aidan Hammond to be the one to check over the shoulder. I think now we'll know that himself and Southern are pushing on away from Harris and Whitmore. Harris, Whitmore, Longdon do not have the pace of the top two. And that's why for the last couple of laps, Aidan Hammond's been gesturing furiously to make Thousand say, come on, mate, I want to work with you. Let's go. Let's drive away from these lot. And finally, they're starting to do that. Cash Harris still leading that next train with Whitmore and Longdon, as we say. But again, they're remaining unfazed. They're not battling. Because they know they're in it for the long game in this one. They'll leave battling to the last minute or so, but there is only 2 minutes plus 1 lap left to go in this race, and Elijah West has just got the fastest lap back once again, half a tenth quicker than that previous fastest from Karthik Kometa. We saw Kometa go up to 6th. Elijah West has followed suit now past Aidan Clark up to P7. And now Elijah West all over the back of Kometa. Well, I think he might have got through, to be honest, looking at that final corner. He has. West is through. We said they started off this lap nose to tail. Well, they're still nose to tail, but the other way around. West confirmed on the timing on the left-hand side of your screen there, into P6. So we're just over 1 minute left to go in this race then. How long will we need to wait for Aidan Hammond to pull the plug here? When's he going to go for it? Come on, Aidan. Show us your cards. We all want to see him. What's he going to do? A minute left to go. And Blake Southern, as we say, is taking a relatively simple race lead in the first stages with Elijah West falling back to 8th place. I'm not saying he's not had to work hard though since then. He's had to defend on occasion from Aidan Hammond, but now they've settled into pace. They're staying as they were. They have gapped Cash Harris in 3rd. That gap now up to 1¼ seconds. Down the back straight we go then. Nose to tail between these three still, as to be fair to Cash Harris, looks as though he's just gapped these three ever so slightly. There's a little sniff at the inside line there. Not quite going to work though for Cody Longdon, and that might actually scupper his exit. Elijah West is on the scene. West is dragging Karthik Kometa along for the party as well. This will be on to the final lap of the race then. Timer hits 0. And on to the final lap we go here for juniors. Blake Southern, I think he's done enough here. Almost identical times between Southern and Hammond on the last lap. A 46.76 for Southern, a 46.75 for Hammond. Both of their fastest laps are 46.75. Amazingly close between these two. And it is on circuit as well. Nose to tail between the two of them. Nothing separating them. Has that changed in the group behind? I think it might have, you know. Yeah, it has. So Elijah West is past Cody Longdon. And now Cody Longdon was defending like his life depends on it there, trying to keep Karthik Kometa behind over this final lap. Final few corners, though, for Blake Southern. He'll lead them down into the final S's, and I think he's done enough. Into the final couple of corners we go. And Jensen Hookie, your comment might just be right here. To the line we go. And Southern wins by 17 hundredths of a second. Good race there in the juniors once again. 33 karts on track, you always treat it to some good action. I think we were actually down to 31 in that one, so maybe we've lost a couple. 32 it was, so I think maybe we've lost one from the initial race in heat number 1 earlier on today. Checkered flag is out though here at Dunkeswell. And Junior Rotax, their second heat comes to a close. Blake Southern wins ahead of Aidan Hammond and Cash Harris, Jesse Whitmore and Elijah West, your top 5. What happened on that first lap though from Elijah West? Less than ideal. He did well to find his way back to the top 5. Cody Longdon is followed by Karthik Kometa, then Alfred Matthews, Aidan Clark, Max Douthwaite in top 10. Then it was Charlie White, Jack Bromham, Pick Palmer, and Archie Cannon. That was your top 14. Following them was Ethan Hunt, Niccolo Pozzi, Jaden Shearing, Elsie Bonning, Jack Broom, and Daniel Wisnauskas, your top 20. Sorry, not Jack Broom, Jack Brown. Sorry, Jack. They were followed by Neve Allen, Eli Mann, Elijah Lewis, Travis Dolby, Harley Edwards, Mia Haxby and Aaron Maidment. And then finalising the order of drivers, Louis Marchant, then Louis Haxby, Riley Allen Hunt, Lucas Carter-White. Dexter Leaks, your only non-finisher in that race. So there you go, Blake Southern puts a win to his name in that second heat of the day. And of course, for the first time, second place and a first. This isn't it a second place and a first though for Aidan Hammond as well. So that might go down to fastest laps in those two races as to who gets pole in the pre-final. Well, we'll see those juniors out a little bit later on. For now, we head to heat number 2 for our Formula A's. They're up next. Right then, as you can see, hands on hips for our waiting Formula A drivers as they head out onto circuit in a couple of moments' time. I'll split grid once again then. Our pre-90 prives and our pre-2Ks heading out onto the track. And we get ready for them to, fittingly enough, bump them into action. We had a bump draft sponsorship. They're going to bump the... Okay, I'm going to leave it there. Onto the circuit they go, our Formula A's. Roar into life, scream into life is probably more fitting, to be fair. And our mixed grid of Formula A pre-95s and Formula A pre-2Ks, head out back onto Dunkeswell once again. Tyler Whedon and Liam Hamling, great battle between the two of them, of course, winning their respective classes. But it was pretty much a run to the line between both of them for the overall win in that first heat earlier on. Mitchell McLeod sadly didn't make it to the checkered flag. Does often happen with these Formula A's. Sadly, in the retro racing, Matt Martin will be on row 2 with him. Tom Longfield and Jay Goodwin are on row 3, with Thomas Hadley and Peter Griffin on row 4. Richard Plummer and Matt Parker on row 5. As oh dear, is that issues already for the 42 of Jade Goodwin? Or is she just enriching that engine somewhat more? Not sure. Let's see. Further down, where do we get to? Richard Plummer and Matt Parker, top 10. Then Owen Potter, Ian Turner, Stuart Guessing, Cliff McLeod, Will Barnes, Matthew Dobson, Billy Thomas, Nino Piccoli, Edward Moore, Duncan McLeod, Martin Brackenbury, and Cameron Ross. Right then, we're off and racing here at Dunks once again. Tyler Whedon leads us on for another 7 minutes plus 1 lap race. Dunkeswell roars back into life here with the scream of these old reeded engines. As hands are up, I think yellow flag into this section. I think that's because of Jade Goodwin. It is Goodwin stricken at the side of the road. And oh dear, I'm sorry Jade, but it doesn't look like Heat 2 is where I'm going to be saying it's a good win for Goodwin, is it? Parked up at the side before the race even begins. That's a shame for Jade. Hopefully she's back out in the pre-final later on. Well, just over 6 minutes left to go in this one. It looks as though we're going to have a similar bit of action as to what we had in race number 1. Hamling and Whedon locking horns early on in this one. He's going for it. Hamling's up the inside already. Well, it took a bit longer in race number 1 for the move to be made. It's taken, well, it's supposed to be about 1 lap there for Hamling to make it work. But does he? Up the inside, he holds it through turn 3. And well, Tyler Whedon, once again, has to be the aggressor. Still yellow flags here down into turn number 4. As we head on through this second lap of proceedings. Oh dear, is that Will Barnes parking up at the side of the circuit? The number 37 is off to the side. It is indeed. He dropped 1 place on that opening lap, had Will. But he's going to drop a few more here on that number 2 as he parks it up. Kart gives up the ghost there in race number 2. So our second of the race. As there we go. I'm just seeing on Jade Goodwin's Instagram story, courtesy of my lovely girlfriend, that she oiled up a bit at the start of heat number 1. So that was why she lost those places and dropped down the pack from her 6th position start. Well, she was hoping for a bit more positive one in this one and a bit of a better finishing position to kind of even it out, ready for the pre-final. Sadly, it looks as though she'll be quite near the back for that pre-final. And yeah, it's going to have work to do. There's the 50 being overtaken. That is Tom Longfield getting past Matt Martin. So change for position there in the top 5. Let's see if Longfield can find any more places and maybe find his way up towards the top 3. Mitchell McLeod is the next driver on his hit list. As we have well less than 5 minutes now left to go. These karts just sound ridiculous. They just sound brilliant. There's nothing quite like it anymore, is there? Of course, we've gone a long way in safety. We've gone a long way in longevity for the engines as well. How often do you see drivers not making it to the end of races in owner driving racing now due to mechanical issues? It's not that often. When you look back at these karts, and it's at least one every single race. So they sound brilliant, but maybe they can give up the ghost a bit more than they do nowadays. But it's worth it, in my opinion. Listen to that scream. I'm going to leave you for a lap of Dunkeswell here for our Formula A's. Well, listen to that noise from the Formula A's. Moves happening as well, and I think a spin as well there while we took a little break to hear that noise. Oh dear, a bit of a rotation for one of the drivers. They'll be dropping down the order. I'll let you know again who that was. It was Matt Parker, the number 67, who went for the rotation there on that previous lap. But we're continuing to watch Tom Longfield continue to press on ahead. Is that a mistake or is that an issue from McLeod? Can't quite tell for the moment. He's picking up pace once again. That was very wide. Oh dear, someone else has now parked it up. What was I saying about mechanical issues in these? So McLeod loses third to Longfield, then goes wide down at the hairpin and loses fourth to Matt Martin. But he's picked up the pace again now, so that leads me to believe it was only a mistake then for McLeod. But either way, Tom Longfield's up into the podium places, and Tom Longfield has the fastest lap of the race. A 46.6. Longfield is flying in this second race of the day here for our Formula A drivers. Down we continue on. So McLeod's trying to make up this position back now after that slight mistake a lap or so ago. Well, Longfield's well gone. He's off into the distance now as he looks to hunt down the likes of Hamling and Whedon, who, after getting through on lap number one, Hamling hasn't been under too much pressure. I mean, Whedon's been keeping him in check there within a second for the entirety of this race so far, but not quite close enough to force Hamling offline or into any sort of mistakes. But Tom Longfield is closing in. Only about a tenth on that last lap to Tyler Whedon, so we'll need to find a little bit more over this last part of the race if he does want a top two finish. But either way, Longfield would be pretty happy with this third place. He's getting two in this one. Has Tom Longfield on that fifth place start. And here is Matt Martin and Mitchell McLeod still squabbling over P4. Of course, Mitchell as well looking for a good result in this one, given that DNF in race number one. And he'll be looking for a more positive result to help with his grid position for that pre-final later on. As looking further back, there's still more battles going on. So this is changed around. Richard Plummer is through on Thomas Handy there. That was from P7. So Plummer's made the move. Who they got for company? Ian Turner. Turner's up the inside of Hadley as well. Late on the brakes there from Ian Turner. I think that's again a change for 8th position. 38. Now ahead. I think that was still in the 73 though. Brackenbury, was it not? So I think maybe Hadley sticking it out then. As on to the final lap we go. This battle's certainly not letting up then. Indeed. So Plummer in 7th, Hadley 8th, Turner 9th, Brackenbury 10th. Not quite as much of a... Oh, to be fair, I'm telling lies. 12 places gained for both Brackenbury and Ross in this race. So fair play to them, our biggest movers of the race. certainly more of a race of attrition in this one than we had in race number 1 as well. We just had another driver park it up. I think Stuart Guess is out. Final lap of the race then. Still just over 8 tenths between Hamling and Whedon, and it's going to be 2 wins from 2 here in Formula A for Liam Hamling. He's always at the sharp end, and that continues here at Dunkeswell for the South West Champs in 2026. Hamling wins again, as this scoreboard continues all the way to the line. Great racing here in our retro Formula A's, and as I say, Hamling takes the win, Whedon second, Longfield in P3. A positive race for him there from 5th on the grid. As oh dear, there is the number 20 parked up on the last lap. That's Matthew Dobson. So with 2 laps to go, Stuart Guest parked up, and on the last lap, Matthew Dobson parks up as well. So how many was that in the end? Because we had 5 during the race and 1 prior to the race. So 6 of our 21 Formula A's there not making it to the flag. That's a shame. Well, either way, Hamling takes his second win of the day, and he is proving pretty dominant here in this retro class. He obviously takes the win in Pre-2K as well. Tyler Whedon takes the win in Pre-95. Second overall on the road. Tom Longfield, third overall, followed by Matt Martin, Mitchell McLeod, Peter Griffin, Richard Plummer, Thomas Hadley, Ian Turner, Martin Brackenbury, your top 10. They're followed by Cameron Ross, Owen Potter, Duncan McLeod, and Cliff McLeod there. The 2 McLeods, nose to tail. 3 seconds different, but cute. Sorry, thank you. I read that wrong, because there is another McLeod, but it isn't Cliff. So McCliff McDonald it is in 14th place. Close enough, Cliff, close enough. 15th was Billy Thomas, and that was your last finisher, was Billy Thomas. Matthew Dobson didn't make it to the flag, neither did Stuart Guest, neither did Matt Parker, neither did Nina McCauley, neither did Will Barnes, and of course Jay Goodwin didn't even make it to the start in that one. So 6 drivers not making it through. Sorry for mixing you up there, Cliff. We'll see all them back out again a little bit later on for their pre-final. We've got more Heat 2s coming up though. First, we've got 3 of them. Next up, it's Senior Rotax. Well then, lovely artsy shot there from our camera crew down at Dunkeswell, as the drivers are behind bars. Don't worry, they've not been naughty just yet, but they're being kept in the pen and ready to go for their second race of the day. Senior Rotax ready to head out onto the grid then, and of course, just like all of the classes we've had so far, the grid's back to as they were at the start of heat number 1. Jack West will line up on pole position then for this one, with Ollie Wise alongside him on the grid. Will Swales and Charles Green are on row number 2. Of course, it was Wise taking the win in heat number 1. Charles Green second, Jack West third. Let's watch out for this one. Maxime Smith rounds out the top 5. Alongside him is Jarek Metters on that 3rd row. Then Kai Pepperell and Dylan Brearley are on row 4. Lucy Lovell and Jonas Jonasauskas are on row 5, and they round out the top 10. Jacob Felton and Kian Dowd are on row 6. They're followed by George Isgrove and Luke Evans, then Ralph Molyneux and Rudy Winslow Morton. They're followed by Archie Bowman and Adam Mallins, then Izzy Lawton and Jamie Rowe. Well, the light aircraft who land pretty much parallel to the circuit down there at Dunkeswell. One comes more into land once again, as we've continued to see throughout the day. It is a bright sunny day, as you said, down here in the southwest of England. I can't believe I had to think about whether it was southwest or southeast, considering it literally says southwest on my screen. That's good, John. I always get west and east mixed up. I don't know why. It's never come to me. North and south I can do, though. I can do that one. Call myself out there. I did geography at A-level, I swear. Right, onto the track we go. Senior Rotax is back underway. Like we say, their first race earlier on was a really exciting one. Really, really intense for that first race earlier on. And yeah, there's a good 6, maybe even to 10 drivers really in this 20-kart field who I can see winning one of the races here today. So yeah, keep your eyes peeled. These could really go any way. As we say then, Jack West onto the sharp end of the grid once again. Back to his well-earned pole position. Well, weaving the tyres, aren't they? My goodness. No one really engaging the Kimi Räikkönen strat. Everyone heavily weaving those tyres, trying to get the little bit of extra tyre temp in before we go to a race start once again. Drivers watch for the lights. Senior Rotax are going to go racing here at Dunks once more. To the tram lines we go. And it is to a race start once again. Heat 2 for Senior Rotax is underway. Good start this time for Jack West. Charles Green trying to hang it around the outside and maybe get into second place. He's on the grass. He's on the grass, is Charles Green. He's forced off and wide. And that loses his chance for second. That loses him third as well. And potentially loses him fourth. It does. Now to fifth, and now go for the outside line. Late on the brakes goes Charles Green. He's almost shoveled to the outside barriers, but he manages to fight his way through. That was nice from Charles Green. And he does sneak back into fourth place. That shuffles Derek Metters back down once more. Into P5. Jack West, though, lovely start in this one. 8/10 clear after lap number 1. What a start. That's Will Swales there in third place now on the number 97. Sort of half defensive there. Not defensive enough there into turn 3, though. Up the inside goes Charles Green. And Jarek Metters will try and follow him through. He can't, and that now opens up the opportunity to Dylan Brearley. Brearley's up the inside. Double overtake, though. Or the Coles driver tries to make it 3 wide there. I don't think he had a choice. And thank goodness they avoided contact there again. Very well read by the drivers around them, as Jarek Metters, I think, was readjusting something in his helmet, maybe. I don't think he wears glasses. I don't think so. He had the visor up for a moment there and then slammed it straight back down. But either way, onto a new lap we go, and that has really shuffled up that next pack, hasn't it? Really has. So it's West from Wise from Green, Swales from Brearley from Metters, and then Lovell, Pepperell, Smith, Evans, your top 10. Up the inside there, that's Metters losing a place to Lucy Lovell. We'll try the up and under though on corner exit. Will it work, or will Lovell gain that 6th position? Yep, I can see Metters has chucked it up the inside, I think, as they did head into the hairpin, and there they are, still side by side as we head to the exit. Metters gets it back. That was hard fought there from Jarek. Sadly for both of them, that's lost them a bit of time to the group ahead. So Brearley finds himself in a bit of no man's land there in 5th place now, doesn't he, there on the red and white car. As that was sort of half defence there, half attack from Kai Pepperell behind, trying to keep Maxime Smith in his wheel tracks. Was the 37. Jarek Metters having to defend still from Lucy Lovell. Lovell was fast in this one. She was making good moves in heat number 1 as well. Looking to even get further up the order in this one. I shall look for it into the hairpin, but not sure it's quite going to work. And indeed, it hasn't. How is Maxime Smith now behind them? How did that happen? Good move from Smith. He's past Pepperell then. So Smith will soon be on the scene with these drivers as well then. This is just behind them, if I'm not mistaken. It is. Januszowskis is now in 10th. So it's Januszowskis, Pepperell, Isgrove, Felton, Downer, Winslow, Morton involved in this group as well. This is a big group, basically all the way back down the order. 37 tries up the inside, has to use all the curb though in avoidance to Pepperell. And Pepperell can't find a way back past Januszowskis. They stay as they were. 26 Keane Downer there, trying to set up a move there, trying some different lines, some varying track positioning for him, but it doesn't work this time. There's that static down there at that long right-hander. Always looks to be covered in bugs. Thank goodness that's a static and not a man camera point, because that poor camera man will be getting swarmed down there. Clearly it is still pretty warm here at Dunkeswell today, despite it being relatively mild comparatively to what we've been used to over the last couple of months. Bugs everywhere, everyone's still in short sleeves and sunglasses on, so clearly nice and sunny. Bright sunshine. And, well, we're being shined upon by the racing gods as well. Leading battle seems like it might just kick off. Ollie Wise has put in some great pace over the last couple of laps. He's closed up the gap to your race leader, and he's done the fastest lap of the race, a 46 dead. He then matched that on the last lap. issue for him is that Jack West was only 600 slower. This time, 45.98 for Ollie Wise. First driver down in the 45s. As that's cheeky. Oh, nearly contact there as Maxime Smith tries to get past Lucy Double. And he'll lose the place to Luke Evans, courtesy of that. Maybe a little bit overly ambitious there for him. Jack West, though, he's going to have to defend. 2 minutes set to go, and already West having to defend here from Ollie Wise. Luckily for them, there is a bit of time back to Charles Green. They're in third place, who still has Will Swales for a bit of company as well. There they were through the shot. There's then Jarek Metters, who's now pulled clear of Dylan Brearley, now that he's got past Lucy Lovell. There they are, heading down into T1. Maxime Smith with them as well. Here we go back to the 1-2-4. This is Luke Evans, Jonas Ilazauskas, Kai Pepperell in this train of drivers. As they're really not that far distant now from the likes of Metters, Brearley and Lovell as well, and of course Maxime Smith on that number 10. There are those drivers. Smith on the Coles racing cart. A little bit of fresh air, then back to the 3. Nose to tail there between Evans, Januszewskis and Pepperell, who hang on one side and the other of the top 10. Lucy Lovell still all over the back here of Dylan Brearley. After Brearley got the place a few laps ago, she wants it back. The Origin driver looks up the inside and gets it. Aggressive from Lucy Lovell. She's got it. Nicely done. So Lovell's back through into the top 6 then. This bit of squabbling though will have gotten far too distant from Jarek Metters, and Metters is far too distant from Will Swales as well. It will be a top 5 for Metters, but nothing more in this one. This timer's going to tick down, but I'm not sure it's quite going to hit 0 here. I don't think it will, you know. I think we'll get 2 more laps of this. It's going to be very close. Oh, they just extend it. I think it just hit 0 before they cross the line, but of course, at that point, they'd already committed to going to 2 more laps, so it will be 2 more. Here, a bit more time and a few more opportunities here for Ollie Wise to see if he can grab this race victory away from Jack West. And of course, that would make it 2 wins from 2 for Ollie Wise, which would be mightily impressive in an aggressive field like this. Well, first lap attempt, and it hasn't worked this time for Ollie Wise. He's got 1 more lap to try and do something about it. Opportunities dwindling here for Wise, but to be fair, as we know, these 2 races set up the grid for the pre-final. He's already got a win in the bag here. A second place, I think, will give him the pole in the pre-final. Where did West finish? Yeah, West finished in 3rd. So a 1st and a 3rd, that will give him 2nd on the grid. So I think Wise knows here he can sit back, relax, and just take the pole for the pre-final. Through into the final couple of corners we go then. And it will, this time, be a race victory for Jack West. He converts his pole to the victory this time around. Couldn't quite do that in race number 1. But Ollie Wise, as we say, a 1st and a 2nd. I'm pretty sure that's going to give him pole in the pre-final. Well fought. As oh dear, Evans has parked it up on the last lap. Luke Evans has parked it up. That's such a shame. He was fighting in that group nice and hard, and well, he's getting back in and carrying on. So he's gone into the wall. So there's been a bit of scuffling and skirmishing there on that final lap, hasn't there? So maybe that result that you can see on your screens might not stand forever if there's been a bit of argy-bargy there on that final lap. Either way, we can only tell you the provisional results here, and it is Jack West, Ollie Wise and Charles Green, your top 3. Will Swales, Jarek Metters, your top 5. Lucy Lovell, Maxime Smith, Dylan Brearley, George Isgrove and Jonas Januszewskis, your top 10. They're followed by Cian Downer, Kai Pepperell, Rudy Winslow-Morton and Jamie Rowe. They're your top 14. Behind them, Ralph Follodew, Jacob Felton, Adam Mallins, Izzy Lawton, and then Luke Evans we saw there, going to get back out of the wall, and Archie Bowman, your only non-finisher in that one, in P20. Well, there we go then. Senior Rotax Heat 2 done and dusted. 2 more second round of heats to go before we go into those pre-finals. Up next, it is Heat 2 for Rotax 177. Right then, out of the pits come our 177s. And let's have a look at the grid for this one then. Back to the same grid we had earlier on for their first heat. So it will be Braden Hill out in the pole position slot for this one. George Walker alongside him on the front row. Jamie Salter and Carl Adey on row 2. Then Paul Sims and Dibs Allen on row 3. And then, of course, we should have had Cole Edwards, but I don't think we do. Yeah, we still don't. Only 6 drivers out there again. I don't think Cole Edwards is racing this weekend. What a shame. But like we say, that opens up the floodgates. Someone else will be crowned the Southwest champion here in 177s. And hello to Jamie Salter, who messaged me 30 minutes ago saying, lovely shout out there. Winky face, winky face. No problem, Jamie. Are we underway? I think we are. That was an old start there for the 177s. A very good one for Braden Hill. Well, he gets straight into the lead then. Doesn't have to wait around too long for that one. George Walker kept him on his toes the first lap or two in heat number 1 early on. But then as we settled into pace, the order sort of extended somewhat, didn't it? Well, we have chased around on that start. Jamie Salter is not in 3rd place. He's dropped to 5th. He's going to look back up the inside here. Is he? Not quite close enough. Who's passed him? Carla Day. No, one of them's Dibs Allen, I think. I could have sworn one of them was 70-something. Let's see as they head down the back straight. It's the 75. It is Dibs Allen ahead of him. So the 42 of Paul Sims has lost out too. So Sims is down to 6th. Dibs Allen's up to 4th. Jamie Salter's down to 5th. And Carl Adey is up to 3rd. There you go. I worked that all on my own, but now it's shown on your timing tower. On the left-hand side of the screen, Jamie Salter looking up the inside, but no, he's going to lose the place. Oh, he's not happy about that one. Yeah, opportunistic there from Paul Sims. Well, Jamie Salter's not happy with it. Shake of the head as he heads down the back straight. He was looking up the inside there of Dibs Allen, but then went wide. Now, maybe there was a bit of contact there, front to rear, between Sims and Salter that I didn't see. And that would make sense then why Salter was a bit aggrieved by that one. But either way, he's still there in 5th. Nothing gained, nothing lost. But he's still trying to find a way through here on Dibs Allen, which, after the driver who was up at the top 3 in heat number 1, I think he'll be a bit frustrated with this one at the moment as Carla Day continues to get further up the field. Still just about a second between Braden Hill and George Walker, as again he's looking up the inside as Jamie, but not close enough, not quite aggressive enough to force that door open on the inside line. And well, for the moment, they stay as they were. This is still your closest battle, though. Will he go for it now? Salter looks up the inside here into the left, and yes, he does get it. Up the inside goes Jamie Salter. Attempt at the up and under here from Dibs Allen, but does not work. And the furious point forward there from Jamie Salter as well. Come on, Dibs, let's work together now. We've got a bit of time here to catch Carl Adey. And to be fair to Jamie, I don't think he's going to have much assistance here from Dibs Allen. Got the pace on the likes of Dibs and Paul, so we'll start to eke out the gap here as he tries to close back up to the back of Carl Adey. It is Braden Hill, though, in the lead of the race, and it is Braden Hill with your fastest lap as well. He's broken nearly 1.5 seconds clear on that last lap. And it's 1.42 between Hill and Walker. It's 1.43 then between Walker and Adey. Continue to keep our eyes on Salter there as he tries to chase down your top 3 now. And Dibs Allen just dropping back into the clutches now of Paul Sims. When will Sims decide to go for that move? It's the 42. Presses back up to the rear bumper of the driver in P5. As there he goes, up the inside into T1. Nicely done under brakes there from the 42. Paul Sims gets it done. Up and under goes Dibs Allen, and then we're side by side into turn 3. Late on the brakes there for the 42. Sims goes wide. Will there be contact? How was there no contact there through the right? Great racing move given between those two. I thought I was about to say that, and then the 75 was going to dive in and just take out Paul Sims. That was close. Dibs Allen onto the position back, wasn't able to get it now, and I think Paul Sims will just start to press on ahead now as he's got into 5th place. Good to have you all in the chat. Oh, good to see you, Jake Cossey in the chat as always. Ratters Media cooking up once again. Of course, Jake, you know it. Jake Cossey not at the almighty dunks. Oh yeah, Jake, why are you not racing? Same for you, Jensen. Why are you not racing? Why are you all here, lingering in the live chat, and you're not out here racing? Same for you, Layla Bell. Ah, Layla saying Hammond has a drop. Actually, you mean a drop round to contend with in the championship. Well, that's very positive for him, isn't it? We won't think about the championship too much today. We've got plenty of rounds left to go in the Dunkeswell Kart Club through to the end of the season, of course. Southwest champion we're more focused on today, and we'll look forward to that in the finals a little bit later on in this race. Cody Longden looks fast, says Scoozy. I agree, he did look fast. Tom Longfield's whole setup looks mega in the GKS colours. Proper period correct. It does indeed. Longfield's car looks fantastic, doesn't it? And that's what the guys love in the retro karting scene, don't they? Of making it just look absolutely pucker as it would back in the day. And yeah, some of them just look sublime, don't they? And in both, to be fair, in both the Formula A's and the Formula Blues as well, some cars looking absolutely mega. Thank you to Sue, who is clarifying in the live chat for me as well. Oh, that's not the person that I was looking for. But anyway, thank you, Sue. FYI, Griffin has won the Southwest Champs in Senior Max in the past. He's only raced this year. And then Loving ICA. I don't know if that stands for something, or if you misspelled something, or I don't know. But hopefully you meant loving it, which, good. Thank you, Sue. Glad you're enjoying it. Well, I only produced the shouty bit over the top. It's the drivers who are putting on the great racing for us to enjoy here on the live stream. Griffin, let's go back and have a look then. And that's senior Rotax there, heat number 2. Where was the Griffin? Oh my goodness, that's a bit high for me. I'll stay on ground on all 4 wheels, thank you very much. My goodness. There's plenty of aerial action going on here today at Dunkeswell. Thank goodness I can say that doesn't involve the kart track at all. If there's only aerial action here involved in the kart track, things have gone very badly wrong. But no, of course, I was going to say airport. But obviously it's not an airport, it's not Heathrow. What do you call it, airfield? Yeah, that sounds right. Airfield. Aerodrome. Thank you, my producers just said aerodrome, airfield, yeah, whatever. There's planes taking off and landing. There's people jumping out of them. What is happening at Dunkeswell Raceway? Well, I'm perfectly happy, as I say, to be keeping both feet firmly locked on the tarmac, or all four tyres firmly locked on the tarmac in this one. I was just looking back to see if I could see Griffin, but I'm a bit confused because I can't see one, Sue, so I don't really understand that. But anyway, thank you, Sue. Please clarify. Please clarify, Sue. He's raced this year, but maybe not racing today. Your Southwest champ of past. But anyway, we're on to the final lap here in Rotax 177s. Again, drivers sort of setting into pace and finding maybe where they should be in the order. I think only real person out of whack is the switch around between Carla Day and Jamie Salter. Now, Jamie Salter has been closing in, but he lost all that time early on. That despite the improvement in pace, last lap he was about 4/10 quicker than Carla Day. He hasn't had enough time on the board to gain that place back, so he fought back to 4th from 5th place. Got past Dibs Allen, of course, Paul Sims then getting past Dibs Allen, but Braden Hill, great start to the race, never looked back from there. He sees the checkered flag first once again here in Rotax 177, and he will start that pre-final on pole position. George Walker, another P2 for him. Carla Day, then 3rd. So 1 place better than in the previous race. Jamie Salter in P4. P4. Paul Sims P5, Tibbs Allen in P6, and that rounds out your order there in Rotax 177s. There we go. Done and dusted there for them. We'll see them back out for their pre-final a little bit later on. There you go. There's the results on your screens then. Results on your screens there from Rotax 177s. I'm just having a minor conflab with my missus on text at the moment because she's listening to me chatting about everything going on. And Sue Griffin, Sue, I believe I know you from the Forest Edge Kart Club, if I'm not mistaken. And you used to train my beautiful girlfriend Lucy, if I'm not mistaken. I think maybe have you accidentally put senior Rotax because I believe Peter Griffin is in Formula Blues. Of course, we're going to have them out in a moment. So maybe you meant Formula Blue seniors? Let me know, Sue. Please clarify in the live chat. And we'll work this all out between us. Speaking of which, we've got one more of our second round of heats left to go, which, if I'm not mistaken, is indeed our Formula Blues. It is. Our last of the second round of heats then is coming up next. Right then, Formula Blues out onto the circuit, and we get ready to go for their second race of the day. Their first one was an exciting one, to be fair. Fair play to Formula Blues. They did not disappoint in that first race of the day. And well, we go around again. Do I have a grid for this one is the question. I didn't in the first one. I do! Whether it's right or not, I don't know. Well, I've got down that it should be Hannah Dawkins and Jeff Ellis, then Tom Parker, Joey Foster, Ron Sean, Stuart Gray, then Russell O'Neill, Mike Bell, Max Gunter, Nigel Vickery, Mitchell Carpenter, James Dawkins, Mark Ellis, David Waldron, Alex Fortune, Anthony Lee, Phil Waters, Richard Puddle, Kevin O'Neill, Danny Elson and Harley Drake. Kevin O'Neill, your only novice, and Danny Elson and Harley Drake, your only juniors. 42 and 19. Oh my goodness, the grid's correct! Yes! Let's go! We're going racing here at Dunkeswell once again. Formula Blues bursting into action, as you can see, the plumes of smoke billowing over the top of Dunkeswell once again. Formula Blues are back in action. Heat 2 underway then, down to the first couple of corners we go, and already some reshuffling at the sharp end. You can see there the O-plate looking to cut their way through again. That being Stuart Gray, had a good race there in race number 1. And he'll be looking for more of that here in race number 2. Jeff Ellis has gotten past Hannah Dawkins off of that race start. And already check over the shoulder, looking to consolidate said race lead. Number 4 stuck in there as well. That's a good start for Mike Bell then. He's up a few places, up 4 to be exact. That's a little bit wide for Hannah Dawkins there into that final right-hander, but she slingshotted the exit well and might get the lead back. She does. Oh, I say that. It's not Hannah Dawkins on the 19 at all. Sorry, I got excited. It's the 66 of Joey Foster. Sorry, Joey. Well, it's Joey into the lead of the race then. Where did Hannah... Hannah's in 3rd. That's my confusion. That's where it arises. Okay. No, she's not in 3rd anymore because now the O-plate is through as well. Stuart Gray is now up into 3rd place. Now it's Hannah Dawkins in sort of the pink, the reddish pink coloured helmet. So it was Joey Foster all along there that was hounding the back of Jeff Ellis. Did find a way through, and now Stuart Gray is through as well. A bit of argy-bargy there through the left as the 42 of Jeff Ellis under loads of pressure now. For 3rd place, round the outside, almost there. To try and get the lead there. Is that the 22 of James Dawkins? It is. Dawkins has gained 3 on this last lap alone, and now will gain another into the final S's. Gets past the 42, and the poor exit for Jeff Ellis will see him lose 4th as well to Mike Bell. Up the inside goes Mike Bell then. Through into, what is that now, 5th place? No, 4th place. 4th place indeed. It's Jeff Ellis who's down into P5. As here we go, battle for the lead. Looks like it might just start to kick off. Stuart Gray, fastest lap of the race on the last lap, and he is now all over the back of the 66 of Joey Foster. First time leading today so far for Joey Foster. But Stuart Gray, we've seen how fast he was in the first race, already fastest lap. He is the O-plate champion. He's surely the one to watch, and he's going up the inside into turn 1. Not waiting around, is he, Stuart Gray? Joey Foster will try the up and under, but again, he's on the outside line here into turns 3 and 4, but gets squeezed onto the apex curb. Well, that was a little bit naughty there from Stuart Gray. I feel like, at least with that camera angle, that Joey maybe was warranted a little bit more space. Was he? I thought he might send it down the inside there and a bit of retaliation, but he doesn't. He's a better man than I, is Joey Foster. And he tries the outside lane as the inside is blocked by Stuart Gray. And he won't be able to fight his way back. Well, Stuart Gray has very much got that lead of the race now, hasn't he? And this has invited who else but James Dawkins back to the fight as well. He now needs to find his way through on Joey Foster. As wow, 49.10 was the fastest lap of the race, courtesy of James Dawkins on the previous lap. He just went 100th slower, 49.11. This is all over the back of the 66. He can't get through just yet. Not at turn 3, anyway. Oh no, he's got an issue! He's got an issue, I can't believe it. James Dawkins, from fastest lap to second fastest lap to out of the race. That is classic Formula Blue. Oh dear, James Dawkins, that's going to impact how he lines up for the pre-final later on, isn't it? Oh no, Formula Blue was Heat 3, wasn't it? So it's going to be a different grid for Heat 3 again, but it will affect how he then lines up for the final later on for sure. That's a real shame for James Dawkins, as we say. Fastest lap in this race so far, he was motoring on, and it was really just a case of a couple more corners. He might get past Joey Foster, and then he might be able to try and slingshot his way up to the rear bumper of Stuart Gray, but I think we've had our potential battle for the win stolen away from us there with 3 minutes left to go. So everyone behind gains an extra place. Max Günther getting through on Tom Parker on the last lap. Anthony Lee getting through on Nigel Vickery. That's Anthony Lee into the top 10, courtesy of that move. As there is poor old stricken James Dawkins stood there on the other side of the barrier, beside the circuit though. There's all move being made, 34 and the 63 going side by side this is. And that is Tom Parker on the 63 and Richard Puddle on the 34. Russell O'Neill on the 15 was between them when they started this lap. Is he in front or behind? He's behind there, now the 63. So that is Richard Puddle, past both of them. Good lap from Richard Puddle. Past both Parker and O'Neill. Up to 6th place he goes. Yeah, a bit of a gap has opened up really between all our drivers in the top 4, certainly. Max Günther, after getting past and into 5th though, he's on a mission. Max Günther trying to close up to the back of Jeff Ellis. And there I think they were ahead potentially side by side for position. There we go. 131 is squabbling it out here with the 41. Nearly takes out the 34 as he tries to switch lines. That's Richard Puddle who's getting stuck in as well. Well, Jeff Ellis is having to defend like a lion here to keep these 3 behind. And for the moment he's doing it. Up the inside looks the 131. But Max Günther wasn't close enough, and that bit of a poor exit might open up the door for Puddle. It does. Richard Puddle's up the inside with a minute left to go. Switchback attempt here for Max Günther, and they will draw side by side again. Onto that apex curb, he gets shoved, and place gain for Richard Puddle. I think both of them are quicker than Jeff Ellis at the moment, though. Apologies about my hiccup there. Jeff Ellis, he's being hounded for this position. But Günther and Puddle too focused on each other at the moment. Oh, Puddle trying it all the way around the outside, then trying to set it up for the inside line, but it doesn't work. 20 seconds left to go as Stuart Gray crosses the line. It'll be 2 more laps of the race here. Puddle's up the inside, aggressive, side by side, over the curb goes the 42 of Jeff Ellis. Neither of the two of them wanted to back out there, and I think maybe just a little thank you and sorry there from Richard Puddle, maybe. Kind of a case of we made it too wide, you had to back out there and you didn't, and so you went over the curb there from Richard's perspective. But sadly, the 42 of Jeff Ellis shoved out wide, loses out to Puddle, loses out to Günther now, who slips on by. And now Russell O'Neill on the 15 is all over the back of Jeff Ellis. So 1.5 laps to go here for Jeff to try and not lose any more places. After what was a very nice start to the race, of course leading at one point earlier on, and has just slipped through the field as we've gone through this latter part of proceedings. There is Stuart Gray, now almost 3 seconds clear of Joey Foster. What a race from Stuart Gray so far. He has been phenomenal so far today. That hand up wasn't for an issue, was it? No, he's still going absolutely fine. I think it was to just say all is fine. Maybe if there was a yellow flag out, which I don't think. I think the yellow flag was back in by this point. I mean, the cart's still there, but of course, driver's back behind the wall now. Maybe it was just a little wave to his adoring fans there trackside at the little viewing area down through sort of turns 3 and 4. Either way, what a race from Stuart Gray. He's going to win by a sizable margin here in the second heat of the day for our Formula Blues. To the line he goes then. Stuart Gray wins in heat number 2. The O-Plate proving why he is the O-Plate champion. Fantastic pace from Stuart throughout today. And yet again, another race win to his name. Joey Foster finishes in P2. This squabble was very exciting through the race though. Mike Bell finishes third. Richard Puddle, I think our biggest mover in that race, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he was. 14 places gained there for Richard Puddle from 18th to 4th. Fair play. Max Günther finishes in 5th. Russell O'Neill in 6th. Jeff Ellis in 7th. Tom Parker in 8th. And then Harley Drake, your second biggest mover, up 13 to 9th place. Danny Elson up 11 to 10th place. Fair play to them. Hannah Dawkins was behind them. They were followed by Anthony Lee. So Dawkins was your pulse. Wait, hold on a second. I thought she was your pole sitter, was she not? Yeah, it says on my graphic that she was, but on here it doesn't. It says she started. Oh no, I'm in the wrong place. It does. Down 10 places, sadly, for Hannah. Behind them, Anthony Lee, Nigel Vickery. Then it was Mitchell Carpenter, Phil Waters, David Waldron, Kevin O'Neill, and Ron Shawn. The last of your finishers. We lost Mark Ellis, we lost Alice Fortune, and we lost James Dawkins in that one. 3 drivers falling by the wayside before we got to the checkered flag. Well then, there we go. That is all of our Heat 2 done and dusted. We're officially halfway through the racing here today at the Dunkeswell Kart Club. 32 total races, and we have done 16 of them. Quick maths. So then, pre-finals are up next. It's the pre-final for Bambinos that's coming up first. Well then, our first pre-finals are about to get underway, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for sticking with us through today's live stream. I hope you've thoroughly enjoyed the coverage, courtesy of Alpha Live and myself, John Ratcliffe, or Ratters Media. If you want to go and drop me a follow on Instagram, that would be much appreciated. If you want to keep up to date with the life of a very shouty man. At We Need Some Help said, enjoy yourself, Blues, safe driving. Well, they were very good, weren't they? Very safe driving, very good racing from our Formula Blues. Sadly, a couple of them falling by the wayside, but not to worry. We should hopefully see them all back out for their heat number 3, which will be the end of this next round of races. So, as we say, first round of heats done and dusted. All of those were 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Second round of heats is done and dusted. All of those were 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Now we've got our full round of pre-finals. So 8 pre-finals coming up. And they're all 7 minutes plus 1 lap as well. And the grids for all of these pre-finals are set by the results from Heats 1 and Heats 2. The points that you get over those heats determines the grid for these pre-finals, and then it is the finishing order of these pre-finals that sets the grid for the finals. So you might see in these pre-finals some drivers trying to scamper their way through for the back, where maybe it hasn't gone quite so well in Heat 1 and Heat 2. They're going to be scampering through to try and get on a good grid slot for the final. But also, you'll see some drivers maybe just backing off a fraction more than they would have done in the heats, and well, how they definitely will do with the finals, just to secure that spot, because you'd rather take a second place on the road and start second place in the final, then go for some do-or-die move, end up chucking it off, and then you start in the final down in 22nd place or whatever it is, something mental. So, yeah, there's a little bit of weighing up the positives and negatives in these pre-finals, and again, that's where the experience comes to shine and where the confidence comes to shine as well, of drivers just knowing when to go for a move, but also when to maybe just sit back and wait for a better opportunity. Right then, our Bambinos coming through, and of course our only standing start of the day is our Bambino class. So they'll head round to the grid and watch the lights, ready for the first pre-final here today for the Dunkeswell Kart Club, round number 6 here at the South West Champs. Your grid for this one is indeed Eli Parkhouse from Harry Foley, Xavier Meek from Reggie Love, and Eddie Zimbler from Archie Rice. Well then, drivers getting ready on the grid. You see parents and guardians getting those engines ready to go, giving final thumbs ups to the drivers, and they will now watch for the lights. Whoever wins this race will start that final in pole position. Those lights come on as soon as they go out, which is now. That was very fast, wasn't it? Straight pedal to the metal here for our Bambino class as they fire their way down into the first corner once again. Good start though from our Bambinos once again. Lovely start from Xavier Meek already to second place, and Harry Foley is losing out here. Foley's down to fourth. Big changes at the start here for the pre-final in Bambinos. Xavier Meek, lovely work there to get past Harry Foley, and then Reggie Love doing exactly the same. Follows him through, and up into the top three he goes. A little bit slow off the left-hander there for the 22 of Harry Foley. He's now dropping into the clutches of Eddie Zimbler. Is he just taking a little bit longer to settle into this one, maybe? Or maybe a little bit flustered by the fact of two drivers have come steaming past him on this opening lap. But you can see then the 24 of Eli Parkhouse wants to work together here with Xavier Meek. Will Meek listen to him, though? Because obviously this would be Meek's first win of the day if he can win this one. And it would give him pole in the final, which I think he'd be pretty happy with, wouldn't he? So let's see if he does decide to work together here with Eli Parkhouse, or whether we get treated to some very exciting racing. Well then, on through this next lap we go then. Lap number 2 here in the pre-final. And yeah, Harry Foley's just a few kart lengths off the back of these three, isn't he, at the moment? He's certainly not away and gone from this race. Eddie Zimbler sadly is falling a couple of seconds further back from Harry Foley now once we settle into pace in this one, but it is very much Meek and Love. They're still squabbling, really. Parkhouse settling into pace here. Let's see if he can draw a bit of a gap and maybe open up to these two. It'll help if they start battling, as Reggie Love has a little look at getting past Xavier Meek. They're out of that long right-hander down at the back of the circuit. I've just seen as well, I know it's other news, but I've seen as well, thank you to my producer Stuart for forwarding on the fact that in the Heat 2 for juniors, Blake Southern has been disqualified for a scrutineering non-compliance. So he had a first and a second, but he won't be on pole for the final with that DSQ. That's going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons for that pre-final. Stay with us. We've got some awesome racing left to come here from the Dunkeswell Raceway. And of course, don't forget, all finals will be on the SlipStream Pass. Head over to the Alpha Live YouTube channel and get that purchase before we head to the finals. You're not going to want to miss the racing here from Dunkeswell, here for the Southwest Champs. It's been awesome so far, and I can only imagine it's going to kick off even further for those finals later on this afternoon. Now, still nose to tail, these two. Seemed as though this time Reggie Love's actually giving the push here to Xavier Meek. And Harry Foley has closed the distance once again. It is very much a train of four once more at the sharp end. And we've got Zamp Helmet leading Zamp Helmet, leading Bell Helmet, leading Bell Helmet. Doesn't make the drivers the easiest to pick out between each other, especially when both those Bell Helmets are bright green. Up the inside goes Reggie Love, though. He saw that opportunity and he went for it. Harry Foley is trying to follow him through as well, but Meek covers the inside line, and Meek gives a bit of a hip check there to Harry Foley. You are not coming through as well, says Xavier Meek. And he keeps Foley in the wheel tracks. But a change for second place then. So we've had Xavier Meek sitting behind Eli Parkhouse for a good while now. And Meek's not been able to go for a move. Let's see if Reggie Love can find an opening to dive on by. We saw him do it there on Xavier Meek. Very opportunistic from Reggie Love. And he'll be waiting in the wings here for a mistake from Eli Parkhouse. It is Harry Foley, though, who's your fastest driver. First driver into the 102s. 102.92 on the last lap from Harry Foley. But he's still there in fourth place. He still can't seem to convert that overall pace into gaining places at the moment. Well, these three will continue on nose to tail. All these top four, absolutely inseparable. No idea which way this one is going to go between these four. Is it going to be another race victory for Eli Parkhouse? He's been dominant. If you've just seen the timing screens for these guys so far, you would think it's been a pretty plain sailing day for Eli Parkhouse, but it has been anything but. He has been kept in check by all these three drivers. But for the moment, looks as though Love, Meek and Foley not quite able to re-latch themselves onto the rear bumper of the 24. He continues to put a bit of fresh air between himself and those drivers. Now half a second between Parkhouse and Love. So as Love, Meek and Foley just start to drop away from Parkhouse, this might just give Parkhouse the pole position for the final, which he oh so craves. And of course, as you can see from the live timing, no one is defending their Southwest Champs Plate victory in the Bambinos. Of course, it's unlikely. Drivers don't usually spend a whole lot of time in Bambinos. It's rare that you actually would do the same event twice in Bambinos, to be fair. Maybe twice, but unlikely to be 3 years. Likely would have moved up to the cadet classes by that point. So indeed, floodgates are open here in the Bambinos. Who is going to get that SW plate at the end of the day? As do they continue on. I've only just realised as well that, of course, I recall now, as my memory has been jogged, from round number 5, that Archie Rice is on a coma, isn't he, of course, as well. Archie Rice is on a coma Bambino. All 5 of the other drivers, sorry, are all on Mighty Bambinos. So that would make a lot of sense then as to why these 4 are so well clear from the rest of the order. Okay, they're going to the outside then of Archie Rice here, around the long sweeping right-hander. Rice is going to take his racing line, which is the best thing to do. The onus is on the overtaking driver to get it done smoothly and cleanly. And this is given the opportunity here. Reggie Love has closed back up here in all of that, and he's been able to drop the likes of Meek and Harry Foley, as they've not had quite as good a run through past the back marker. So is this the chance here for Reggie Love to find a race victory? Timer has hit 0, ladies and gentlemen. On to the final lap we go here, the first pre-final of the weekend. Parkhouse will lead us onto it, unsurprisingly so, I feel it's fair to say. But Reggie Love, hey, if there's a little mistake here from Parkhouse, we saw Reggie Love grab those opportunities with both hands earlier on in this race. Let's see what he can do. He's trying the up and under there through the right-hander. He's got it. Lovely stuff from Reggie Love. He's got the up and under. They run side by side down to the right-hander at the end of the straight, but cutting back across goes Eli Parkhouse. Great racing between these two young drivers. I think Reggie Love might have backed out of that ever so slightly. He had the overrun, definitely there down the straight, and somehow Parkhouse was able to hang it around the outside and chop across right as they got to the apex. Almost race victory stolen there on the final lap by Reggie Love, but I think it is going to be Eli Parkhouse who takes it in the end. Down into the final couple of corners we go then. And here we go to the line, and it is Eli Parkhouse who wins. Oh, that's going to be a nice run for third place. Who's going to get that? Oh, it's just Meek who holds on. 15 hundredths between Parkhouse and Love, and 6 hundredths between Meek and Foley. But that finishing order, of course, barring any post-race penalties, which I can't see. I mean, we didn't have any warnings even come through in that race. That will be your grid for the final later on today as well. Eli Parkhouse wins. That was a tough one for him to win there, but he does continue his perfect run from round 6 of the Dunkeswell Kart Club here today. Reggie Love finishes in P2 with Xavier Meek P3. And that's a shame there for Harry Foley. His first race not finishing in second place, and that's going to set him up for more of a challenge in the final. Eddie Zimbler finishes in 5th with Archie Rice in P6. Well, there we go then. Pre-final done and dusted for our Bambinos. We've got 7 more of them to come though, ladies and gentlemen. Well, technically 6 more pre-finals and 1 Heat 3, but 7 more races until we go to the finals. Up next, it's our pre-final in Micromax. drivers there getting ready to go, and that'll be for our following race, I believe, after this one. There's some of our Intermax drivers getting ready to go. You saw there some of them just standing by the fence watching on. And I'm sure I knew who I saw, but now I'm struggling to see them on the entry list, and now I'm getting myself really confused. Anyway, those drivers are getting ready to go. These drivers are ready to go. Let's have a look at the grid then. Let's have a look at the grid for this one. Sebastian Crawford and Rio Pocock on the front row for this pre-final. Arlo Gamble and Oliver Daniels are on row 2. With Johnny Butterfield and Ralph Ewer on row 3. Callum Gane and Oscar Taylor on row 4. Ollie Simpson and William Ewer on row 5. Then Jackson Haynes, Charlie Lakin, Ayostor Pierce. This round up the 13 kart field for this Micromax pre-final. Well then, to the line we go. We're about ready to go racing once again here at Dunkeswell. 2 by 2 to the lights. Crawford and Pocock will lead us in to this 7-minute +1 lap pre-final. Crawford on the left, Pocock on the right. Who gets the lead? It is Crawford. And Pocock loses out to his teammate, potentially another driver as well there. As yes, the DHR driver is through, as well as the 25. So Johnny Butterfield is into 3rd. And who was the DHR driver? It's Arlo Gamble, isn't it? Yes, Gamble through to 2nd place. So immediately, just like we've seen in the previous 2 heats today, it is going to be Crawford and Gamble locking horns at the sharp end. That was Oliver Daniels sneaking back up the inside there, we saw in the background up into P5. That was past Callum Gane, who's had a decent start in this one. So at the sharp end then, our group of 4 is Crawford, then Gamble, then Butterfield, and then Pocock. So great start from Johnny Butterfield. I think he's our biggest winner from that race start. 2 positions gained basically at the first corner. Sadly, opposite can be said for his teammate of Rio Pocock. Loses 2 off of that race start from 2nd to 4th, and I think shows you how less than ideal that outside line is here at Dunkeswell Raceway, heading down into turn 1. So we're going to settle into this race a little bit more now, aren't we? Crawford leading the way. Gamble actually, rather than being the aggressor here on Crawford, is more having to think about Butterfield in his wheel tracks. And what pace has Butterfield found here over that bit of a break between Heat 2 and the pre-final? I mean, he was pretty speedy in Heat 2, but he's finding even more here in the pre-final. New fastest lap of the race for Johnny Butterfield. Good effort from me there, combining both of the drivers. Sorry, Arlo. Arlo Gamble still there in 2nd. Johnny Butterfield still there in 3rd, but it is Butterfield with a 53.37. I was about a 10th quicker than both of these 2 drivers ahead at the moment. So let's not count either of them out here, because Crawford actually you're slower of the bunch at this stage in the race. Let's just make that blindingly clear. Pocock there in 4th. Daniels then there in 5th. He's got Ralph Ewer for company in P6, then a bit of a gap back to Callum Gane, who's then got Oscar Taylor, then Otley Simpson, then Jackson Haynes, and basically all that part of the order, little gaps between the drivers. Otley Simpson and Jackson Haynes quite close together, and then Ayostor Pierce and William Ewer quite close together. To be fair, Charlie Lakey with them as well, so a good bit of battling further down the order. Looking to branch out there was Johnny Butterfield. Thought about that inside line. This is kind of what we saw in heat number 2 earlier on though. Butterfield had the pace, but he just was lacking a little bit of the confidence to really go for the moves, lick the stamp and send it, and just sort of go, well, I'm putting the car here. If you turn in, we're going to have a big crash, mate. And sometimes you have to do that in karting, as we've already seen a couple of times here today. For the moment, Sebastian Crawford still the one holding on. 53.28, 53.30, 53.18 for your top 3 on the last lap. And we're almost already halfway through this race, I can't believe it. Running through the order thick and fast here at the Dunkeswell Raceway. For round number 6, the Dunkeswell Kart Club, our Southwest champions, will be crowned later on this afternoon. Purchase your SlipStream Pass and don't miss the action coming up later on. It looks as though Oliver Daniels are coming under more and more pressure here from Ralph Ewer. And I think those two maybe getting a bit closer to Rio Pocock as well. Yes, they are. They actually gained almost 2 tenths on the last lap. Well, they got about 8 tenths to 5 to catch Rio Pocock in 4th place. And Rio lost a further 3 tenths on the last lap to Johnny Butterfield in 3rd place. So these gaps between our 2 groups of 3 now really opening up a little bit more. 2.5 minutes now left to go on the clock. And how long until we see a daring move from one of these drivers at the sharp end? I didn't have to wait long, did I? Up the inside goes Arlo Gamble, leans almost onto the side pod of Sebastian Crawford, but just about enough racing room given. And Crawford able to remain firm in his defence. Holds the lead for now. Been loss of speed though. Will this mean an opportunity here for Johnny Butterfield? Butterfield checks over the shoulders to see quite how far Pocock is back, and they have got a bit of time to play with here in their squabble for the lead. Down through into the final few corners we go once again. And Sebastian Crawford, he's looked good in the lead, hasn't he? He looks like he knows what he's doing out there at the sharp end. He deals with the pressure super well, even when drivers are going for moves, like we saw that last lap from Arlo Gamble. He knows exactly how to place the car to make sure that the opportunity doesn't arise. And I think he thought that might happen again there as we head through onto lap number 7. This time, Arlo Gamble thinking better of it, at least at that opportunity. He's going to go for it now. He is indeed up the inside at turn 3, but again, hanging around the outside, trying to, is Crawford, and he will. Oh, he had to be aggressive there, didn't he? Has Gamble got the run? No, he hasn't got the overlap. He has! I'm telling Porky's in the comms box, he's up the inside. Gamble gets it done. Nice work from Arlo Gamble, and just about covers the inside line to not allow that re-overtake then from Sebastian Crawford. Almost looked as though Crawford might then get overtaken by Johnny Butterfield, but no, keeps Butterfield behind. So, first time in this race then that someone that's not called Sebastian Crawford is in the lead. 45 seconds on the clock as we go to a new lap. So scratch that, Crawford's back to the front, isn't he? Lovely send up the inside. Up and under goes Arlo Gamble, but again, he'll be on the outside here for turn 3. He'll try and switch back to the inside, but no, covered off by Crawford. Lovely racing between these young drivers. Don't forget, these drivers are only really just made the ascension out of Bambino classes here into our Micromax Cadet class. So still very young. Putting on an absolute treat for us in this one, aren't they? Top 3 still squabbling like their lives depend on it. And it's changed in the group behind. It has. Pocock is at the back. So Daniels is to 4th, Ewer is to 5th, and Pocock is down to P6. So that has all changed then. Fair play. Final lap begins. Gamble's going to know he's got to go for this. He can get a move done, but his issue is getting a move done and then keeping Sebastian Crawford behind. Crawford defends hard. Into turn 3 we go. Almost opens up the opportunity there through 4 for Gamble, but he's not able to take it. Sits behind as he has done. He's trying one way then the other up the inside. He's going to go for it all over the apex curb there as he's trying the switchback, which he's got. Lovely stuff from Arlo Gamble. That was fantastic. Well, Crawford's not happy about that. Maybe there was a bit of contact I didn't quite see. But either way, Gamble's through. Lovely placing of the kart there through the final lap from Arlo Gamble. He's defending into the final corner we go. Crawford has to back out of it. He'll try the up and under to drag to the line, but it won't work. Gamble wins in the pre-final, and I think Crawford is not happy with that one. I feel that Crawford might be taking that one to the stewards post-race, but either way, Gamble wins it on the road, and from our camera angles anyway, I didn't see any contact. It was aggressive over the apex curves, to say the least, of Arlo Gamble, but he made it work. And Johnny Butterfield, after being right there the entire race, settles for P3, which I think he'll be pretty happy with, to be fair. The P5 on the grid to P3 for the start of the pre-final. I think he'll be happy with that. Ruff, Ewer and Oliver Daniels then round out the top 5. Rear Pocock just behind, followed by Callum Gain, Oscar Taylor, Jackson Haynes, Otley Simpson, William Ewer, Charlie Lakey and Ayastor Pierce. This your 13 drivers in that one. Well, I'm a bit worried because my voice, you can probably hear, is starting to go already, ladies and gentlemen. There are a number of pre-finals still left to go here, which is a little bit worrying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pre-finals, 1 Heat 3, and then we've got 8 more finals left to go. Oh my goodness. Well, I hope these pre-finals are very boring because that will help my voice. Anyway, up next, well, we've got some drivers waiting to head out then, but it's up next, it's our Inter Max drivers. They're heading out for their pre-final. Apologies if I accidentally unmuted myself there and you got a bit half of a cough. Trying to extend the voice as best as we can. Inter and Max then out onto the circuit. And it is Alfie Phillipson who starts on pole position in this one. Ethan Manty alongside him on the front row. Jack Daniels and Marley Fisher are on row 2. Joshua Canaston Wade and Arthur Kayser on row 3. Oh dear, the 43 has stopped. That's Ethan Coupland. Should have been starting 13th in this one. Out of the race already. Where do we get to? Lucas Gray and Eli Owen, row 4. Ethan Laydor and Edison Burrows, row 5. Then it's Laydor into the Thomas Roscola. Coupland's not going to be there anymore with Aurelia Simpson. Then Morgan Weston, Noah Hammond, Roman Takata, Zane Williams, Tobias Hunt, Harrison Parkin. And then I don't think we'll be seeing Maximilian Eberhardt out again. To the tram lines we go then, and to a race start we go. Coles battle it down into the first couple of corners, but they will be separated as other drivers get stuck in as well. The number 3 of Alfie Phillipson takes to the front then, but it's Jack Daniels who moves through to second place. Squabbles down through turns 3 and 4. I think drivers just about giving each other enough room there as we settle into order then. So Ethan Manzi's dropped to 3rd, Marty Fisher there with them in 4th, though it is still 3 Coles in the top 4. As there is Eli Owen as well, another Coles driver there, squabbling further back. I think Lucas Gray might have just snuck on by there as we briefly saw them battling. But through to the end of lap number 1 we go then. Alfie Phillipson remaining unchallenged, and will we see a similar story to what we saw in heat number 2? Fastest lap after fastest lap and quickly extending the gap out at the sharp end. As there is poor old Ethan Coupland having to head back over to safety there. Or is that another driver? No, it is Ethan Coupland. No other drivers have parked it up so far in this one. Coupland sadly are only DNS really in this one. Canaston Wade, I just spotted they're leading up the secondary pack. So Kayser's in a bit of no man's land, it seems, between the top 4 and himself. And then a bit of a gap back to Joshua Canaston Wade, as I say, who leads that next massive pack of karts. And here's Jack Daniels under a bit of pressure then from Ethan Manzi as they head through onto lap number 3 of the race. Will Manzi look for it? Not this time into turn 1, but he has been looking quick throughout the day. But Mancy's not got an easy job of it because he's got the 81 of Marley Fisher all over his rear bumper as well. Well, we saw that Canaston Wade is leading the next pack. We've got a contact warning for his troubles over the last couple of minutes as well. So I think that was actually on the first lap of the race that contact warning came in from Canaston Wade. Well, it's not helped. He's down 1 place so far in this race so far. So even with a bit of argy-bargy, it's not gone so well. Biggest mover in this one is Morgan Weston. He's up 5 places so far, from 15th to 10th. A good showing so far from Morgan as he continues to try and hunt his way through the order. As there we saw him ever so briefly until he cut away from the cameras there on the 27. Move being made in the background though. That was pushed behind the 45. I think Elliot Burrows trying it potentially on Eli Owen for P7. As these drivers further up the order stay nose to tail. Still, Alfie Phillipson has been the class of the field. Of course, he was well and truly kept in check in heat number 1. but had a bit of a ding-dong with his teammate Maximilian Eberhardt. Go back and give it a watch if you have time. And yeah, there was some frustration between the two of them, and sadly, Maximilian must have been DSQ'd. Well, he was 100% DSQ'd from the first race, and given that he's not then showed up for race 2 or the pre-final, would lead me to believe either he's just accepted the DSQ from Heat 1 and gone home, or he's been disqualified for the entirety of the event, which would be massive. A real shame for Maximilian. Not how we want to see racing go down. And yeah, neither driver were too happy with each other. So, as I was saying, Alfie Philipsen, since no longer having the challenge from Maximilian Eberhardt, he has been faultless out there around the Dunkeswell Raceway. Philipsen now finds himself almost 1.5 seconds clear here as we head into the final 3 minutes of action in your pre-final for Inter Rotax. Another battle slightly further down the order, this one, isn't it? No, not really, to be fair. It's Marley Fisher, Arthur Kaiser and Joshua Canasta Wade. So 4th, 5th and 6th for these three. This is so Marley Fisher just has fallen off of the coattails of the 3 ahead, which understandably so. They are all really fast. Really fast, the 3 ahead. And it's kind of similar to what we saw in their first heat. A little bit, or their second heat, sorry, I should say, a little bit later on today. Well, the Coles Racing driver remaining firm at the head of that train of 3, as it is still 3 Coles Racing driver in the top 4, so very positive for the team still. But Marley Fisher having to work hard here to keep Kaiser and Canasta Wade behind. Mostly press on onto a new lap of the race. Then we got Burrows, Owen, Gray, and then Dorrington backwards. Was that huge back you just seen? Dorrington, Weston, Hannon, Simpson, Laidlaw, Williams, Hunt. Yeah, all of them. So that is 10th down to 16th that you ride that train. So a pretty decently sized one, given we've only got 2 minutes left to go as well. That means that, yeah, Aurelia Simpson, Noah Hammond, and Weston, they're all involved in that score about a lap or so ago, and they're just trying to drop it as best they can. Put a bit of fresh air between themselves and this group. Do they continue on then? Just over 1 minute left to go here in this pre-final for Inter Rotax. As oh dear. Oh, I thought I saw someone dropping massively down the order, but no, only one place change. Zane Williams and Ethan Laidlaw have swapped around. That was P14 on the last lap, as little look there from the 29. That's Arthur Kaiser having a thought of getting past Marley Fisher. But ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen. Who's behind him as well? Still Canasta Wade. We've seen Canasta Wade has been aggressive in his moves so far today. He knows this circuit very well, does Canasta Wade. Good to see him back up at the sharp end as well. But in this one anyway, he's just been having to sit back and watch really here with Fisher and Kaiser, as he's been trying to find a way through, but at the moment, to no avail. And then here are the two slightly further ahead as well. So we've seen that little battle of 3. And those two ahead are squabbling over second as well. Jack Daniels and Ethan Manzi. So some good battling here, right up at the front of the order. It's a shame it's not for the lead, because Philipsen has just been off. Timer sits 0 then. He's got the fastest lap of 49.09. Not quite into the 48s in this one, but pretty close for Alfie Philipsen. And just like heat number 2, it's looking like it's going to be another dominant performance from the Coles driver. On to the final lap he goes then, 1,032 more metres for him to seal this. And of course, guarantee himself, barring any penalties, a pole in the final later on today. But there he is, Alfie Philipsen. Take a bow. Fantastic young driver he has been so far today. Of course, like we said, an argy-bargy moment on the first race. We'll forget all about that though, because Heat 2 and the pre-final have been simply sublime for Alfie Philipson, and he will provisionally take pole position for the final later on this afternoon. Philipson wins here at Dunkeswell once again, and the Inter-Rotax pre-final goes his way. Jack Daniels, good result from him there to finish in second place. Good start to get past a couple of drivers, and then keeping Ethan Manzi behind for the entire race. The driver who we've been seeing has been very speedy throughout today so far, keeping Ethan behind. Not an easy feat, so well done to Jack there. Holds second place and what should be second on the starting grid for the final later on. Again, similar echoes for Marley Fisher. Great job for Marley Fisher to keep Arthur Cater and Joshua Cadaston Wade behind for that entire race. They were really piling on the pressure throughout that one, and Marley Fisher held on to fourth. So all the Coles drivers have really impressed through that one, I've got to say. Behind them, Edison Burrows, Eli Owen, Lucas Gray, Lenny Dorrington, Noah Hammond, Aurelia Simpson, Zane Williams and Morgan Weston. There was Tobias Hunt, Ethan Laidlaw, Thomas Roscola, Roman Sakata and Harrison Parkin. 19 drivers in that one, and to be fair, I think all of them finished that race. So that is a positive. Always good to see all drivers making it to the checkered flag. Well, next time we see Inter Max out will be for their final a little bit later on. Up next, though, it's the pre-final for Junior Rotax. Right then, almost ready for our next pre-final of the day, our Junior Rotaxes. Well, the heats have been rather exciting. I'm sure their pre-final won't disappoint as well. I've just seen in the group chat for all of the camera ops that are there, Dan, one of our camera ops, has put Rotax thumbs up, Road Tax thumbs down. I agree, Dan. I agree. I like that. I've not heard that one before. Right then, speaking of Rotaxes, juniors heading out on circuit. Aidan Hammond and Elijah West are heading out to the front of the grid. They're heading out to the front of the grid, and behind them are Cash Harris and Jesse Whitmore. Behind them are Alfred Matthews and then Karthik Kometa. Cody Longdon and Aidan Clark are on row number 4, with Ethan Hunt and Archie Owen on row 5. Then it's Charlie White and Jaden Shearing, Nicola Pozzi and Jack Bromham, Pip Palmer and Lucas Carter-White, then Blake Southern and Elsie Bonning, Wisnauskas, Douthwaite, Allen, Dolby, Lewis, Mann, Brown, Maidmont, Edwards, Haxby, Allen Hunt, Haxby, Leaks, Marchand, Flaxton. 33 cars take to the start. Let's see if they all make it to the checkered flag. We're 3 wide into turn 1. Big move round the outside. Then we do have lots of contact into turn 1. 2 or 3 drivers off and round. One driver with their Nassau panel, pacing perpendicular to the kart. That's less than ideal. Less than ideal for them. Not a good start to the race. More than likely they'll get a meatball flag for that if they can't get that sorted. All sorts of shenanigans to kick this one off then in the Junior Rotax pre-final. I do think Aidan Hammond has held on. Yes, he has. Elijah West has dropped back behind Cash Harris, though, so that's a change for second place. Cash Harris through into P2. A nice start from him. No, West is down to 4th. I think Jesse Whitmore might be through as well. No, it's Alfred Matthews. Sorry, Alfred. Alfred Matthews is through into 3rd. Jesse Whitmore's actually lost 2. Blake Southern has gained 10 places on that first lap. Blake Southern has gained 10 places. That's insane. We said he was going to be down the order, courtesy of that scrutineer non-compliance penalty in heat number 2. Well, he ended up starting in 17th place, and he's up to 7th after the first lap. That's amazing from Blake Southern. Jensen in the live chat, you might just be right with your pick for Blake Southern to take the win in the final later on, even despite that DSQ in heat 2. On to lap number 3 we go then. Aidan Hammond seems to be managing this one very nicely at the sharp end, doesn't he? Very nicely for the moment. He's gapped the rest of them by about half a tenth, and they seem to be relatively focused on each other at the moment. Harris, Matthews and West there in that train of 3. West the one at the back of it, but it is Blake Southern who's now in 6th place, who has the fastest lap of the race. 47.04. Might not be long until he's in the 46s for Blake Southern. He's driving like a red rag to a bull, this DSQ has been for him. And he is pressing on. So Blake Southern to 6th on lap number 2. Does he go to 5th on lap number 3? Yes, he does. And he is there. Look at him go. He's closing in up to your leading group now. So Southern has the fastest lap. Southern is closing in to Hammond, Harris, Matthews and West. He has the pace. He's able to overtake. He's done it cleanly as well. He's not got a contact warning on my live timing screen. 5 drivers do, and he's not one of them. But the question is, of course, now he's up near the sharp end, it's going to be more challenging to get those overtakes done without losing time. And the more he battles in with West, Matthews and Harris, the more time that goes away that he could be chasing down your race leader, and the more that Aidan Hammond is able to extend the lead because he's running in fresh air, all on his own. He can put down some really good pace. Sadly, though, for those 4 will be now squabbling, they're not going to be quite so lucky. Oh, aggressive stuff into the first couple of corners. That's the 93 and the 18. Cody Longdon and Charlie White there, trading a bit of paint there, trading sticker kit, I guess you would say. The 93's through, though. Cody Longdon holds on. So Longdon stays in 9th. That's allowed these two to break clear in 7th and 8th. That's Aidan Clark and Ethan Hunt there, respectively. These are continuing on side by side. That's the 2... No, that must be the 1, 2, 3. Max Douthwaite now getting stuck in as well. So we've got plenty of battles to be keeping an eye on through this race. And there is the 87 of Cash Harris. So he's still got Alfred Matthews to company, but West has lost 4th place. So Southern has picked the pocket of 1 of these 3 in the leading group. But look how much time they both lost to the 2 ahead because of that. They've almost dropped into the clutches here of Jesse Whitmore and Aidan Clark. That's how much time they have lost battling like that. It's now 1 and a bit seconds from Hammond to Harris. Then Harris and... No, Southern's ahead of Matthews now. That's why I was getting myself confused. So yeah, Southern's ahead of Matthews. Harris now probably has about half a second to say as Matthews is back up the inside, is he not? Yes, he is. Matthews is back through. So the first driver in this race so far to get back past... okay, I see where my confusion has come. Very similar looking karts between Cash Harris and Blake Southern. My sincerest apologies. So no, that's Alfred Matthews through on Cash Harris there. Now he tries to force his way back through. I don't know about that one. Cash Harris certainly leaned on the rear bumper there of Alfred Matthews. They almost go 3 wide, then into the next right. Up the inside goes Alfred Matthews. Round the outside will go Blake Southern, and he will get the place. Elijah West dives up the inside as well. That's a shame there for Alfred Matthews, who just got to 2nd place and really to no fault of his own there. Get absolutely steam trained by the rest of the drivers around him there. Poor old Alfred. But on to another lap we go then. What's the gap going to be between the top 2? It surely will have opened up massively because of all of that. Yes, 2.5 seconds now it is. And Cash Harris there in P2. Blake Southern actually going a bit defensive there into T1 there to keep Elijah West behind, and has to again into turn 3. Wow. Well, there you go. So after this run through the order, maybe Blake Southern's just settled in here in 3rd place because, of course, he'll want to be chasing down Cash Harris to get that P2 starting grid for the final. It'll be easier said than done, but also Aidan Hammond is well and truly clear in this one. Started at the front and has been able to lock in with his decent pace and just drive away at the sharp end, exactly what he was hoping to do. So now only focus here into the last couple of laps. I think it will be, yeah, penultimate lap of the race here. Aidan Hammond starts. There's 2 more laps of opportunities for Blake Southern. As he gives, you see there, the nod of the head. You saw it from Blake Southern there. He was clearly getting the hurry up from parents or team members or mechanics or whatnot at the trackside. Getting whatever communication that's being passed on was certainly passed on, and he let them know that he knew exactly what they were saying, and he knows exactly what to do here. Well, penultimate lap of the race. Opportunity hasn't come here for Blake Southern. He's got 1 more lap to try and do it, And don't forget, this is from 17th on the grid here for Blake Southern. He's got a nice exit off of the S's. Is it enough? Well, Harris thinks it's enough because he covers the inside line. Southern can't make the move there, and he's got the tough spot that he's trying to get past Harris, but he's also trying to keep West and Matthews behind. There's a little look there from pretty much all three of them, all trying different lines there through turns 3 and 4. Not working for any of them, though, at the moment. And now, actually, it's inviting more drivers in here. I think 1 or 2 more laps here, and Whitmore, Clark, Longdon, Cometa maybe even could get stuck in. Same for Ethan Hunt as well. There goes Aidan Hammond, though. He's had a pretty chill race in this one as Junior Rotax races go. To the flag he goes to seal himself pole position in the final. Well done to Aidan Hammond. Here's your battle for second, though. Round the final couple of corners they come, and they will stay the same. Run to the line, and they do stay the same. It is Hammond from Harris from Southern, your top 3. And from 17th to 3rd for Blake Southern. Fair play to you, Blake. That is very, very impressive. And like I say, barring any poster... Oh, I've just spotted a mechanical flag came out for Elijah West on the last lap there. Oh dear. So that will mean Elijah West won't be counted in that result, I don't think. And I think he might have to do a last to first challenge here in the final. That is huge for Elijah West. And that would, if that is the case, that would bump everyone behind him up a grid spot for that final later on this afternoon. Well, that could be huge. Not only for today, but for the championship as well. Well, there you go then. Your full final results then. Hammond from Harris from Southern, your top 3, followed by West, Matthews, Whitmore, Clark, Longdon, Cometa and Hunt. Then Douthwaite, White, Bromham and Dolby. Then behind them were Wisniewskis, Brown, Allen, Bonning, Cannon and Palmer, your top 20. Behind them, it was Potsy, Shearing, Carter White, Mann, Maidman, then Leaks, Lewis, Edwards, Allen Hunt, Marchand, and Haxby, your 31 drivers there in Junior Rotax. Another great race there in the juniors. And we will continue on. We've got Formula A's who are coming up next for their pre-final. We'll look forward to their grid. Right then, Formula A's are out onto the circuit. Their pre-final is about to get underway. Liam Hamling lines up on pole for this one with Tyler Weedham alongside him. The same front row that we've seen all day, just switched around. Matt Martin and Peter Griffin are on row 2, as surely that is who Sue was referring to in the live chat. It's Peter here in the 100cc class that we've got here today. He has won the Southwest Champs in Senior Max in the past. But he's, I think what we were trying to get out there, Sue, was that he's won Senior... oh my goodness. He's won the Southwest Champs in Senior Rotax in the past. Now he races in this, but he's only done 1 race per year. So thank you for that, Sue. Thank you for the information. Right then, I don't have time to go through the grid. Front row is Hamling and Whedon, though. Let's see how we go for this one. 1 pre-95 and 1 pre-2K on the grid. Let's go. 7 minutes plus 1 lap again here for our 100cc's, and it's a good start for Hamling. Whedon immediately chops across round the outside, is going to try either Martin or Griffin. What a move. The 56. No, it is Griffin. Round the outside and into second place. Lovely move from Peter Griffin there. That was bold. That was aggressive, and he's got it into second place. Nice move. Back up the inside, though. Tyler Whedon's looking for it. Oh, they just about avoided contact there. I thought that was 100% going to be contact at the apex there, but no racing room given between the 2 drivers. I think we've all made it through the rolling up lap, at least in this one. Of course, a lot of the drivers falling foul of oiling up, and look, you can barely see them through the smoke. That's caused by the oiling up of the engines. Going at that slow speed, the oil builds up, and then when you finally floor it, it all turns into smoke when it's all burnt off. But again, as you try to burn off the oil, the karts don't go as fast. They don't have the same pickup. They don't have the same top end. If you oil up too much, the kart won't go at all. And that's why we saw a couple of drivers parking up on those rolling laps last time around. But like I say, looks as though I think everyone's made it through those roll-up laps this time, which is very positive. But some drivers with some work to do. Of course, Jade Goodwin with a lot of work to do, starting right at the back after that oiling up before the race start in heat number 2. Hamling's already clearing off in this race, isn't he? It was 8/10 when they headed onto this lap. That is well over a second now, that gap between Hamling and Whedon, which has changed on this lap. Whedon's through on Peter Griffin. It's Hamling, another fastest lap. Yeah, it's 1.2 seconds now between Hamling and Whedon. Fastest lap from Whedon was a 47.1. Was a 47.2 for Whedon, 47.6 for Griffin, and a 48.1 for... a 47.6 for Martin and a 48.1 for Griffin. So Griffin a bit out of position here after that storming start from Peter. The 50 of Matt Martin, as you can see on your screens now, is back through. Have that little bit more pace than the last time around, but these two still absolutely flying, still right up there at the sharp end. Well, Ian Turner and Matt Parker are wanting to join the party here at the sharp end as well. And, oh no, the 73's out. Who is that parking up at the side? It's Martin Brackenbury. Brackenbury is out again. Wasn't he out in race number 1, if I'm not mistaken? And Brackenbury's out of this one then. And that was from, I think he gained a few positions off the race start, sort of the mid-teen positions. And his kart gives up the ghost. Looks as though that was a mechanical issue rather than any contact, as it usually is in the Formula A's. So that was cheeky. Nice move down there at the right-hander. That was very nice. That was Tom Longfield, wasn't it? Yeah, Longfield past Parker. So that's Tom Longfield up into 6th place then. Relegates Matt Parker down into P7. Nicely done. Is his name actually Peter Griffin? Yes, it is. It's not. He's not an animated character, don't worry. He is a genuine bloke, and his name is Peter Griffin. I have a sneaking suspicion, I said this in their Heat 1, that he probably had that name way before Family Guy was ever a thing. So I bet he was well annoyed when someone decided to choose his name for now a very well-known and recognisable character. So there you go, clips-no. Yes, his name is Peter Griffin. AXD Racing saying, yeah, 2nd place is a Family Guy. I'm not sure, has to be. Yeah, that is his actual name. As oh dear. Another driver is out. It's the number 30 this time, Stuart Guess, who is out of the race. I think that's 2nd race in a row, if I'm not mistaken, for Stuart. Out of proceedings. That's a real shame. So 2 drivers falling by the wayside in this one already. Jake Cossey, big up. Thanks, Jake. We love Ratters Media. 247, Cameron Ross now is out as well. So 3 drivers. Oh no, Matt Martin's out as well. The number 50 is dropping down the order. They're falling by the wayside here with about 3 minutes left to go. Mid-race distance is where they all seem to fall by the wayside. Oh dear. I think that was maybe a bit of a hip check there for poor Griffin. Gets shoved out and wide. So Peter Griffin dropping back behind Tom Longfield, in Turner. I think Matt Parker as well now. So dropping back down to 6th there for Peter Griffin. After what was a podium at one point, there's Liam Hamling out at the sharp end and Tyler Whedon all on his own there in P3. As oh no, the 67's now parked up as well. Matt Parker from P6 is out of the race. Curse of the Mats of the last couple of laps. Matt Martin and Matt Parker now out. Cameron Ross is now out. And Martin Brackenbury. Same for Stuart Guess as well. What a shame. Well, here we look back to your battle, which is now for 3rd place. Ian Turner and Tom Longfield squabbling over P3. I do like Longfield's car. It does look awesome with the sort of black, yellow and red. I guess it's kind of McDonald's colours, isn't it? Well, obviously not. But it looks great. I really like it. As they fly out of the 2nd sector into sector number 3 now. A minute and a half left to go here, so Longfield does have a little bit of time to play with to find his way past Ian Turner, but it'll be easier said than done. And don't forget, this is all setting up the grid for the final later on, which is a tough one for these Formula A's, because as we've seen from plenty of people in this race, it's not a guarantee that you make it to the end of the race. It's not a guarantee that you make it to the end of the race when you're sending moves like that. Oh my goodness, Tom Longfield. That was an absolute send into T1 from so far back there from Tom. Thankfully, Ian saw him and gave him the room. Awesome squabbling between these two. And well, Longfield's up into the top 3. That'll be very useful for him later on. We've seen how speedy he's been in heat number 2. And of course, having to start a bit further down, courtesy of the heat 1 result. But fighting his way through the pack very, very nicely is Tom Longfield, and it's now a top 3 finish. Crossing the line with 40 seconds left to go is it's Liam Hamling. Mind it, live timing scrolled down just enough to not be able to see the race leader. So it will be the penultimate lap of the race then, this one. As here we look back to the battle for P5, isn't it now? Yes. So Peter Griffin, Mitchell McLeod, Duncan McLeod, all squabbling. So now we do have the 2 McLeods nose to tail here on circuit. I believe Sun leading farther at the moment, with Mitchell just ahead. The O-Plate champion from earlier on in the season, looking to get a top 5 finish in this one to hopefully slingshot his way up the grid for the final a little bit later on. Well, time has hit 0 then. We are going to go to the final lap of the race here in this one. There is the 41. Liam Hamling leads us down through this final lap of the race. This is going to be, well, I don't want to jinx it because he's still got half a lap to go. We know how temperamental these F100s, these Formula A's can be, of course, but he's on an absolute stormer today, isn't he? Absolute stormer. Winning heat number 1, winning heat number 2, and winning the pre-final as well. Fair play to you, Liam Hamling. I mean, I remember when they were titled F100, when they were back at Rye House, it was exactly the same. Liam Hamling was sublime, and he's been absolutely unstoppable here today, and he will line up on pole for the final. Tyler Whedon, again, oh so close, but oh so far, as he has been in every race so far today, just not quite able to match the pace of Hamling, but that little bit faster than everyone else, so he just ends up in a bit of no man's land there in second place. Tom Longfield, great run through the order there, up 6 positions from 9 on the grid. Biggest mover, though, fair play, was Jade Goodwin, up 9 positions there from 20th to 11th. Fair play to Jade, and that's hopefully made up a little bit for the 2 heats. And, of course, that will help for starting position for the grid later on. There is one of our stricken karts down there. Right then, there is your full result then from that one. Hamling, Whedon, Longfield, Turner, Griffin. Then McLeod and McLeod, Plummer, Hadley, Piccoli, your top 10. Then Goodwin, Barnes, Dobson, McDonald, then Thomas, Potter, then Parker, Martin, Ross, Guess, and Brackenbury. Those last 6 not making it to the checkered flag. That one, Potter, Parker, Martin, Ross, Guess, Brackenbury. All not making it to the checkered flag. And these things happen when you're running on such awesome retro Formula A's as those. Well, there's a bit of a clear-up operation happening because, of course, when drivers get stricken out on circuit in modern machinery, you can just push them back. Whereas in these, they're direct drive. You can't push them along because that would end up starting them, and then they drive off somewhere else into another postcode. So you got to wait for the kart stand to come back so we can lift them on and save them from the circuit and get them back to safety once again. That was the pre-final then for Formula A's. We've got 2 more pre-finals and a Heat 3 left to come before we move on to our all-important finals. Up next, it is Senior Rotax. Right then, bit of a clear-up operation then as we get some of those stricken Formula A's off of the circuit. And Senior Rotax about to go for their pre-final then, like we say. Senior Rotax pre-final to come, then Rotax 177 pre-final, then heat number 3 for our Formula Blues. I'll run you through the grid then. Ollie Wise and Charles Green are on the front row. Giant Metters and Will Swales are on row 2. Maxim Smith and Lucy Lovell are on row 3, with Dylan Brearley and Kai Pepperell on row 4. George Isgrove and Rudy Winslow-Morton round out the top 10. They're followed by Jacob Felton and Kian Dowd. And then it's Luke Evans, Jonas Jandazauskas, Ralph Follineux and Izzy Lawton. Then Archie Bowman, Adam Malins, Jack West and Jamie Rowe. 20 drivers on the grid then for this Senior Rotax final. And I've got to say, the racing in seniors has been great so far today. Ollie Wise has been dominant though. Very impressive for the number 55. And let's see if he dominates again here in the pre-final. Well then, as we wait for those karts that are stricken out on circuit to be saved, I have very kindly been brought a lovely coffee. So I think to soothe the voice, I'm going to take a second, have a few sips of my coffee, and I'll be back in a moment for the Senior Rotax pre-final. Well then, looks as though we've got the karts off of the circuit and out of the way, and we're about ready to go then for your Senior Rotax pre-final. Who will take pole for the final? Well, you're about to find out. It is, of course, Wise and Green on the front row of the grid. They've been very quick so far today. Ollie Wise, like we say, 2 wins from 2. He's been very impressive so far, hasn't he, today? Can he make it 3 wins from 3 and set him up for that pole in the final? Like I say, you're about to find out. Drivers heading into the tram lines then. We are about ready to go for another pre-final here at the Southwest Champs in 2026, round 6 of the Dunkeswell Kart Club. And we're on the way for the pre-final in Senior Rotax. Charles Green tries to move over, can't slot in, goes round the outside. Can he do it? Can he do it? Back into the next camera shot we go. No, the answer is no, he can't. He will slot back into second though. He had to do that bold maneuver around the outside, even just to... Oh, there's a bit of contact. Driver went up and over. I thought maybe he was going to flip there. Thank goodness, came back down on all 4 wheels. But yeah, as I was saying, that wide line for Green was more to consolidate second than anything else. He knew he couldn't slot in, so had to go, as Martin Brundle says, high, wide and handsome to retain that position. And he does just that. Jarek Metters up into, staying in 3rd place off of that race start. So top 3, we're as we were as we head on to lap number 2. Let's see if we've changed any places further back though. We have indeed a couple of changes. Only some small ones. One person's up 4 places, so Adam Mallins is up 4. Fair play to Adam. Same for Jamie Rowe as well. So both those 2 drivers up 4 on that first lap. Good race starts for them, but these pre-finals are still only 7 minutes plus 1 lap. I nearly second-guessed myself then. 7 minutes plus 1 lap for these ones, but it will be 10 minutes plus 1 lap for those finals later on this afternoon. Don't forget, we've only got a couple more races until those finals. You need to get that SlipStream Pass to view it live with us here. Go and invest now. You won't regret it. On to lap number 3 we go. And Ollie Wise still leading us onto it then. Charles Green, hand gestures. I think that was wanting to work together. Well, Jarek Metters isn't going to listen to him. Up and under they'll go. Side by side again. Lovely switch back there and there. Point forward immediately from Charles Green. What are you doing, Jarek? Says Charles. You're going to let Ollie get away. He's won both races already. Do you want him to win another one? Now Jarek, is the one to point forward to Maxine Smith. Jarek, it's 1 rule for you and 1 rule for everyone else, isn't it? 89's in the wall. How's that happened down there? 89 that is of Adam Mallins. Oh, just as I was singing his praises for how many positions he gained on that first lap. Well, he was battling in with the likes of Jack West and Cian Downer. So that's all changed, hasn't it? Jack West having to start this one very far down. Started this one down in 19th place, did Jack West. Second to last. That's less than ideal. Now, that's got to be one of his results. Has been removed earlier on today, hasn't it? He's been disqualified. Was that the one that I was sent earlier on? Let's go back and double check. No, of course, that was in our juniors, wasn't it? So the Blake Southern result that changed. So let's go and have a look back then at the heats previously. There is still lots of battling going on your screens. I know. Try and keep one eye on both. Yeah, it's not going to work, that, is it? Charles Green still keeping Jarek Metters behind for the moment, but still Ollie Wise able to just extend that gap at the sharp end. Yeah, here we go. Jack West disqualified. Heat 2. Scrutiny in on compliance with Jack West. So it was a whole 0 points from heat number 2, and that is why Jack is starting down, or did start down, on the back row of the grid for this one. Well, like we say, he's making manoeuvres already. He's up to P11, and he's just got the fastest lap of the race. Charles Green is defending hard down into the right-hand hairpin there at the end of that back straight. Metters is all over him. I think, again, all these drivers have assigned themselves that the race winner's gone. The race winner's gone already, even with 3.5 minutes still left to go. Ollie Wise is too far clear, I think, and Charles Green looking to just defend this second position and start himself on the front row for the final. Or maybe is 3rd place maybe not the better place to be for that final? Well, We'll have to wait and find out for that. Either way, that's the number 10 of Maxime Smith chucking it up the inside. The Coles Racing driver then has to move back over to cover off a potential move from teammate Will Swales. Kai Pepperell right there in with them as well. Good to see the 37, up in this squabble. We've got the 29 as well of Dylan Breary, haven't we? So this is a great scrap for second place now. And with 2.5 minutes to go, I have a sneaking suspicion the gloves might start to come off a little bit more here. As drivers try and make up places and get themselves on a better part of the grid for that final later on this afternoon. You saw how much there Maxime Smith closed up into the braking zone there on Jarrett Metters, but that scuppers the exit, and now Will Swales all over him into the braking zone. Ends up snapping the opposite direction. He wanted to go there into the first corner for Will Swales, and now has to refocus on keeping the other drivers behind him. Charles Green had to weather that storm for a little bit, didn't he? For a couple of laps there, defending pretty hard. Now he's backed the drivers sort of into each other. He can press on again and hit his lines, hit his markers once more. But Ollie Wise is off and clear, isn't he? And 3 seconds clear in a senior Rotax field is very, very impressive from Ollie Wise, but still doesn't have the fastest lap despite being in clear air. That still goes to Jack West, and even on the last lap he was only 100th off of Ollie Wise's best ever time from this race. Despite making a position, picking his way through the traffic, there's potential in the next minute that Jack could get up to P6. I think that seems lofty heights. He's going to try and latch himself onto the back of this squabble, but is there enough time for him to do much about it? 1 minute left to go here, plus 1 lap. How long will be left when Ollie Wise crosses the line? I think we're going to sneak 2 more, aren't we, out of this one? Oh, sorry, 3 more out of this one, because he crosses the line with 50 seconds left to go, and he's doing 45, 46 second lap time. So this will be on to the 3rd last lap of the race then here in Senior Rotax pre-final. He just about extends the race, does Ollie Wise. Not that that affects him very much, really, in this one. He's got a lovely margin now, pretty much 3 seconds out the sharp end. The drivers that's going to affect most, really, are the drivers in this battle here, who will find themselves very close together, and that extra lap might just give the opportunity for some positions to change. And there is Jack West in the background as well. He's closing up now to the back of Kai Pepperell, so he's already passed Dylan Breary. So Jack West already threw on 1 driver from this group. And now his timer hits 0. Yeah, Ollie Wise already coming through. We're on to the penultimate lap of the race. Charles Green, of course, had to do that early bit of defending and switch backing on Jarrett Metters to go, come on, mate, let's work together, what are you doing? But since then, they've not had to do too much of that, to be fair. They've sort of settled into pace, really, and sort of stayed where they are. A little bit too distant from each other for any moves to be made, but equally pressing on well and holding on to podium positions in this pre-final. Well, timer has well and truly hit 0 now. Jack West has set another fastest lap of the race at 55.61. Now your fastest lap of this one. There he is, all over the back of Kai Pepperell. He's got 1 more lap to get a couple of extra positions, and if he can, he'll fire his way further up the grid. There is Ollie Wise. Onto the last lap of racing he goes here for your Senior Rotax pre-final. Up the inside, up the outside though for Jack West. Here on Kai Pepperell. Pepperell's trying to hold on here with the switch back here from Jack West. As though he's sent to the outside line. Pepperell covers that inside line. Is there enough of an overrun? No, he can't get the overlap there. Can Jack West has to switch back again. He'll switch back once more here through the left, but again covered off very nicely there from Kai Pepperell. He's driving defensively very well across this last lap, and we might see Jack West having to settle for 7th place. Well, the KR Sport driver of Ollie Wise is going to win for the 3rd time here today at Dunkeswell. Yet another fantastic victory from Ollie Wise. Take a bow, Ollie, where you've only got 1 more hurdle to jump, and it's the final coming up a bit later on this afternoon. Let's see if Ollie Wise can cap off a perfect day here at Dunkeswell. The last of our drivers then coming to the line and seeing the checkered flag. to finish their last 7 minutes plus 1 lap race of the day. 10 minutes plus 1 lap on the bill for their finals later on this afternoon. So Ollie Wise, Charles Green and Jarrett Messers your top 3, followed by Maxime Smith and Will Swales your top 5. Then it was Pepperell, West, Brearley, Isgrove, Januszewskis, Felton, Lovell, Downer and Winslow Morton. They're your top 14. They were followed by Evans, Bowman, Lawton, Rowe, Follow-You, and sadly Adam Mallins, our only non-finisher in that one. Kart not wanting to go any further, back on lap number 3. Well then, seniors are done for their second heat. Their pre-final, I should say. Sorry, I'm on the wrong screen. Well done, John. 177s are the drivers up next. Their pre-final. We're heading out on circuit in a moment's time. Well, our 177s are getting ready to go then. Their pre-final will be starting in a couple of moments. Again, 6 drivers on the grid for this one. And we'll see, more than likely, I imagine it's going to play out like our 2 heats in the past. It seems as though all the 6 drivers are going to just have that little bit of pace difference between the 2 of them. A couple of tenths here or there, and it just means those gaps open and open and open through the race until they're about 2 or 3 seconds per driver, and then more of a demonstration, sadly, for these 177s. But hopefully a cat is thrown amongst the pigeons in this one, and we'll see what happens. Braden Hill has won both races so far today. We're doing a proper Jonathan Ross today. I can't pronounce my R's. Braden Hill, anyway, is out in the lead on pole position. He's been flying so far today. Both wins so far for Braden. George Walker is alongside him on the front row, with Jamie Salter and Carl Aday on row number 2. Of course, Salter has got a 3rd and a 4th. Carl Aday has got a 3rd and a 4th. But Salter qualifies ahead for this one. Paul Sims and Dibs Allen have finalised the grid here for our 177 pre-final. Right then, drivers will swing on around. And we will get ready to go then for our penultimate pre-final. 3 more races left to go before the finals, ladies and gentlemen. So that means 11 races in total from today's proceedings. We are well and truly over halfway through today's racing. Look at that jump there. Jamie Salter's gone well there with your race leader off at the start. They break formation and, having to defend down into turn 1 this time is Braden Hill. Salter gets a lovely run, though, up into second past George Walker, but George Walker will attack down into turn 3, and Walker will get him back straight away. And Walker straight back through into 3rd place there. Nicely done between these 2. And settle back into where we were on the starting grid and to where we sort of seem to be in terms of overall pace in this race. Of course, Salter had to put in quite a bit of effort in that second heat as he dropped back early on and then had to fight his way back through the field. And this time he's sort of maybe where he felt he should have been earlier on in the race. And let's see if, one, he can stay there, battling with Carl Aday, but also see if he can hold on to the coattails of George Walker here, because they've not been too dissimilar in pace. Like we say, it's just been a couple of tenths here, a few hundredths there. It's just extended the gaps throughout these sort of races. Another 7 minutes plus 1 lap for this one, but again, don't forget that final 10 minutes plus 1 lap. And maybe we'll see if things change a little bit more throughout that one. Settling into racing order once again here then in the 177s. With once again, Braden Hill setting some blistering pace. He has been brilliant. He has been absolutely brilliant behind the wheel of a 177 so far this weekend, and it's been really exciting to watch as well. Looking for the championship, so it is Jamie Salter in the lead of the championship coming into today. Again, I'm going to get my reading specs on. Oh, he's well clear. He's 80 points clear. Oh my goodness, that's huge. Over George Walker, funny enough. So Salter leads the championship by 80 points ahead of George Walker then. So all through today, with Walker getting P2s and Salter getting P3s, this is going to help Walker to close that gap back in. As I say, that's going to help with the overall championship for George. Won't help so much for Jamie. Does look as though it's a little bit less bright and sunny there at Dunkeswell for the rest of this afternoon. Clouds starting to come over that little bit more. But none of them looking particularly dark, and I know we weren't forecast any rain for today. But you just never know. It's the end of summer in the UK. Random thunderstorms roll in quicker than you can say lightning. But none today. It's nice and sunny. I've just checked. It's a bit cloudy at the moment, but it will brighten up again through into the early hours of the evening. So bright sunshine, still around 20, 21 degrees at Dunkeswell. Perfect conditions for go-karting, I reckon. Braden Hill still leading the way. 1.2 seconds now clear of George Walker, who himself is, what is that now, 8/10ths ahead of Jamie Salter. Looks as though Carla Day is closing up to Jamie Salter, though, so it was 0.45. It's now 0.4. So, okay, it was 0.05 of a second that Carla Day closed in, but he's finding pace here later on in the race. This is great. Half race distance we have hit now. And Carla Day might just kick off a little battle for us here in third place. Salter knows he's there. Checks over the shoulder. And Jamie Salter's got to keep his head on a swivel now for the last 3 or so minutes of this race to keep an eye on what Carla Day is doing, because he's on that CRG chassis and he is flying and getting as quickly as he can up to the rear bumper of the 27 once more. Ken Salter checking over the shoulder. You've got to be careful. What did I say earlier about the Bambinos? You check over the shoulder. That is often where you go. Last lap though, identical times. That's crazy. New personal best for Jamie Salter, 48.61. Carla Day has matched his personal best of a 48.61. These two, when I said they're inseparable, quite literally on the timing screens. First part of this lap though, visibly looks as though Carl has closed in. Maybe he's found a little bit more pace through this, what is it now, 6th lap of the race. There's a little pairing behind them as well. Paul Sims and Dibbs Allen are not too far apart either in their battle for 5th place also. So there are some squabbles going on up and down the order here in 177s. But as we've come to expect now, Braden Hill and George Walker being the class of the field. Braden Hill continuing to put in fastest lap after fastest lap. He's the only driver down in the 47s, and he's just on a 47.8. So it's not even like he's creeping into the 47s. He's well and truly into the 47s. On the last lap, Hill was a 47.8. Walker was a 48.2. Salter was a 48.5. Ade was a 48.4. Sims was a 49.8. And Allen was a 49.3. So, Ade faster than Salter and Allen faster than Sims. Our two closest drivers, our two closest pairs of drivers out on circuit there. Potential for race moves here late on in this one. Let's see if Dibbs Allen can continue on that pace and close back up to the back of Paul Sims once again. Salter and Ade still inseparable though, just over a minute left to go in this race. So, Carl Ade has closed up to the back. He's going to go for it. No, too late that time for Carl. He'll have to rethink that one. But that's clearly a showing of intent there from Carl Ade. He wants this win as he looks for it again. Oh, Carl, blimey. You're going to give me a heart attack soon, Carl, with those kind of moves. Let's just say he hasn't been setting them up. That's been a very much, there's a gap, I'm going for it. So fair play to you, Carl. I like the confidence and enthusiasm, but neither of them have worked there. And you've shown over the last few laps that you have got the overall pace ever so slightly on Jamie Salter in this race. Maybe if they had been maybe a little bit thought out, there could have been a move for third on there, but he's lost that bit of time, and now he's got to catch him back up and rethink when he goes for those moves again. Jamie Salter stays in third place for now. We head on to lap number 9 of this race. 20 seconds on the clock. I think this will be our penultimate lap of the race here. Don't think Braden Hill, despite how speedy he is, I don't think he'll quite be that speedy to extend another lap out of this race. And I think that'll be final grid set up identical to the grid for this one. Drivers all still in the positions that they were from the start of this one, but again, how many times have I said it today? If it wasn't for the live stream, you would have thought it was relatively dull, but no, there's been battles. But for the moment, Carladay not able to get a move done, and it seems as though over that lap he hasn't really closed up enough again to relaunch an attack here on Jamie Salter over this last lap. Speaking of which, Braden Hill has begun our final lap of the race. He now finds himself 3.5 seconds ahead. Honestly, Braden Hill's just been amazing today, hasn't he? 177's absolutely class act. He's been off and clear of the rest of the field in every single session that we've seen so far today on the live stream. Take about Braden Hill, and he provisionally takes pole position for the final later on today. George Walker once again in his usual second place. And I mean, same can be said for everyone else further down the order. Salter takes third, despite that aggressive attempts at attack there from Carladay. But they didn't quite work. For Carladay, has to settle for fourth place. Paul Sims then finishes in P5. Tips Allen then in P6. That's your final order there for the Rotax 177 pre-final here at the Southwest Champs in 2026, round 6 of the Dunkeswell Kart Club. It's been a great day so far, some awesome racing. This circuit really opens opportunities up for great racing. Of course, in that 177 field, a little bit spread out in terms of pace, but it's been a thoroughly enjoyable day so far. And we've only got one more race to go then until we go through to our finals. The one up next is heat number 3 for our Formula Blues. Oh dear, one of our 177 still getting their way back to the pit lane, so it might be a little moment until we do see our Formula Blues back out on circuit, but equally there's no karts stuck around the track, so we'll take that. We'll take that. Shouldn't be too long until drivers are back out on circuit, and like we say, this is our last race before we go into those 10-minute plus 1 lap, slightly elongated finals. I'm very much looking forward to them. Let me know in the live chat who you think is going to be the Southwest champion in each of the class. And don't forget as well, after this race, we will be ending this stream. We'll be heading over to SlipStream to cover all of the finals here from the Southwest Champs in 2026. So make sure you purchase your SlipStream Pass and join us over there in a few moments. Here we go then. Formula Blues out on circuit. Let me run you through the grid. So, pole position for this one then is Phil Waters. It's Mike Bell alongside him on the front row. Anthony Lee and Russell O'Neill are on row 2, with Alex Fortune and Stuart Gray on row 3. David Waldron and Ron Sean are on row 4, with Mark Ellis and Joey Foster on row 5. Then it's James Dawkins and Tom Parker, Mitchell Carpenter and Jeff Ellis, and Nigel Vickery and Hannah Dawkins, Max Gunter and Richard Puddle, then Kevin O'Neill, Harley Drake and Danny Elson with 22 karts. Taking to the track here once again at the Dunkeswell Raceway. Brilliant to have Formula Blue continuing to race on in anger. Now don't forget, this is a Heat 3. This is not a pre-final. Again, it will still be 7 minutes plus 1 lap, but this grid is not set by the 2 earlier heats. This is another random grid, I'm pretty sure, for these 3. So they get 3 random grid heats, sort of 1 front, 1 middle, and 1 back start. And then all the points from those 3 are amalgamated to make the grid for the final. Off we go then for heat number 3 here in Formula Blue. And again, we fill the air with smoke and we go racing here at Dunkeswell. Round the outside, it's going to try Mike Bell here, potentially on the number 4. Does it work? Yes, it does. Bell's through. Straight to the lead of the race. Nicely done from him. Stuart Gray on the O-plate there, you saw there trying to thread the needle on the inside of the left. I think he got a little bit held up there right on the apex and couldn't quite make up the positions he wanted to. He's made up a couple to be better, 4th place. A back diving up the inside there. Who was that diving up the inside there? Was that not Joey Foster? It was Joey Foster. Where's he come from? Joey Foster started in 10th place in this race. Where's he come from? 66 already on the seed. Up there in P5. Very impressive first lap then from Joey Foster. That's aggressive into the final couple of corners, so the O-plate forcing his way through there on Phil Waters. Stuart Gray to third, Phil Waters drops down to P4, and he's going to go further back. Up the inside now goes Joey Foster. Foster's on and by. If I'm not mistaken, I think Joey Foster used to race Formula Fords, I believe. I feel like I remember someone telling me that when I was commentating on these guys back at Wilton Mill a few months ago. But that's a cheeky bit up the inside. That's Max Gunter, isn't it, on the 131? Yeah, Max has gained 11 places so far in this race. 17th to 6th. Well, there he goes. Now past these. Was that the? No, I think that was the 36 of Phil Waters. Is he past Joey Foster as well? No, Joey Foster's gone further up the order, I think. Across the line they go then, yeah. Bell, O'Neill, Gray, Foster, Dawkins, Gunter, yes. So Phil Waters has dropped behind him into P7. We're squabbling for the race lead, though, down through the first couple of corners. And we have changed. The O-plate's through. Stuart Gray's through on both of them. Fair play to Stuart Gray. So your O-plate champion from earlier in the year scythes his way through into the race lead from 6th on the grid. It's only taken him 2.5 laps and he's in to the race lead. Mike Bell there in second place now. Russell O'Neill third. Then James Dawkins fourth, I'm pretty sure it is. It is indeed. Then 5th place for Joey Foster. And then 6th in that bit of no man's land at the moment is Max Gunter. But Foster's looked fast today. So has Dawkins. So has Bell. So has Gray. So has Gunter. Plenty of drivers you could pick out here. Richard Puddle making his way for the back as well. He's up from 18th to 9th now. 9 positions gained for him. Some big movements through the traffic for a lot of the drivers. These 4, though, still running line astern. Number 4, Mike Bell, though, has dropped all the way to the back of this group of 4. Oh, dear. Sorry, I was looking at my live timing for the moment there. I missed that one occur. So on we go to the next part of this lap. So O'Neill's gone through, so has Dawkins, so has Foster's. Oh, that was a big bit of counter steering there into the final couple of corners of the 15 of Russell O'Neill. Does that open him up to a move at T1? Yes, it does. Up the inside goes the 22 of James Dawkins. And James has been really on it so far today, I've got to say. Up to second place he goes. Nicely done from James Dawkins. So O'Neill's down to third. Foster's still very much with them there in P4. And Mike Bell seems to be dropping off the back, I can't lie. There he is in P5. Who've got them with him? Max Gunter going with him as well. And a bit of a gap then back to Anthony Lee, just over a second. And Richard Puddle's with them. It's Lee, Puddle, Waters all battling over P7. Somehow the number 15 of Russell O'Neill is keeping Joey Foster behind. I was going to say James Dawkins, and then I realised James Dawkins has already gotten past. He's keeping Joey Foster behind for the moment, though, which is impressive to see. Good to see these planetkarting.com branded, oh no, .uk branded carts. I better get that right. Planetkarting.uk branded carts, all continuing to ham around the circuit. Sorry if I said .com earlier, that's my apologies. Again, I really need a trip to Specsavers, it turns out. I didn't think my glasses were too bad, but clearly I need a new prescription. On we go. 2 minutes left to go in this race then. Heat number 3, our last race before we go into the finals here. Around number 6 of the Dunkeswell Kart Club. And again, a little bit too choppy through that last couple of corners. And that is where the 15 of Russell O'Neill is losing a bit of time. He's done well, though, there. I thought that was going to be a carbon copy of how James Dawkins got the place, but Joey Foster not able to run alongside, not able to grab that P3 away for the moment. Just less than 2 minutes left to go. Well, he's got it now. He's got it now. Through the right he goes, gets the inside line, and to third goes Joey Foster. Nice work. So O'Neill slips down to P4 now. So there's only 1.5 seconds between your race leader. There's a minute and a half to go, and there was a new fastest lap of the race from James Dawkins on the last lap. 48.69. I think that might be a Formula A record round here at Dunkeswell as well. He gained 6/10 on Stuart Gray on the last lap. Sadly on that one, he doesn't know. Stuart Gray has now got the potential new lap record. 48.49 versus a 48.8 for Dawkins, and the gap opens up once more to 1.8 seconds. These two still nose to tail. Well, O'Neill's been overtaken by Joey Foster, but he certainly hasn't been dropped by Joey Foster, is he? They're still as they were. Oh, as we head on round, they've dropped about 4 seconds off the back of James Dawkins now, so anything higher than third is gone in this race. They're trying to see what they can do. Of course, the number 4 in the 151 not far behind as well. Mike Bell has fallen into the clutch of Max Günther. Yet again, I'm combining driver names for some reason. See if Max Günther can do anything about that through these last couple of laps here. 20 seconds approximately as Stuart Gray crossed the line there to start the last lap of the race. So this will be the penultimate lap of the race then. 2 more to go, including this one. That was a big wobble for Max Günther. I think that was a mistake from Mike Bell that just threw Max Günther off. You saw the rear went a little bit light there for the number 4, and he called it well, but I think the 131 had been following him into the corner there, and maybe a bit even a bit hotter. Lost the rear even further, thinking that the 4 was going to go round. Both catching it well, but both losing that little bit of time. Well, time has hit 0, folks. It will be Stuart Gray who leads us on to the final lap of the race. Gap went down quite a bit on the last lap, to be fair. A 49.3 for Gray versus a 48.6 for Dawkins. That's a big difference. Big difference. And that's a huge difference off of Stuart Gray's time. Fastest lap of the race from only like 2 laps ago. That's almost a second slower. So I think potentially Stuart Gray's made a mistake at some point on that lap. Can't imagine he's had an issue. No, he doesn't seem to be slowing down at all, does he? So I think we're all good in that one. Foster and O'Neill continue to score for 3rd place behind there. It was so kindly picked up by our Alpha Live camera operators. But we will turn our attention back to Stuart Gray. What a day so far for Stuart Gray. And he's had to drive through from 6th on the grid here in this heat up into the lead. James Dawkins has come from P11. 1 more lap and he might have got him. But this one goes to Stuart Gray. He is victorious in heat number 3. And that will, of course, help with the starting position into the final later on this afternoon. And of course it will be our Formula Blues who cap off the day later on. They are scheduled to start at 35 minutes past 5. However, we are running a bit ahead because it is currently 35 minutes past 3, and that is when this race was supposed to start. And of course we've just finished it. Woohoo! So we are like, 8-9 minutes ahead of schedule at the moment. Everyone at Dunkeswell absolutely smashing it today in every facet. Big well done to everyone behind the scenes. There you go then. Formula Blue comes to a close. I'll quickly run you through those results. Great from Dawkins and Foster, your top 3. Then O'Neill, Bell, Günther, Puddle, Waters, Lee, Fortune, top 10. They're followed by Parker, Elson, Vickery, Ellis, Waldron, Dawkins, Carpenter, Drake, Sean, Ellis and O'Neill. There you go then. All Formula Blues making it to the checkered flag. That's fantastic. And that brings us to a close then for heat number 3 for Formula Blue and for all of our heats and pre-finals here at the Southwest Champs at Dunkeswell Raceway. Round number 6 of the Dunkeswell Kart Club has been fantastic. It has been awesome, hasn't it, here at Dunkeswell Raceway? Well, we're not quite done and dusted for racing. We're going to carry on live streaming these epic finals for you, but you're going to have to switch over to the SlipStream Pass for that. From all of us here at Dunkeswell, from the public stream, it is goodbye. We will see you over on SlipStream for the finals momentarily. See you soon.